Never mind. Okay, here we go. What happened there? Sorry, my microphone volume was like, ooh, super low. Now it's not. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, this is the most roguish of heels, the Rogue Heel. Coming to you today, this beautiful Wednesday morning. Lovely day. A little chilly out today, too. Doing some laundry, drinking some coffee, ate some breakfast, and coming to you with the best news coverage of the deranged Republican Party, the downfall of Donald Trump, putting Ron, and of course Twitch drama, and hell, we might even do a thing called play video games, believe it or not. We might just grind out some Destiny and try to get some Artifice armor. What do you guys think? Do you think that's pretty cool? I think that's pretty cool. All right, let's start the show. You gotta love it, folks. You gotta love it. The most roguish of heels coming to you right here. So before we do anything else, I thought I'd go over some Twitter bookmarks of mine. And let's do a little reading first. Unfortunately, the Mets lost that game. Clayton Kershaw was pitching that day, and he got his 200th win against the Mets. Unfortunately, we did take game one from them though, in a thriller, but they trounced us in this one. And then the Knicks lost yesterday too. I don't know why the Oklahoma City bombing is trending right now. We'll take a look at that later too. But in more gun deaths in the United States of America, a problem. Not, I wouldn't say a unique problem. In most Western democracies, they actually have, they have something called gun laws. Unfortunately here, you know, you get to basically shoot whoever you want. But here, a man arrested after 2 Woodlands elite cheerleaders were shot outside HEB near Austin, police say. Good old Texas. Elgin, Texas. 2 members of an elite competitive cheerleading team in Oak Ridge were shot Tuesday morning after one of the athletes reportedly mistakenly tried to get into the wrong car after practice. That happens, believe it or not. The 4 young women drove from Round Rock area to Woodlands Elite Cheer Company in Oak Ridge 3 times each week for practice. They used the Elgin HEB as a carpool lot for the approximately 360-mile round trip. Just after midnight, cheerleaders Heather Roth said she got out of her friend's car and opened the door to a vehicle she believed to be her own in the HEB parking lot. Roth said there was a man sitting in the passenger seat, so she initially panicked, thinking a stranger was inside her car, and got back into her friend's vehicle. When she noticed the man approach their vehicle, she said she rolled down the window to apologize, telling him she thought it was her car. Roth said the man threw up his hands, pulled out a gun, and started shooting. ABC 13 has verified the testimony with Bastrop County sources. An affidavit states that the HEB manager witnessed the gunman shoot at the vehicle multiple times before fleeing the area. According to officers, Roth suffered a grazed wound and was treated and released on the scene, but her teammate, Payne Washington, was shot in the leg and the back. Washington was flown to a nearby hospital in critical condition. Payne opens the door and she starts throwing up blood, Roth said. In Instagram Live Tuesday evening, a coach said Washington, an incoming athlete for Baylor's acrobatic and tumbling team, suffered damage to multiple organs and had her spleen removed. She's expected to undergo additional surgeries throughout the week. The Round Rock ISD senior had already been competing with one lung, according to Woodlands Elite Cheer Company co-owner Lynn Shearer. She's a fighter, she's very strong, Shearer told ABC 13. A spokesperson for Baylor University said the team's head coach, Felicia Mulkey, visited her in the hospital Tuesday. Mulkey sent Eyewitness News the following statement regarding the shooting. Payne is a strong young lady. If you know her, you know that about her. I have no doubt she's going to get through this. She's an amazing athlete, but a better human. And I just realized this music is playing currently. The tone is way different than what's being I'm trying to purport here and what this article is trying to show here. So Payne is a strong young lady. If you know her, you know that about her. I have no doubt she's going to get through this. She's an amazing athlete, but a better human. And that's why she's a part of our Baylor family. My prayers are with Payne and her teammates that were involved in last night's tragic event. I know mental wounds also leave scars. We want to lift up the athletes and their families during this difficult time. We love Payne and we wish her well as she recovers. This weekend, the athletes were set to compete at Cheerleading Worlds in Orlando together. It's the only title Washington hasn't won in all-star cheer. She's literally won everything there is to win in this sport except for a world title, and this was her last chance to do that, Shearer said. Payne is the ultimate competitor. She would not want her team not to go and not be at the championship and not compete. So we will be there and we will compete. Elgin police arrested the alleged gunman, 25-year-old Pedro Tello Rodriguez Jr. Tuesday. He is charged with deadly conduct, though sources at ABC 13 additional charges are likely. Though sources told ABC 13 additional charges are likely. Police said they obtained surveillance footage of the parking lot that captured the moment shot were fired, but have not released the video to the public yet. Only in America, folks. This is from yesterday's hearing about the origins of the coronavirus. We watched a little bit of it. I think we watched like 2 solid hours of it, or at least an hour, a good hour and a half of it too. And I was like losing my mind, like doing it too. It was just like, I felt like my IQ was dropping every time a Republican opened their mouth too, because the witnesses they brought forward, they were not doing what the Republicans wanted. They were actually trying to give like legitimate testimony saying, hey, listen, that lab leak theory that everyone kept hushing about, why wasn't there more of an investigation into it? Which I tend to agree with. If there was like an actual lab leak, then look into it more too, about the origins. Did it originate there, and did the lab in Wuhan actually take every precaution necessary to ensure that any of the viruses that they were studying didn't accidentally leak out, and weren't they following the proper procedures to do so? That's what they were saying during that hearing. But the Republicans kept bringing up Fauci and his connections to gain-of-function research and the Wuhan lab, and trying to basically say it's his fault for what happened at Wuhan. And none of the witnesses bit. That was the thing, and it made no sense too. It was just like, it's a sham hearing. It's a waste of everybody's time. That's why I was losing my mind, like during like the hearing, and I was like kind of tuning in and out. I know like IRI and some other people were like watching it too, but it was like a fucking joke. I should have stayed for the MTG bit, but like Keith Olbermann and Ron Filipkowski, they watched this brain rot, so we'll watch the clip at least.
In the NIH funded through grants, Eco Alliance, with the gain of function research. We know that for a fact. Our government paid for it. Our taxpayers, unfortunately, unknowingly, paid for it. So,
okay. You pay for a lot of things as a taxpayer. I'm a taxpayer. You're a taxpayer. We pay for a lot of things that we may not know that our taxpayer money goes to. Okay? I want you to know you're probably paying for government grants to do research projects that you are not aware of. Okay, you pay for roads in states like in Florida that you may not agree with. You pay for the military when our political send them off to unjustified wars, unjust wars. You don't want your taxpayer money to do it, but you do it anyway. But you pay your taxes anyway because the government has to get funded. Okay, if you have a problem with how your taxpayer money is being used, then vote for people, not her, who are actually going to do things do things with your money and do things with your money that you actually support, and will actually hold people in leadership positions in the various bureaucracies that make up our federal government accountable when they fuck up. I'm looking at you, Defense Department, where you failed an audit and people don't know where the fucking money is. See the Jon Stewart and was it the deputy secretary at the Pentagon? I believe it was. I forget her position too, but she's a high-ranking official, and Jon Stewart like tore her apart.
Through grants, Eco Alliance, with the gain of function research. We
This
know
is
that
silly.
For a fact. Our government paid for it. Our taxpayers, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, the people who consume like Fox News and these right-wing sources, like, they don't look into it. They just like trust her like wholeheartedly too. I generally trust, like, let's say like Chris Hayes and Mehdi Hassan, but if they make a claim or they say something, I do look into it, especially when I say, is that right? Especially when, like, I for whatever reason, maybe it's because like I went to college and like I have more of a like discerning like background being from New York. All New Yorkers are cynical, so we always double and triple check when someone tells us something. But like, generally, like, I look into something myself, and more often than not, when Mehdi Hassan says something or like Chris Hayes says something, I do trust their reporting. They have something called integrity.
Unknowingly paid for it. So we know all this to be true, and we know it was going on at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Mr. Lowenthal, with your dedication to being an analyst of information, why is it so hard to determine whether COVID-19 came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology or not?
Because the Chinese will not give us access to the information that we need. If they gave us the kind of access that Mr. Feith was talking about, if they gave us samples, if they gave us access to their records, and you will never be sure with the Chinese whether they're giving you the access that you want. We're
He's
never
exactly
going to
right.
be able to say with a high degree of certainty. It's not going to, may I respond to something else that you said in your comments, Ms. Green? There is a vast difference between tracking a leak on a social media site and determining the origins of this disease. And to compare the two is entirely fallacious, ma'am.
Dr. Lowenthal, you've said that you...
And this guy's not exactly like a bleeding heart liberal or progressive either. And that's a point that people have been making the entire time too, is that China is not going to be completely honest with everything that goes on in their country. So you take everything that they say with a grain of salt. Same thing with Russia. These countries are not our friends. They're not going to be completely honest with us about this stuff too, because they don't want to appear weak on the world stage. They want to appear like everything's okay. We already remember, like, during like the heart of COVID and like during its like the tail end, I would say the 2020 election. Yeah, I think it was the 20. Was it 20? Was it 2020? I think it was 2020. And then as we start like pulling in, it's like, hey, you guys aren't like really like doing anything, right? And the numbers were going up all across the world, but China was reporting that their numbers were going down. And now later, about a year and a half, 2 years later, we're finding out that they were fudging the numbers a little bit. When I say a little bit, they were doing a little bit more than that. Oh, this is just like nothing. She's racism, MTG racism. That's it. Like, this is like nuts. Give this a like. I want you to see this too. This guy gets so triggered, he's breaking like Busch Light cans. I think he's confusing Busch Light with Bud Light, unless he knows that Anheuser-Busch, by the way, owns. It's one of the. I looked this up yesterday too. This was like the dumbest thing. Anheuser-Busch products, brands, Bud Light, Busch. Unless he thinks that like he's sticking it to the man, all he's done is gotten a lawsuit against him by I believe this is a Walmart. Yeah, it's the Walmart logo like back there, right? By this Walmart. He's probably banned from this Walmart and probably other Walmarts. He's probably gonna have criminal charges, destruction of like property, filed against him, and like maybe like trespassing, because you can get charged with trespassing for doing something like this because your permission's been revoked. You know, he owes like the store all this money. He doesn't do anything too. This is not gonna cost the store anything. This is just like something that's so stupid. This is not gonna like stop them from like stocking Anheuser-Busch. Right? They'll get the money. They're insured. They're gonna get the money from someone. And this doesn't do it. This makes you look like an idiot. And you're going to spending a night in jail for like no reason. Plus, also, if you want to stick it to like Anheuser-Busch because of like Bud Light making a deal with like Dylan Mulvaney, or Anheuser-Busch making a deal with Dylan Mulvaney, you see all these brands here that's on there. Budweiser, Bud Light, Kona Brewing, Michelob Ultra, Natural Light, Busch, Estrella Jalisco, Stella Artois, Landshark is actually good, Presidente, I think I've had this before, Hoegaarden, Shock Top, their craft partners. You see all their main brands here and all their partners here. You see all these beers? Hey. And these two? Don't buy any of these ever again, and tell your friends not to buy them anymore. If you want to make a real statement. You're not going to do that, though. This is all just like fucking nothing. This is all projection. Jesus Christ. By the way, you might say, I'm going to only buy craft beer. Have you been to many craft breweries? I think you're going to find out that they're pretty progressive. I have. Quite a bit. Especially in Florida. They're not very liberal. And whatever, like, that conservative beer, like beer, right, or whatever it's called, too, there's people are kind of gaming out what it is, too. It's basically like a recan of an already known beer that they bought on. They're just gonna recan it and sell it for like double the price. It's like a 6-pack's like $30 or something like that. It's like fucking ridiculous. Don't buy that shit, okay? But people are gonna buy it and say, I'm conservative. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. By the way, too, I agree with the pudding person here, too. This makes you look real fucking normal to all the normies out there. When you're like, fuck Dylan Mulvaney. Fuck that trans person. Oh, I'm breaking beer and everyone's like, you're doing this because you have a problem with like with a company doing rainbow capitalism and putting a trans person on the can? Really? Don't buy that version of the beer then. I'm sure they have like regular versions of Bud Light that you can buy. This makes you look fucking deranged. By the way, too, I didn't even know that happened until I talked to a bunch of like regular ass people, 9-to-5 people I know. I asked them about the Dylan Mulvaney thing, and the only reason why they know about Dylan Mulvaney now is because right-wing media and the right-wing pundits brought it to everybody's attention. That's the only way. And I was asking them, hey, have you ever heard of Dylan? They said, no, I've only heard of this person now. And I looked at their content. They're actually kind of funny, believe it or not. I've only heard of them now because like the right-wing media machine started pumping it like into their feeds now. So you brought like more attention to like Dylan Mulvaney and made Dylan Mulvaney more popular, I guess. Right? And it's not like, and it makes you look fucking insane. This whole like anti-trans thing is gonna blow up in their face because it's making them look like deranged. It's like you're obsessing over like a tiny percentage population. How many? Let's see. How many trans people in the U.S.? Ugh. This is from UCLA, the Williams Institute of Law. This is from last year. So this is from Reuters, pardon me. New study estimates 1.6 million in U.S. identify as transgender. Okay, so let's take that number for what it is, 1.6 million, right? Total population in the United States. Of USA. So these are 2020 numbers. Okay. Let's say 330 million. So of 330 roundabout million people in the United States, 1.6 million of those people, let's say, are actually transgender. Let's just use the definitive. If there are that means 1.6 million of a population of over 330 million is transgender. That's tiny. These are the people you're worried about? Nobody gives a shit, dude. You care about, there's gotta be somebody you hate. It's trans. Nobody gives a shit. Okay? And your people in your own party too, your voters, like, why you keep talking about trans people? But the problem is, it's like, oh, they're trying to turn your kids trans. You're doing this trans. They're doing this, and that. But you're not solving anybody's problems. Okay? And people are slowly beginning to see it too, and they're getting sick and tired of it too. But you don't have any policy solutions. By the way, they will cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security too if they take control of Congress and the presidency. They will do it. It's a fucking joke, man. Let's see. This is from of a population of over 330 million. It's fucking stupid, dude. Okay, yeah, stream is healthy. All right, let's see here.
So, I think the American people have a right to know why so much misinformation was spread about COVID-19 in this country by President Trump. Let me just read some of the greatest hits from President Trump. China's been working very hard to contain the coronavirus. The United States greatly appreciates their efforts and transparency. It will all work out well. In particular, on behalf of the American people, I want to thank President Xi. Okay. I just spoke to President Xi last night. And we're working on the problem, the virus. It's a very tough situation. I think he's going to handle it. I think it's handled very well. We're helping wherever we can. Just had a long conversation with the president of China. He's strong, sharp, powerful, focused on leading the counterattack to the coronavirus. He feels they're doing very well, even building hospitals in a matter of days. Great discipline in taking place in China. President leads strongly in a very successful operation. We're working closely with China to help. I think China was very, professionally run in a sense. They've got everything under control. I really believe they're going to have it under control very soon. In April, supposedly it's going to die with the hotter weather, and that's a beautiful date to look forward to. But China, I can tell you, is working very hard. We have very few people in this country with COVID, and you know what? They're getting better. They're all getting.
Do you see what I mean? It just did that too. When videos hit like a certain length, it does that, and I don't know why. Oh, this is fantastic. I remember this was yesterday too. The Iowa Senate passed a child labor law before dawn today. The bill lets 14-year-olds work 6-hour night shifts, 15-year-olds work on assembly lines, and 16 and 17-year-olds serve alcohol. Oh yeah, none of this, having young kids do any of these jobs, is not going to lead to any sort of abuse whatsoever. It won't. I promise you, it won't. I'm being sarcastic, by the way, if you can't tell by the tone of my voice. Senate went through the night, voted on a Child Labor Act at 4:52 a.m. Oh yeah, I wonder if they're going to be able to go to school. Get an education. There's Substack, Tony Dev. Eventually, it's going to become, those damn Mexicans are taking the jobs. Soon enough, it's going to be those damn 14-year-olds are taking all the jobs now. What kind is this? This is Merrick. Okay. Yes, I've muted multiple people because my timeline's fucking. I follow a lot of people. I also mute them too when they get annoying after a while. It's true. That's also true. I imagine there's gonna be plenty of abuse cases coming out of like this stuff too. Congratulations, Iowa, for going back, what, like 40, 50 years now? Bro, he's really going hard on Disney. For what reason? They're one of the biggest employers in Central Florida too, if not the biggest. I don't know why he's like pissing them off too. They're gonna like just fund a bunch of Democrats, and I'm here for it too. Oh yeah, this guy's a nutbag.
Sin, S-I-N, is real.
If a man walks into the room and he's dressed like this, get your popcorn ready. You're gonna be very entertained. This is a story you're gonna be telling your grandkids.
Sin is evil. Sin can exist in any institution. And we need to work hard as the Minnesota Senate to protect our young, vulnerable children's minds against these terrible, wicked, evil practices. And unfortunately, because
just so you know, if you can't read the bottom here, prohibiting funds to be used for any activities related to the occult, divination, necromancy, soothsaying, Satanism, and pedophilia. Godspeed, my friend.
Humans are subjected to potentially...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stay in Local Politics. This is Stay in Local Politics. This is the reason why you should run, and this is the reason why you should care about stuff like this. Because this motherfucker was elected by the good people of St. Michael to represent them too, and he's clearly a real normal one. And a lot of times too, in a lot of these districts too, believe it or not, I didn't even press anything and did that. And a lot of times too, you're gonna find a lot of these, like in these rural counties too, the vote margin is like tiny. And how you get on the ballot, it is relatively easy. You just have to like look into it. Sometimes the information is not clear cut, but it's out there for people. People have collated it for you too. You can like look into it. And if you're from those communities too, they tend to trust you. And a lot of times too, the people who run in these districts, they tend to have money. They're outside the district, but they meet the residency requirements or whatever the requirements they need to meet in order to run for that seat too. And you, as being a member of that community, already have something that they don't have. It's a connection. They have to build that connection while they run, but you already had that connection. You're from there. You should take a look into like running for like state and local politics. You can do it. It does take time. It does take effort, and it can be frustrating sometimes, and especially if you're gonna run as a Democrat too, because sometimes the internal party politics can be a pain in the ass too. But you can do it. I'm telling you, you can. Because a guy like this should not be serving the people of St. Michael.
In the areas of the arts. And I want to make sure that taxpayer dollars do not fall into the hands of these wicked, vile people that push sexual perversion, gender confusion, that might come to our capital.
There's that anti-trans rhetoric again. Okay, there you go. We gotta just like tie that all in too. Divination and necromancy, bro. This is not Dungeons and Dragons, my guy. Oh my god, the Satanists still getting it too. Damn, man. What's that hoodie that IRI has? Hail Satan. The Hail Satan thing is fucking hilarious too.
And in displays of abomination, parade themselves around the rotunda. And I do not want pictures, plays, theater, sculptures, or any other type of art to be used to
or any other type of art.
Channel the occult, to promote the occult or any of its variations, Satanism, and the wicked, evil practice of grooming young children, such as pedophilia.
A normal day in the what is this, Minnesota State Senate. Godspeed to you, my friend. Godspeed to you. Okay, let's go back here. In read for SCOTUS blog. If you don't know what SCOTUS blog is, I would follow them and go to their website too. Everything Supreme Court, all news coverage of all cases, oral arguments and whatnot, I would follow them. In Reed versus Goetz, the Supreme Court revives case of Texas death row inmate Rodney Reed seeking DNA testing for evidence he believes will clear him. Justices reversed Fifth Circuit decision holding that Reed filed his challenge to Texas law governing DNA testing too late. The opinion is by Justice Kavanaugh and his 6-3 joined by Roberts, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. That's actually quite surprising. Okay. Happening now, Ohio is hearing the gender-affirming care ban for the state. Last year, this bill failed due to heavy opposition by activists. The person bringing this bill, Gary Click, tried to say the children's hospitals were grooming kids. Why? When asked about, social media is playing into this. Representative Click states social media has greatly contributed to trans people existing. Many kids found out who they are through the internet. You don't need the internet to know who you are. We have things like ROGD, audience erupts. Chair threatens the audience. Rogda? What the fuck is that? ROGD. It's Mark Joseph Stern too. Actually writes for Slate. Great job. This guy's still being detained by Russia, and it's clearly the same reasons they were detaining well, not the same for Brittany Griner. I think for him, violations of their the espionage laws too. He's there essentially they're accusing him of basically spying on behalf of the U.S. government. He's a journalist for the Wall Street Journal, rather. I said Washington Post, right? He's a journalist for the Wall Street Journal. It was a joke too. People were going over it yesterday too. The whole hearing is fucking a joke. We'll see what happens. So he's in a pretty well-known detention facility too. That's famous for holding dissidents of the Putin government too. And a lot of bad things happen to people that are there too. So some people are worried something's gonna happen to him. But if something did happen to him, it'll be international news. We'll see what happens with him too. But I think the expectation is the Biden administration is gonna try to get him there. So he's gonna be uncomfortable for a while. But I think we can bring him back home. Syndergaard's with the Dodgers. He's expected to start today against the Mets. Let's get that dub. Let's take a game back from the fucking from the Dodgers, man. I'm looking for, what am I looking for here on my phone here too? I posted like a couple of, I didn't realize, like I posted like a TikTok, and I didn't realize my inbox. Yeah, some people are like, yeah, they got off easy. This is about like the Fox News one. But people who follow Fox News too are actually like pretty shocked about like what happened too. But unfortunately, for some people who might be on the edge, they'll go back to Fox News because they settled. But they got close to like $1 billion, 780 something million, almost $1 billion. There's another Smartmatic lawsuit too, and that's like double that amount. That's like 2 some odd billion, I think, that Smartmatic is asking for too. They gotta be real careful. I think there might be some consequences for Fox too, and some of their pundits too. They need to be real careful because they're gonna be paying out a lot of these lawsuits.
Inequity. Disagree with it seems that we are persisting on a path of legislating discrimination and inequity. Disagree with the premise. This is a bill that I think advances a different view, what I can call the American view. Country's founding documents, Thomas Jefferson wrote, among those self-evident truths, there were certain inalienable rights that all members of our human race were endowed with by their creator, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is not, as you characterize it, a representative of an anti-anything bill. It is a bill that is squarely designed to make the people and our culture more virtuous, and frankly, virtue is something that we're lacking a bit in our culture right now. It is so interesting that you changed the words of Thomas Jefferson from what he actually wrote, which was all men are created equal and endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it is also interesting that all of the names that you mentioned who built the foundations of this country were elite, slave-owning white men. It is fascinating that you think those are the virtues that we need to propagate and support by passing anti-transgender children legislation. And how remarkable that you think you have the American view. How remarkable that you think you know what all Americans, all Tennesseans believe. And that if we are not supportive of this very narrow, discriminatory view, there's something wrong with our virtues. When in fact, the lack of democratic behavior, the lack of supporting of inclusion, the lack of supporting people for who they truly are, that is against who we are. That's why you even had to try and change the name from all men to all people. Well, transgender people are people, representative, and deserve to be treated as such by this body too.
Out of order.
I genuinely believe we're going to be viewed pretty poorly, that we're on the wrong side of this.
There you go, from the Tennessee Holler. Follow his website, man. They cover everything Tennessee. Woo. You people are getting education on Tennessee now, and Tennessee state politics. I told you, Congress, the White House, everything that happens in DC is so very interesting. But I'm going to tell you right now, what's happening at state and local level has such a profound and direct and immediate impact on your lives. I don't think people fully understand it too. And it's really like that too. You should see the people who get elected to state office. They're fucking nuts, man. And like, especially with the Republicans now, they are nuts. And they are not fit to be in those seats. Get active. Vote like actual competent people in the office who actually know what they're doing. Who actually fight for your rights, because people like Representative Bolso there from Brentwood, who represents Brentwood, he's not looking out for you. This is all just fluff. It's all just fluff. About 1.6 million people identify as transgender or are transgender. I forget which one it was, but let's just say that they are transgender. Out of a population of 330 odd million people in America, that's who we're worried about. 1.6 million people of a population of 330 million people. Oh yeah, woo! We need to worry about the trans individuals in this country. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, this is becoming like an issue too. Air pollution. Some of the poorest districts in the country. But that's a tale all this time too, and it's not just air pollution; it's just pollution in general too. Like communities of color, poor districts being near like landfills and dumps, dealing with the pollution that comes from that too. It's fucking horrible. This guy he's a politician, but I'm glad he's a Democrat. He's got a good head on his shoulders too. And he's a former lawyer as well, from what I understand, if I'm correct about that too. Let's see. Let me tell you something right now about the leaked nudes thing. Ladies, gentlemen, never send nudes to anybody. I don't care who that person is. If they felt pressure, never send nudes. Because people sometimes will share nudes with people. You might think that person will never do it. They may do it. Someone might get access to the phone. They might put it on the cloud and they might share it to a whole bunch of people by accident. Things like that. Do not do it. It is not worth it. Having your nudes out there just is not worth it. Now listen, if you got like a big dick and somebody shares your nudes, you're probably fine. But generally speaking, that's not everybody. I saw, before I started stream, I saw the last episode of The Mandalorian. I'm still digesting it too. I generally enjoyed the episode. Biggest issue I had with this season is I don't know what they were trying to do. Now that you know that they're building the timeline that leads up to the sequel trilogy, it's just like, okay, so everything that you do now has to fit into like what happens in the sequels now, because they're not going to retcon the sequels. They could do that, and they have an out too. They did it in Rebels. You have an out, and I don't know how I felt, because it's like, I felt like it's like an end, like it just wraps it up, and you're just like, all right, spoiler alert, it happened yesterday. If you haven't watched it, skip, just mute the stream for like the next 2-3 minutes. So Moff Gideon is quote unquote dead. He was essentially cloning himself, and he wanted to clone his clones to essentially have the Force. So he would have his own clone army. Original, I know. The fights were pretty good, and the fights between him and his troopers was actually fun. The Mandalorians retake Mandalore. The Darksaber gets crushed. So I guess that's the end of the Darksaber, unless they're able to rebuild it, I suppose. Mando essentially goes to... He doesn't end up working for the New Republic, but he's going to essentially... I guess this is going to be Mandalorian Season 4, I guess. He's essentially going to be hunting down Imperial remnants, because Grogu's officially no longer a foundling anymore, and he's the apprentice, so he has to go on this journey. So I guess him and the Mandalorian, Din Djarin, are going to go on a journey hunting Imperial remnants, so Grogu can become a full-on Mandalorian. And then Din Djarin comes back. They repair IG-11, by the way, and he's the new, I guess, marshal for Navarro. Din essentially gets his own little house just outside of town, quiet place, and literally the scene ends with him outside the house putting up his feet as he's sitting down. There's a pond out front of his house. Grogu's there, and he's using the Force to hover this frog over the water, and the show just ends that way. It's like a happy, idyllic ending, and I'm just like, okay, so you got a happy ending, but it's like, it really wasn't about, this season really wasn't about him or Grogu. The concentration really was on all these other characters and how they're gonna fit moving forward, and I think that was a disservice. Having 1 or 2 episodes, if you have one episode where it's Jin has to help Katie Sackhoff's character, who I'm forgetting too. I actually like her character. Her character from The Mandalorian and from Rebels and the Clone Wars. Bo-Katan. Yes, Bo-Katan. And he's kind of helping her reclaim the Darksaber, and they did 1 or 2 episodes, but it's still related to the overall plot too. Also, the whole thing with it just felt anticlimactic too. I enjoyed it, but it was anticlimactic too. You just kind of kill off Moff Gideon and the clones, And you can really see now that they're really setting up the story for the sequel trilogy, and it's upsetting a lot of fans too. So I hope next season it's just the Mandalorian hunting down Imperial remnants, but he fails though. We know he fails. If that's the case, then we know he fails and he stops it because the First Order rises regardless. So you know he's going to fail. And this is the problem I have when you know what's going to happen, because the sequels already happened. So you know that the First Order is rising. You know that Thrawn is coming because of the Ahsoka trailer. You know that he's probably going to die, right? And what's left is going to become the First Order. You know the Shadow Council's there. They're floating around somewhere. They probably know that Gideon's there. You know that they're trying to rebuild the Empire. And you know there's Sith cultists out there. They're trying to clone the Emperor and bring him back. So a lot of the stuff that's coming out, I'm excited for Ahsoka because I want to know what happens with everything that's going to happen with everybody. I don't know, man. Like, you know, all these things are going to happen. And you know that's going to lead up to the sequels, and I felt like it's gonna hurt the story. That's why I think that maybe in Ahsoka, you veer away the timeline. That's what I think. So you go back to that world of mirrors, and you do something that changes the timeline, you know, for the better, I guess. And I think for Mandalorian season, I mean, we'll see what happens. I generally enjoyed the season, but the story gripes to me, it's just like you make Din Djarin and the story of Din Djarin and Grogu like less important. You know what I mean? It's just like it doesn't feel great. And everybody likes those two. We like that idea. So I guess like he's also we don't know who the spy was. Apparently there was no spy unless they're gonna reveal it next season on the Mandalorian. There was no theory. They carefully wrapped everything up in the series and gave everybody a happy ending, but it's just it wasn't satisfying, you know, because they have to lead up. And I'm wondering now, and I'm not blaming Kathleen Kennedy or anything like that, but I do blame her for not having a clear-cut plan for the sequel trilogy. They really needed to like tell like a definitive 3-part story, and they didn't do that. And that's really hurt Star Wars moving forward. The sequel trilogy has really hurt Star Wars because everything has to like make sense now, and it's being fit into this box. And the box is this tiny box, and it has to make sense. So you have more clarity into like why everything is led. Do you remember the scene in not The Force Awakens, in The Rise of Skywalker, right? Where they have to use this Sith cultist dagger to find out where on this crashed starship there's like something that they were looking for, and they're looking through the dagger at the ship, and it's at the perfect angle where you can easily find out where that object, that room is, where that object is, so they can find. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, dang, this is like fucking stupid. How did you know that it would have to be at a specific angle then? Or you can look at it at any angle. I don't know. It was so silly. And there was like so many problems with it, man. So many problems. And it was like, his motivations didn't make any sense. And you can say that Snoke, this guy's a Jedi Master, Luke Skywalker. I understand that maybe he was hiding. I understand him like breaking apart. My idea was, if I had to rewrite it, and we're going into pure fan fiction now, I'm sorry for the diatribe. With The Force Awakens, right? It relatively stays the same. But when you go into, you realize slowly that, and this is from Han too, people found out that Darth Vader was Anakin Skywalker, and it caused this huge uproar because there's this hero of the old Republic, of the previous Republic, right? Of the Clone Wars, and then he was instrumental in the downfall of the Republic and the rise of the Empire, and everything that happened, and everything that happened too, and that not Padme, but Leia Organa was his biological daughter, Luke Skywalker. They're related. And there's like this anti-force movement. So they forced Luke to say, you cannot have a Jedi Academy. So Luke decides, I'm going to secretly break up the academy publicly, but train the Jedi, and we'll essentially be like space nomads now. So the academy's broken up. All my students are now broken up now. They're all Jedi now, but they're all like space nomads. And we'll be like essentially like wandering adventurers, like fighting for justice, like wandering knights essentially, fighting for justice and whatnot too. But we have to like basically hide in the shadows because we don't want to be jailed and put into like a Republic jail too. While that's happening too, there's like a conspiracy for and begins the rise of the First Order, where there's Imperial remnants still around. They want to essentially revive Palpatine, but it's all a farce though. Instead of like the reviving Palpatine, which was one of their problems, the Imperials are also like, fuck the Sith, we're better off without them. So the whole movie is it's a movie based off like this lie that everyone thinks they're reviving Palpatine. Something along those lines. You didn't have to like bring back Palpatine. And it'll be interesting too, the dynamic that like the Jedi are rising too, and the whole thing with Kylo Ren too. He ultimately, I think, he could have been like the main bad guy originally. I think it was in the Rian Johnson script, not the Rian Johnson, it was somebody else that wrote a script too, and it was like this. And Rey was like this ancient Sith that they imprisoned, and because of her like imprisonment, she essentially like her memory was lost, and she became like a Jedi. She lost her memories too. In essence, I like the idea that you can always the Force has to be in balance. You can't just get rid of all the Sith, because all the Sith keep balancing the Force, and that's what happens when all the Jedi killed all the Sith. The light was so bright, it hid you from the shadows. The shadows were hidden by all the light, so then the shadows could rise again, and that was Plagueis, and that was Sidious, and then Vader. But then the dark rose so powerfully, the light was able to hide itself, so it can rise again too. So the idea is like Kylo Ren essentially becomes a personification, and you can bring in like ties with like the brother from like Rebels, right, or from the Clone Wars, and tie all that stuff together. So it sounded like a little bit disjointed, but like you can tie all these things together too. And ultimately, I think Kylo Ren could have been, and his Knights of Ren could have been like the new Sith Order, right? You could have pushed forward, and that the idea was, I think, that essentially you would capture Kylo and keep him essentially in this specialized Force prison and keep him there too, because you need there to be balance in the Force. And then Rey and Luke and Ahsoka and whatnot, that's your new Jedi Order. And then the new Jedi would rise up, and instead of having this formal like academy or this formal order, essentially you would have space nomads. You would have like this monastic order that's more like the Grey Jedi, and they would just go forth, and they would have a creed or a code and go forth and do good deeds and share information amongst each other. But they wouldn't be like the old Jedi Order, where they became so like straight-laced and so by the book and so stringent that they couldn't see like the evil rising around them, and how they were being manipulated by Chancellor Palpatine. You know what I mean? And I think that would have been good. Dude, you could have easily protected Luke. And if you wanted Luke to die, kill him off in the Rise of Skywalker, where Kylo Ren is at the point of like no return. He kills him. He becomes like a true Sith with like the red and yellow eyes, or you give him like the pure blood red eye, and he becomes like pure Sith. Right? He's like, I've crossed the Rubicon now. I am fully entrenched in the dark side. I have killed everything that I've ever cared about, because it's all about power. It's all about enforcing my will upon the galaxy. And Rey decides not to kill him and traps him in this Force prison to keep him there. Because I think in that script it was Palpatine essentially trapped this ancient Sith. And he was like, and Palpatine was using him for information to learn more about the dark side. And that's where you could have done more about like, you could have slowly edged into, hey, there's something in the Outer Rim that Palpatine was looking for, and that could have been maybe the Return of the Rakatan, or this other like race from the Expanded Universe. Forget what they were called. but they're essentially the dark side users, right? I think that could have done something along that too, but they didn't do that. And instead, like, everybody fucking... I like where Ryan Johnson was going to, but I think deconstructing Jedi, I think, was a good thing. I didn't like how he approached it, though, at the end of the day. And then Rise of Skywalker was silly. I don't know why. I did like her lightsaber at the end where, like, it's like a wheel that you just, like, flip and then the blade turns. Like, she had, like, a yellow blade. I thought that was pretty sick. Other than that, it's fine. Kennedy. I see the lines there. Maybe as like an alternate design. I actually kind of like it, to be honest with you, too. But the thing is, you have to clearly see, like, the lions, right? I know. Here's the thing. Oh, shit. Let me not. I clearly know it says lions from when she changes it there, too. Not because I know from the previous image that it's lions. So now that I know that it says lions, I clearly see the lions. But I think that if you just showed the person this, I don't know if initially they would see the lions. They'll see the image of like a lion, but I don't know if they'll see the actual word lions there. Okay. This man is Chris Berman, fucking great NFL broadcaster. Yeah, that's true too. They would not cover this. Yep. That's true too. No, India doesn't have the political will or the money necessary to do that. Fang. Okay, so that's not a good stat. 3-6 without Green in regular season. They're right about sorry about the sports talk, but they're right. The Kings got young legs too, and you're seeing the age of the Warriors too, which is surprising too. And in sports terms, like their age is relatively like old. That's why like a 30-year-old running back has like so much like tread on the tires. That's when you start you start looking at shopping for a new running back. Why is Oklahoma City bombing? Was there another bombing? Oh, okay. It's just okay. This was what? It was 4/19. Okay, it's the anniversary of the Oklahoma City bombing. Okay, enough of this. This is actually something I saw on Twitter. Take a look at it too. Tradition of Violence is a podcast about deputy gangs that operate within LA County Sheriff's Department. The host, Cerise Castle, wrote The History of Deputy Gangs in LA from Knock LA, exposing the 50-year reign of terror and murder. I'm going to be watching this on my own, so I'm not going to recommend or not recommend it too, but it sounds very, very interesting. So I do want to listen to that on my own time. So let's listen to this. Trump undercuts DeSantis.
Presented by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Hey, good morning. I'm Playbook Editor Mike DeBonis. It's Wednesday, April 19th. There's a few big stories we're watching today. First off, we've got the Jack the Dripper story. It heads to Capitol Hill. Members of the Senate are set to get a classified briefing this afternoon on the leaks of classified documents that were allegedly perpetrated by Jack Teixeira, the Massachusetts National Guardsman. We're also on the lookout today for Supreme Court action on the big abortion pill case. You'll recall that a federal appeals court last week restricted access to the abortion pill. The Supreme Court laid out an emergency order, which expires right at midnight tonight. So we're expecting the court to lay out its next steps at some point today. And we're also processing the big media news yesterday, the surprise settlement in Dominion's lawsuit against Fox News, who have now agreed to pay $787 million to settle defamation claims related to the 2020 election. But this may not be the end of the story, though. Fox still faces litigation from another voting machine company, Smartmatic, and the company's shareholders are also expected to file lawsuits based on the allegations exposed in Dominion's suit. So yesterday was also a big day in the brewing Republican rivalry between Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. I've got Playbook co-author Rachel Bate on the line. She was following this visit. Hey, Rachel.
Good morning.
So you did a lot of reporting around this, the DeSantis visit to the Hill, and this was supposed to be sort of a little bit of a moment in the sun for DeSantis, kind of reveling in his status as the number one challenger to Donald Trump and probably the best positioned guy to take the nomination from him. But that's not exactly what happened, is it?
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, in the 24 hours leading to this much anticipated meeting between him and a lot of his former colleagues in the House, we saw a number of Florida Republicans come out and endorse Donald Trump, which was a pretty pointed jab. John Rutherford and Greg Steube were the first two. Brian Mast, who is another Florida Republican who is said to be pretty close to DeSantis, surprised some people when he told CNN that he would be not only endorsing Trump, but cheering veterans for Trump. And then we also saw a Republican lawmaker, Lance Gooden from Texas, literally walk out of the meeting with DeSantis last night and declare that he would support Trump, which was probably the sickest burn of the day.
Yeah, that's ice cold.
It's brutal. In fact, like I was on the phone with someone in Trump's orbit at the exact meeting that sort of went viral, and the person told me, quote, "It's killer. We didn't even know he was going to do this," in terms of Lance Gooden.
So that's the question. Like, was this a coordinated ambush, or, what was this? I mean, it seems like it was just very well stage managed on Trump's part. If this was in fact planned in advance.
Yeah, some of it certainly was. I made some calls to Trump World last night to get a download on this. It turns out that over the weekend when Trump was in Tennessee, Senator Bill Hagerty set up this meeting between Trump and a lot of the Tennessee Republican lawmakers and basically just gabbed with them and at one point asked them if they would be willing to endorse him. And a lot of them did, almost the whole delegation did. And so Trump's camp, it sort of got them thinking, okay, well, this was pretty easy. Could we do the same thing with Florida? And at the time, Trump has already received a number of endorsements from Florida Republicans, four, I believe, at the time. But, with DeSantis coming to the Hill, they were wondering if they could sort of grow those numbers. And so Trump officials fired off a number of emails to various Republicans in Florida who had not endorsed, saying, look, Trump is interested in your support. If you'll join our team, please let us know. And they were, again, surprised by the sheer enthusiasm they heard. And they are telling me that more are coming, if not,
right.
In the next 24 hours, in the next week or so. So this is not the end of it.
This, of course, is like a member by member decision, obviously. And you spoke to one member, Greg Steube, and he sort of explained his calculus pretty frankly, right? I mean, what did he tell you?
It was quite shocking. He was very blunt. Steube, who's been in Congress for 5 years, said that he has on a number of occasions reached out to DeSantis to try to get a meeting with him to talk about Florida politics, et cetera. And every time he had been snubbed. He said that DeSantis had done a number of events in his own district and either he wasn't invited or...
You gotta play nice. And I think one of the things that, like, DeSantis flubs, and you're seeing the cracks now, he doesn't play nice with a lot of other Republicans. And unlike Trump, right, from and this is from Trump's like business dealings, he understands you gotta play nice with certain people. That's why he's willing to he might take a jab at you, but he's willing to work with you too, because he understands that's what's good for business. DeSantis is very much more like an authoritarian. You kiss the ring, and if you're loyal, I'll make sure you're fine. But like, he doesn't play nice with people. That's a big thing too. And the Stubby thing is very telling, because people are gonna leave you for Donald Trump. And they're going to talk more about it. I know where they're going with this.
A few times he was actually invited to do like press conferences with DeSantis, and then when he showed up, he was told that he was not allowed to be part of the event. So
can't do
he had
that.
some choice words about DeSantis and the fact that DeSantis all of a sudden wants to be friends with him.
Right.
He also told me this story about how when he was in the ICU of the hospital after he had this fall cutting trees just a few weeks ago.
Right.
And he actually took time off Congress for this. Trump was one of the first people to call him and ask him how he was doing. He never heard anything from DeSantis. So,
right, and this all plays into this narrative that like Ron DeSantis, for all
this
his
stuff matters, believe it or not,
been quite aloof and ill-suited to sort of the retail politics that you expect from certainly a governor. But
so
also
when
a president.
when they're referring to like retail politics, you probably hear this term too. Number one, so DeSantis, when he was in the House, he was very aloof. He didn't really he kept to himself a lot. Like, it was known that like after sessions, he would put in like his AirPods or like his headphones or whatever, and he would just like walk to his office or walk to like lunch or something like that, and he would normally eat alone. He's very much aloof and very much a loner, which seems strange too, which is fine for a congressman, right? You can be aloof and, play up in your district that you're a man of the people and whatnot and get reelected over and over again. But when you're running for president, you need friends. So you need to take part in quote unquote retail politics. You have to be personable, right? If you ever go to a store and like people at the store will approach you, like the actual people who work there, like, hey, do you need help like that? You have to be like that. You have to be a salesman, and you have to get people to like you, and you have to promise things, right? Things like that. You have to be personable. That's not DeSantis. That's why his national profile is diminishing slowly but surely. And I'm wondering if he becomes a front runner and you get him in front of a debate stage. Notice too that like anytime there's opposition to him, he just doesn't answer the question. He moves on. You can't do that with the national media. You have to confront them. That's the reason why people like Donald Trump. He like stuck it to like mainstream media. He did. Like, he was very confrontational with them. He'll call them out. He'll call them fake news, and people like that about him. That's not DeSantis. He does the mannerisms. He talks like him a little bit too. And the whole thing with Disney, I don't know what the fuck he's doing with Disney. You're pushing Disney to sue you or to leave Florida. And if they leave Central Florida, you're gonna see that Florida economy crash. I'm telling you, do not play this game with Disney. I don't get like the anti-woke stuff, firing everybody from that old administration of that board that takes that covers a lot of things too, and then you're forcing Disney's hands. They'll tie you up in litigation. It's so silly he's picking this fight because he wants to get the anti-woke crowd like on his side. They're on your side, but the problem is you're not the original guy. He has to run. Like, that's the thing. He has to run. He's setting himself up to run, but it's just he's not doing a good job.
Then he doesn't seem to have that sort of backslapping touch.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we've written stories before about Republicans on the Hill who have said he was sort of quiet. He kept to himself here on Capitol Hill. But a lot of his former colleagues, back then were saying they were ready to support him. I do think it's really telling, though, that Republicans in the Florida delegation, easy allies in theory, are not and are flocking to Trump right now. I mean, this is going to be a problem for him.
So that was yesterday. What are you watching today, Rachel?
Okay, today. So Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas is going to be on Capitol Hill, and he's going to be testifying before a pretty hostile committee, the House Homeland Committee. And that comes about 24 hours after a blockbuster story ran in the New York Times where Homeland Chairman Mark Green was reported to have been telling a bunch of Republican donors that he was prepared to impeach Mayorkas. So we're definitely going to see some fireworks, I think, in the committee today.
We'll be watching. Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you.
And for your schedule today, as Rachel mentioned, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas will be before the House Homeland Security Committee at 10 a.m. On the Senate side, the new IRS Commissioner, Dan Werfel, will testify before the Finance Committee for the first time as commissioner at 10 a.m. And Elton John, yes, that Elton John, will testify at a Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing at 10 a.m. on international AIDS funding. And here's some news that senators can use. Bloomberg reports that Senator Todd Young of Indiana has officially inherited the storied candy desk from the retired Pat Toomey, and he's stocking it with all sorts of Hoosier confections, including, I am proud to point out, Albanese gummy bears from my hometown of Hobart, Indiana, which I highly recommend. They put that Haribo trash to shame. For an expanded schedule of everything happening in DC today and more reporting, please check out the newsletter at politico.com/playbook. I'm Mike DeBonis. Thanks for listening.
To meet America's growing challenges, like updating crumbling roads and bridges, addressing water quality.
So that's the end of that. I just want to play that too. So we will go to
Mycelis from the Midas Touch Network. An important update to report on in Fulton County, Georgia, where the Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis has filed a major motion before Judge Robert McBurney in the Superior Court in Fulton County, where she requests that an attorney by the name of Kimberly Burrows DeBrow be disqualified from representing 10 of these fake electors at the same time. And these fake electors are individuals who unlawfully submitted their names to be counted instead of the real electors, based on the fact that President Biden won the election. And these electors, there were 16 of them in total in Georgia, but 10 of them are represented by Kimberly Burrows DeBrow. They all put their names on the certification claiming that Donald Trump won when Donald Trump lost Georgia. What you'll recall, and why this motion is so important, is that previously we reported on what was taking place in what was called a special purpose grand jury. And the special purpose grand jury was impaneled to make a report and recommendations for possible criminal indictments in connection with the Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis's ongoing criminal investigation into election interference in the 2020 election. They finished their job. They prepared their report. We don't yet know their recommendations because that's still confidential and it's still under seal. We believe one of their recommendations was for Donald Trump to be criminally indicted and for these fake electors to be criminally indicted. But the process in Georgia is that the special purpose grand jury makes recommendations, but then a actual grand jury has to be impaneled the same way there was an actual grand jury impaneled in Manhattan. And the actual grand jury in Fulton County, like the one in Manhattan, they then make the vote, and they vote to criminally indict or not criminally indict people like Donald Trump. And so that is now what Fani Willis is preparing for, basically taking those recommendations and bringing them before a grand jury in addition to potential other evidence. And so the grand jury that's supposed to be impaneled in Fulton County, that's supposed to take place in May. So I would expect indictments to come out of Fulton County, Georgia, late May to mid-June. I would be shocked if it happened after July, but the time frame I think would be from May to July when we'll see a criminal indictment of Donald Trump and others.
Could you imagine that? He's going to be dealing with the fucking 2 criminal indictments, one in New York and one in Georgia. You know, he already has the civil indictments for the E. Carol something. I forget her last name. He's dealing with that too in another one, I believe, as well. That is nuts, dude. While he's running for president, his numbers in the Republican primary are going to shoot through the roof. but in the general, they're going to sink.
In County, Georgia. But in any event, we haven't really heard much news about what's gone on since that special purpose grand jury prepared its report, and as we wait for the actual grand jury to be impaneled in May. But this is an important update, and what we're learning from this filing, which is styled as a motion to disqualify this attorney, Kimberly Burroughs Dubrow, is that the Fulton County District Attorney has been making a lot of, or been having a lot of interviews with these fake electors. And what's become clear is that these fake electors are no longer all working together. And so a lot of these fake electors now may be changing their tune and may be willing to testify against some of these other fake electors. And who are these fake electors? They're some of the most prominent Republicans in the state of Georgia who went along with Donald Trump's scheme, because, you know, what does MAGA stand for? Make attorneys get attorneys. And it also stands for basically making these legislatures and legislators who support Donald Trump get criminal liability as well here. And both of those sayings are proven true here, with attorney Kimberly Burroughs Dubrow being accused by District Attorney Fani Willis of engaging in unethical behavior. And now, as this motion points out, because these fake electors are pointing the fingers at each other, it is unethical, the district attorney argues, for Kimberly Burroughs Dubrow to try to represent all of them. They have what's called an unwaivable conflict, the district attorney argues. So even if they at first waived potential conflicts of interest in a lawyer representing clients that have interests against each other, what the district attorney says, you can't waive these conflicts. And what the district attorney accuses this lawyer of doing is basically just trying to make sure that all of these fake electors have the same exact story, even though if they separately were to testify, they would testify against each other. And how would we know they would testify against each other? Well, in this motion, Fani Willis points out that she's been conducting interviews with some of these fake electors. And she says in this motion that some of the fake electors said, pointed fingers at each other, number one. But two, some of these fake electors also stated that they never even had an offer conveyed to them that if they testified against other fake electors, that they could receive immunity. In other words, what Fani Willis is accusing this attorney, Kimberly Burroughs Dubrow, of doing is not conveying the offer of potential immunity so that these fake electors would keep their stories together, even if it was not the true story, and that they would ultimately not tell the truth before the special purpose grand jury. But now as Fani Willis is preparing to go before the grand jury, and these fake electors are like, oh crap, this is real now, like we're going to get criminally indicted, they're all saying, hey, we wish we would have known that we could have got immunity for testifying before the special purpose grand jury. We wish that we were told that. And they're claiming, according to the district attorney in this filing, that Kimberly Burroughs Dubrow was not even telling us that we could have potentially gotten an immunity offer. So let me read for you some key portions of this motion. It says, comes now District Attorney Fani Willis, and it moves this court to disqualify Kimberly Burroughs Dubrow in her simultaneous representation of multiple parties in this matter. The introduction then goes on to explain how the Georgia rules of professional conduct plainly state that a lawyer shall not represent or continue to represent a client if there is a significant risk that the lawyer's own interest or the lawyer's duties to another client, former client, or third person will materially and adversely affect the representation of the client. And then it goes on to say, even client consent, so a client waiving the conflict, client consent is not permissible if the representation, quote, includes the assertion of claim by one client against another client represented by the lawyer in the same or substantially same proceeding. So you can't get a waiver, this motion argues, if the clients are accused accusing each other of wrongdoing here. And then the motion goes on to say, accordingly, for the reasons set forth below, this lawyer should be disqualified. Kimberly Burrows Dubrow needs to be disqualified. The motion then sets forth the process of, on January 24th, 2022, the Fulton County Superior Court Chief Judge authorized the impaneling of the special purpose grand jury. It goes on to explain how during the course of her investigation, the district attorney learned that attorneys Holly Pearson and Kimberly Burrows Dubrow had been retained to simultaneously represent 11 relevant clients, and then they list who those individuals were. These are the fake electors, each of who had signed their names to the false certificate of vote purporting to be duly elected and qualified presidential electors for the state of Georgia. At the meeting on December 14, 2020, the motion goes on to say that in July of 2022, this court directed the Fulton County District Attorney's Office election investigation team to have conversations with Pearson and Dubrow about immunity for their clients. And the motion goes on to say that while these offers of immunity were made, it doesn't seem like Pearson and Dubrow conveyed that to their client. The motion goes on to say how on October 3rd, 2022...
I'm just letting Ben here cook, because he does a good job explaining all this.
There was another motion to disqualify filed. So last year, 2022, Fani Willis filed a motion to disqualify Pearson and Burrows because they were representing 11 of these fake electors. And ultimately, what the court said is that the lawyers would have to decide if they were going to represent just one of these fake electors, David Schaefer, or if they were going to represent 10 others, because there was a conflict between Schaefer and the 10 others. Ultimately, these lawyers, Pearson and Dubrow, asked the judge, hey, can Pearson represent Schaefer, and then can Dubrow represent the 10 others? And the motion goes on to say that this court reluctantly allowed that to take place, but the court represented or reflected on the fact that there could be an ethical mess taking place here. So now what Fani Willis says in this motion is that the issue of representation of the current status quo of Ms. Dubrow representing 10 of the electors has reached a, quote, impracticable and ethical mess, as events in the past week have shown. Now, this is key. On April 12, 2023 and April 14, 2023, members of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office interviewed certain of the electors represented by Ms. Dubrow, with Ms. Dubrow in attendance. During these interviews, some of the electors stated that another elector represented by Ms. Dubrow committed acts that are violations of Georgia law and that they are not a party to these additional acts. Additionally, in these interviews, some of the electors represented by Ms. Dubrow told members of the investigation team that no potential offer of immunity was ever brought to them in 2022, which is in direct conflict with Ms. Dubrow's co-counsel, Ms. Pearson's representation to this court on August of 2022. So here, District Attorney Fani Willis is saying these fake electors who are on the verge of being criminally indicted, they want to tell on each other. And based on this current representation structure, they're feeling constrained to do so. And also, they didn't even know, they weren't even told that some of them could have got immunity if they would have told on each other. And they're saying that was a shock to them. And so here, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis is saying that these lawyers, Pearson and Dubrow, acted unethically, and they need to be disqualified from this matter. While it is important that this motion on disqualification is explained, what it tells us about the ongoing criminal investigation by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, I think, is also important. That the Fulton County District Attorney is making monumental progress in its criminal investigation into these fake electors, into Donald Trump. That it is getting increasingly ready to present before an actual grand jury, and that indictments are actually imminent now. Does imminent mean end of May? Does imminent mean June? I believe so. I think it's before July. That's what this data tracks right here. But this is major movement. So if you were wondering, hey, I heard a lot about Fulton County, Georgia, and what Fani Willis was doing, what is going on now? Well, this is what's going on now. She's conducting these interviews. Some of these fake electors are flipping on each other. Some of these fake electors are saying their lawyers weren't giving them information. Fani Willis seems like she's doing a great job, and the district's attorney's office has these fake electors on their heels right now, and this has got to be very alarming to Donald Trump as well. I think you should expect a Donald Trump criminal indictment out of Fulton County, Georgia before July, as well as many of these fake electors, as well as many of the individuals in Donald Trump's orbit who aided and abetted his criminal election interference. I'm Ben Meiselas from the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. We're on our way to 1.5 million subscribers, so please hit subscribe right now. Also, check us out at patreon.com/Midas Touch, patreon.com/Midas Touch. In addition to our Patreon, you can check us out wherever you get audio podcasts. Just search the Midas Touch podcast. It's free. All right, it's free to subscribe to this YouTube, so please subscribe to this YouTube channel right now. Help us get to 1.5 million subscribers.
Dude, they're relatively new. They already have 1.1 million subscribers. Great job, man. Growing. So currently, you do have a Defense State Department Inspector General testifying in the Afghanistan withdrawal. This is another one of those sham Republican hearings. So I saw some things like pop off. So we'll start here with Aaron Rupar, and I saved him a bookmark.
Members of Joe Biden's family and their business with the Bidens. Have you found anything illegal while he was actually in office?
Well, we found a lot that's certainly unethical. We found a lot that should be illegal. The line is blurry as to what is legal and not legal with respect to family influence peddling.
So, as chairman of the House...
I mean, if you think it should be illegal, then send in possible indictments to the Department of Justice then. Send recommendations then for an indictment then. Because I can tell you right now, there was a lot of things under the past administration that should have been fucking illegal. I'm still wondering about that, what the $2 billion the Saudis gave to Jared Kushner, who was actually a member of the administration.
Up to 5,000 prisoners by March 10th, 2020. Moreover, your report establishes that the Trump administration actually pressured the Afghan government to agree to this condition.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It does this thing with the video.
2020. Moreover, your report establishes that the Trump administration actually pressured the Afghan government to agree to this condition. Mr. Sopko, isn't it correct that the Afghan government initially opposed the release of these Taliban and terrorist prisoners?
You're correct.
And how did the Trump administration specifically work to pressure or coerce the Afghan government to agree to this prisoner exchange?
I believe it may have been Secretary of State Pompeo, I believe our report indicates, may have actually threatened funding to the Afghan government. I believe. I'd have to double check.
Secretary Pompeo, according to the report, threatened to withhold U.S. aid.
That's correct.
If they didn't go along with it. So just to get the picture straight, President Trump excludes the Afghan government from the negotiation, takes it upon himself to work directly with the Taliban, then negotiates a provision for the release of 5,000 Taliban fighters, including terrorists. The Afghan government opposes it, and in order to coerce them to go along with it, Secretary Pompeo says he'll withhold aid. The government goes along with it, and then the disaster ensues. Now, obviously, that infusion of thousands of new fighters didn't necessarily make the difference, but it certainly made a pretty big difference. Your report tells a shocking story indeed. I thank you for your service, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Jamie Raskin, always with the dunks. Oh yeah, this is like low-hanging fruit, but we saw like a video too yesterday about this too. Stop the Steal founder Alexander is accused of asking a 17-year-old boy for naked pics and pressuring a 15-year-old boy to have sex with them. Whereas the outcry from all the MAGA hypocrites who constantly attack liberals as being groomers. That is true. So far, ChatGPT is about what you expect from a summer law clerk who just finished 1L year with a 2.0 GPA. It's not good enough too. I saw some kid who didn't like properly like edit his paper. He asked ChatGPT to essentially write him a paper about this Shakespeare short story. And so when you ask ChatGPT to do something, it will hey, Ovi Susu, I appreciate the follow. Have a nice streaming. If you can follow back, it will be nice. I will do that. I appreciate it. Thank you again for following too. Just doing some news coverage like this morning. I'm probably going to I need to grab some more coffee too. Probably gonna grab some more coffee and get like a bagel too. But yeah, I was just talking about ChatGPT. There was a story about this kid. I think it was a college student. He was he was writing a paper on a specific play or short story, or was a small one of the lesser known stories for Shakespeare, lesser known plays from Shakespeare. And when you ask ChatGPT to write you something, there's a prompt that shows up, right, that essentially tells you that it reiterates the question back to you, right, telling you that it'll look into it, and it gives you his idea, but identifies itself as ChatGPT. And he forgot to remove that prompt from the paper, and he essentially copy pasted it. And the teacher just circled it. The professor circled it and says, rewrite this without the use of ChatGPT. It was the dumbest thing in the world too. But yeah, it's not good enough to get you through law school or something like that too. It did take someone's LSAT. It took if you don't know, for not the LSAT but the bar exam, it did the MBE, and it got 50% of the questions right. You're not going to pass the bar exam by getting 50% of the multiple choice questions. There's 200 multiple choice questions for the MBE section for the bar exam, for what my friends who are lawyers told me. You need close to 65 to 70. If you get over 70+% on the MBE section, it's a good chance you're going to pass the bar. But getting 50% of them right, you're guaranteed to fail. Because you have to do so well on either the state portion, if your state has a state portion, or on the written portion, if you're taking the UBE. The written portion gets so high that it recovers the other 50% that you got wrong in the MBE, which is near impossible. So you failed. So it's the AI revolution is not there, folks, too. So I don't know what to tell you. Let's see. We'll keep Twitter up. Listen, look for work now. It's a red hot job market. It is hard to find. It's hard to find a lot of workers who want to work for cheap too. So companies are being forced to raise their wages. And I'm telling you right now, I remember during the pandemic for a bunch of my friends, again, just going back to using my lawyer friends as an example, a lot of them were being offered huge bonuses to stay. Not all of them stayed. The vast majority of them left. But one guy was offered a $65,000 bonus to stay for at least another year. Straight up. Told him, we'll give you $65K just to stay for at least another year. Because they were losing out to other firms because they were willing to pay out what they wanted. I'm telling you, it is a buyer's market right now. Go get yourself, am I using that term correctly? Buyer, seller's market? Whatever the correct term is. Go, if you're looking for a job, go get one too. You can get a good high paying job. I'm telling you. You just have to apply, which I'm doing right now too. But I want this to kind of grow too. I'm hedging my bets in a lot of different baskets too. But the job market and this too. If I can get this going, it'll be A-okay. I want to corner the morning market here on Kick and on YouTube as well for the news. So I try to give you a fair and balanced take on the news, but I gotta tell you, man, the cons just do a bad job of that.
All that stuff has
Let's play this from the beginning.
Wokeism in the United States with these people that are going around saying if a kid says they're a dog or cat in school, that's good.
You think that'll stop mass shootings?
I think it's a start in a way. All that stuff.
Has that happened? People said their dogs and cats in schools?
Oh yeah, in Illinois. Oh yeah, it's going on. They put litter boxes out for them in the schools.
I think that's not true, actually. Those are not true.
I think it is true, and I think if you did your reporting, you would find out it's true. Honestly, you just look it up. Look up furries in Highland, Illinois.
Okay.
See what you come up with.
Look up furries, Highland, Illinois?
Yeah.
Okay. The only thing I see here for Highland, Illinois is lockdown lifted at Highland Park High School. 5 students in custody. It looks like there were reports of a gun in the school.
Yeah, they always are calling in false reports.
Oh, here's another one about the cats. A school district has been hit with rumors saying that students who identify as cats are allowed to use litter boxes in the restroom. This is what you were talking about. The superintendent said it got so bad she had to send letters to students and parents on Monday. The rumor that our schools have litter boxes in the restrooms to accommodate individuals who are self-identifying as animals, this is simply and emphatically not true.
According to them, but I'm telling you, I hear from other people that go to the schools and stuff.
These guys, I think we saw a clip from like Kyle Kalinske too, of like one half of the Good Lies, the other, I forget, it's Jason Selvig and another guy too, and I always forget the other guy's name, and I apologize for that. But they got into the NRA again, and they did like a whole thoughts and prayers thing. Unless it was the last one too, but I think it was like the most recent one. But it was fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Let's see. See, and there should be like more things that like come up. Fox News isn't going to cover She is so doomer, man, Pam Keefe. She is so doomer. Like, the stuff that she posts is just... I like her, too, because every once in a while she has a good post, but goddamn, I feel like she's one of the accounts I need to start muting, because she is such, like, a loser mentality. From Florida, too. And it's because, like, the Republican gerrymandering, too. And, like, Florida Dems couldn't get their act together, too, and they had to bring up, like, a former Republican who's now a Democrat too, but like he was gonna lose to DeSantis too. But Jesus. But when he was on, I forget his name, I think it was Charlie Crist. Was it Charlie Crist? Yeah, I think it was Charlie Crist. When he was on the debate stage, he fucking DeSantis can't handle that. He might win in Florida. Nationally though, people are gonna see that he doesn't have the stuff. Because he wants to be Donald Trump, and he can't. He's too aloof, and he doesn't take part in retail politics the way Donald Trump can. When she said we lost in 2022, you talking about the House? You see what's happening in the House, right? That wasn't a great map for us in 2022 because of like what happened in New York and California with like all the gerrymandering and the people moving out. Too, like we lost seats as a direct result too. And like we own that we shouldn't have lost those 4 Long Island seats here in New York. We're gonna take them back. I assure you of that. And we're working in New York to make sure that happens. But like this mentality, like we keep losing more and more. No, we're not. We're winning more and more too. More often than not, we're winning. Wisconsin was a big win too. Look what happened in Tennessee. We have 2 like unknown Democrats in the lower chamber in Tennessee, in both Justin Pearson and Justin Jones, who have a national spotlight on them too. Like Gen Z's coming out more and more. Republicans keep shooting themselves in the foot with their extreme agendas, and they're going to keep doing that too, because they need to keep their base happy. Because if their base doesn't get what they want, they'll vote them out of office because they cornered themselves in these uncompetitive districts, and they're losing the middle of the country that they need. And the middle of the country is either not going to vote for them or vote for the Democrat. In either case, the Republicans lose, Pam. Jesus Christ. I think I will mute her. The next time I see another one of her tweets, I'm just going to mute her. That fucking like loser mentality that she has pisses me off, man. I'm so sick. I can see where IRI and... Oh my God, Fanny. You know what? Mute you now, Pam. They waited too long. You You understand like the political ramifications if like when you indict a former like president and the attacks that come from it. The fucking losers. One small step for humankind. Nancy Mace, yeah. That's why she's gonna get I don't know how red her district is. But I imagine there's gonna be a primary challenge sooner rather than later. And I think she knows it too. This is gonna be a big thing too. That's why I'm still on Twitter. Yeah, it's not official though, but it's a big deal. It's a big contract. And he's earned it too. He really has. Austin Theory. Good for him. Oh my God, the great Kali. Remember that era? Oh, that looks cool. Still haven't gotten a Switch yet.
Final months of the war, my Republican colleagues refused to examine the elephant on the battlefield, President Trump's disastrous decision to cut out the Afghan government and negotiate directly with the Taliban, and then to enter into a dangerously lopsided agreement with these authoritarian religious fanatics. In the Trump-Taliban agreement, or Doha agreement, Trump struck numerous bad deals and fateful bargains with the Taliban that would come back to haunt us, including the release of 5,000 Taliban fighters from prison, many of whom promptly rejoined the insurgents in their battle to recapture Kabul. Our colleagues have also conveniently ignored President Trump's decision just 4 days after Joe Biden was declared the winner of the presidential election to secretly order the withdrawal of all troops by January 15, 2021, a move that stunned his own military generals, in which Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley called, quote, odd, not standard, and potentially dangerous. After significant pushback, President Trump rescinded his secret order and replaced it with the directive to draw down to 2,500 troops. Months later, when President Trump begrudgingly left Washington under a cloud of bear mace and tear gas, he did so without providing the new administration any plans at all on how to safely withdraw the remaining U.S. troops or how to safely evacuate Americans and our Afghan allies within the strict timeline prescribed by Trump's Taliban agreement. This failure was not an accident, but was calculated to force Biden's hand. President Trump later bragged about this maneuver to rally with his supporters, stating, I forgot about this. All the troops are coming back home. They could not stop the process. They wanted to, but it was very tough to stop the process. Trump moved forward with the withdrawal of U.S. troops even as the Taliban increased violent attacks against the Afghan government and refused to sever ties with terrorist groups, including the Haqqani Network and Al-Qaeda.
God damn, man. And yes, this is most of my timeline. It's actually like actual news and like people watching like the fucking far right. It's not just a bunch of like fucking random people on like Twitter. These are people I actually follow. And sports. A ton of sports. Let's see here what's going on here.
Continuing to work on these issues, but as well as our aid workers and international community. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you, our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to submit the following into the record. November 7th, 2022 letter from you and Rep. Grothman to Inspector General Sopka. October 25th, 2022 letter from you and Rep. Grothman to Inspector General Sopka. June 22nd, 22 letter from the Office of the Special Inspector General.
All right, hold on. I'm going to be right back, folks. Let me get some more coffee.
And
then
2022
we'll
email exchange between individuals in the Office
keep watching this.
of CIGAR and the Department of State.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. And each of these documents discuss and provide evidence of the Biden administration's actions to evade cooperation with CIGAR, which has been working on 5 separate reports requested by Congress. These reports discuss the underlying causes that led to the rapid collapse of Afghanistan, Afghan National Defense and Security Forces, potential loss or compromise of U.S. reconstruction assistance resulting from the Taliban's return to power, the ramifications of the U.S. military and diplomatic withdrawal for national security and for the people of Afghanistan. Mr. Sopka, in particular, I thank you for your testimony. Last June, you informed this committee that the Biden administration was refusing to respond to requests for information. And you've given an update today. And quite frankly, I've not seen any public letters from the previous Democrat chair of this committee requesting that the administration comply and cooperate with you. You've indicated pretty conclusively that you've got a broad scope of information you need. You're not getting it. Sitting next to you are the inspector generals for those 3 agencies or departments. I hope that they will encourage that and look into that as well. But I want to specifically now direct the rest of my attention, Mr. Sopka, to you. There's been a number of public reports alleging that former President Ghani took money out when he fled. I know that you've tried to find it in your own report this time.
I'm not laughing about this. I'm laughing about something else on my second screen.
I want to get to that. There's new documents that you've received alleging additional funds transferred at that time. They indicate that tens of millions of dollars in cash and gold bullion spirited out of the country through Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and other neighboring countries. Can you elaborate on what you know so far and what more information you need from this administration to conduct that investigation?
Thank you very much for asking about that. That's a recent investigation that we've opened up. We have sources who have given us that information. I can't really discuss it in much detail, but it covers about the 6 months to a year before the actual collapse. This information indicates tens of millions of dollars, if we can confirm it, that's the thing, right, in gold bullion and in currency that left the country through those 3 stands, Uzbekistan, I think Tajikistan, and maybe Kyrgyzstan. I can't really tell you much more. We're digging into that information. It came to our attention recently. I will report back once we can. We don't know if we're going to be able to make the case. Some of this information is old. We're actually in the process of translating a lot of this information right now, but I can't really tell you much more. It seems credible to some of my investigators who have been working for me for 20 years and they're retired law enforcement agents, but we still don't know what we have.
Are you getting cooperation from U.S. agencies and departments in that investigation?
Yes, but they're law enforcement agencies. It's not the policy people at State and Aid and DOD.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about something else. And this is really, we were led to believe that the Afghan government and the Afghan military was going to be able to hold out for some significant period of time post.
Who told you that?
And not only that the government, even though
who told you that? No one believed that.
Their revenue for government purposes. We were told that they were going to be able to hang in there. How did the intelligence community get it so wrong?
I can't really speak for the intelligence community. I mean, when we briefed our reports to the intelligence community, we would always ask them, and I can't reveal what they're saying in unclassified, we'll always ask them is, are we wrong? And they would come back and say, no. So I don't know who was telling which administration that things were going really well, but if you read our reports, and if you read some of the reports from my fellow IGs, particularly the former DOD IG, you could not believe the Afghan government was going to survive, particularly when we withdrew our troops, particularly when we withdrew our air support, and particularly when we withdrew the contractors. I don't really know who would actually have thought the Afghan government was going to survive. And in January, I believe, I issued a report and talked to this committee, the January of that year, that the Air Force itself was saying that the Afghan Air Force, once the contractors left, would collapse within a matter of months. So everybody, this was the worst kept secret in Washington about the capability of the Afghan government to survive. Again, I'm just shocked. It's like the number 300,000 Afghan soldiers and police. I don't know who is telling the administration there were 300,000 Afghan soldiers and police toward the end. Nobody we talked to ever said that that number was near there. We had reports that half of those people were probably ghosts. We were paying their salaries, but they didn't exist. So, I mean, there's a lot of things floating around.
Unfortunately, this is the highest quality I can get.
In the intelligence community, not the people we were talking to, because they all agreed with our assessments, our negative assessments. I don't know who is putting this information out and what's the basis for it.
Thank you. My time's up.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Balint from Vermont for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today we've been examining mistakes made over this 20-year war that tragically cannot be undone at this point. So I want to focus now on one thing that Congress can and should address immediately, and that's the Afghan Adjustment Act. Vermont is proudly home to hundreds of Afghans who have been resettled in our state. And I was honored recently to meet with a man named Ashukala, who is an Afghan interpreter who worked alongside a Vermonter who served the U.S. Army in Afghanistan. Now, Ashukala and his wife reside in Vermont, and we are so grateful that they're now part of our community. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we've welcomed approximately 100,000 Afghan evacuees to the United States since the summer of 2021. But many of those allies were admitted only on a temporary basis. And right now, they live in fear of an uncertain future. And I talked to many of those folks in my hometown of Brattleboro, Vermont. In July of 2021, the House voted overwhelmingly and on a bipartisan basis to increase the capacity of the Afghan Special Immigration Visa Program. And that bill would have provided an additional 8,000 special immigrant visas and would have eased the burden on obtaining visas. Now, I ask unanimous consent to submit to the record an August 2021 USA Today article about that vote, which occurred as more Afghan territory continued to fall to the Taliban. And it stated, quote, "Some of the Republican House members who this week excoriated President Biden's strategy to pull U.S. troops out of Afghanistan and evacuate Afghan civilians voted last month against legislation to speed up the visa applications process for Afghan citizens. All 16 no votes were from Republicans, and 4 of those members sit on this very committee. Currently, evacuees have only 2 options for resolution: the asylum system or the Afghan Special Immigrant Visa Program. There are now well over 150,000 people currently trapped in Afghanistan awaiting processing through the Special Immigrant Visa Program, while more than 7,000, it's actually 70,000. 70,000 Afghans, many of whom fought alongside our troops, are currently in the United States living in legal limbo. So, Ms. Shaw, is it fair to say that the Special Immigrant Visa Program is severely overburdened and needs resources?
Thank you so much for that question. That is a serious area of oversight for us. As you noted, there are more than 150,000 SIV applications still pending. And so our work has found, prior to the evacuation and our current work and ongoing work, I think are trending in this direction as well, that while some progress has been made to try to streamline the process and to better resource it, there's still plenty of room for improvement. Processing times still exceed well beyond that 9-month target stated in statute. And so I will note that the department from April 2021 until 2022 did increase their processing rate by about 15 times. So we're seeing progress, but there's still that significant backlog, and so it's a major area of focus for our work.
And following up on that, Ms. Shaw, you said it's a 9-month turnaround in statute. Where are we right now with the timeline? What's the average timeline for one of these folks waiting for relief?
So I don't have averages as of today, but our past work, which looked at averages in the 2020 time period, showed that although we couldn't get a definitive answer on every phase of the process because of how some of the data comes in, we did determine that just 2 of the 4 phases were resulting in average processing times of more than 17 months. And so you can sort of extrapolate from there.
So years?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Ms. Shaw, so is it fair to say that neither the asylum system or the SIV program can provide timely assistance right now to these individuals who need relief?
So it is true that they can't provide that right now for every person in the backlog, but there are recommendations pending in our work that certainly could help improve the situation, and we hope to be able to offer additional recommendations.
So simply put, I just want to say, you know, our partners deserve better. This is not acceptable. And I ask my Republican colleagues to recognize the urgency of this effort and join Democrats in passing a bipartisan Afghan Adjustment Act that will make good to these people who risk their lives alongside of our servicemen and women. Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Chair recognizes Mr. LaTurner from Kansas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the summer of 2021, there was much debate in Congress regarding American military presence in Afghanistan. There was passionate discourse, even within the Republican Party, over the matter. But nearly 2 years later, we've reached a policy consensus. The Biden administration's botched withdrawal from Afghanistan was an unmitigated disaster. Despite 4 months of prep time, the failed evacuation was marred by poor decision-making and incoherent operational logistics every step of the way. This began with President choosing to make the State Department responsible for withdrawal rather than allowing our military leadership at DoD to determine how best to protect our service members and American interest. Abandoning Bagram, our most strategic and fortified foothold in Afghanistan, before the evacuation was even complete, led to thousands of Americans and SIV holders stranded behind enemy lines. The premature abandonment also left the Taliban armed with a vast arsenal of American military equipment, approximately 23,000 armored vehicles and 165 helicopters or fixed-wing aircraft, in addition to 550,000 firearms, which were promptly turned upon the people of Afghanistan.
I know I said I was going to step away for a minute, but I was going to look at a couple of things on the side here while this hearing goes off.
Or a degree in foreign affairs to realize terms of withdrawal negotiated with a terrorist state, one that openly chants death to America, shouldn't be taken at face value. President Biden's decision to entrust our enemies to secure our perimeter around Kabul's airport as the city descended into chaos and violence resulted in the death of 13 brave United States service members. Weeks before this debacle unfolded, President Biden made the ill-fated prediction that, and I quote, "There's going to be no circumstance for you to see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy of the United States from Afghanistan." Just 36 days later, we saw people being lifted off the roof of an embassy of the United States from Afghanistan. The disastrous withdrawal has lasting implications beyond the fact that we now lack a militaristic presence in the preeminent terrorism hub of the world, the region in which the 9/11 attacks were plotted. Chinese state media openly refer to the Afghan effect as an accelerant of international instability, which has emboldened them to increasingly test the waters regarding an invasion of Taiwan. Vladimir Putin witnessed this weakness and lack of leadership and started building up troops on Ukraine's border a mere month later. Our botched evacuation underscores much of the geopolitical upheaval we're witnessing today, and it all could have been avoided had the Biden administration simply not rushed our withdrawal to meet an arbitrary deadline. President Biden is our commander-in-chief, and the buck stops with him. For Mr. Storch and Ms. Shaw, no American service members were killed in action between the signing of the Doha Agreement and President Trump's departure from office. The Doha Agreement was conditions-based, but the Taliban wasn't abiding by the deal. Do you believe the Biden administration had ample time to renegotiate the deal between assuming office and the withdrawal from Afghanistan had they so wished?
We haven't done any audits or evaluations, any independent oversight that would address that issue. There are a lot of factors that go into it. We did report out on the chronology in the lead IG reports, but other than that, we haven't done any work on that.
The same is true for state OIG.
Do you have opinions about this?
So I will share with you, I think what makes the work of OIGs impactful is that we have rigorous standards and procedures that we follow to produce our oversight products, and that's true for all of us. So I appreciate the opportunity to testify, but on these sort of issues, if we haven't done the work, we can't really testify.
Troops on the ground surrounding the Kabul airport were allegedly ordered not to intervene in passport seizure operations by the Taliban. Can either of you identify which member of either
They're
the State
looking for a
Department or
clip.
DOD
They want a clip from one of these people saying that blame it all on Biden.
I have no information on that, I'm sorry.
I don't either. It's potentially covered in some of our upcoming work, so we can take that as a get back.
Why hasn't there been any good faith effort to identify this individual?
I can tell you that the scope of our work is looking at the full range of events as they unfolded. The department had a role to play, and so we're looking at each aspect of that. I don't know if that particular issue is a major focal point of the work. We had a broader scope.
Wouldn't you agree that that's an important piece of information as we're trying to get to the bottom of what happened and hold people accountable?
Motherfuckers don't care. All the Republicans don't give a shit too, dude.
Our work is primarily looking for opportunities for recommendations, so we are looking at policies and procedures. Now, if we do identify information that suggests that there was misconduct on the part of a particular individual, we would, of course, investigate that. I am not aware of any allegations along those lines.
Same answer here.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Fucking
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's easy for my colleague to Monday morning quarterback about the time that it took to evacuate more than 120,000 people from Afghanistan. But I'd like to remind them of the reality on the ground. Unfortunately, the fact is that starting the evacuation mission any sooner would have likely yielded the same result. As President Biden said on August 12, 2021, the evacuation of thousands of people from Kabul is going to be hard and painful no matter when it started and when we began. It would have been true if we had started a month ago or a month from now. There is no way to evacuate this many people without pain and loss of heartbreaking images you see on television. If the evacuation mission had begun any earlier, it would have signaled a lack of confidence in the Afghan government when its collapse at that time was not inevitable certainty. To my own, I want to say that since the Taliban takeover, women in Afghanistan have been denied their fundamental rights and freedoms. They're invisible, isolated, and suffocated in their own country. Girls can no longer go to school beyond 6th grade. Women can no longer work or travel without a male chaperone. Watching this unfold has been a sobering reminder of how swiftly and aggressively women's and girls' rights can be taken away, something we are all too aware of here in the U.S. as women's access to health care is systematically eroded. In another significant measure, women were barred from working for national and international NGOs. Ms. Andrella, how did the Taliban's decision to ban women from working in NGOs exacerbate the humanitarian crisis?
Thank you for that question. It's undeniable that the inability for women aid workers first with NGOs who were banned in December, and more recently with UN partners, is having a significant impediment to be able to provide services at all to women for healthcare, for food assistance, and for education. It's my understanding that there are some exceptions being made, but it's ad hoc throughout the country. It's not consistent. And as recently as right now, the UN is currently reassessing what programming they're going to be able to continue.
So would you agree that there are very legitimate and serious concerns about the survival of Afghan women and girls as a result of this ban?
Absolutely.
The United Nations stated that it may have to pull out of Afghanistan in May. The Taliban continues to refuse to allow women to work for the organization. What will the impact of that withdrawal have on women, and as well as the rest of Afghan civil society?
The work that we've done in conjunction with our UN partners and oversight partners, my office works very collaboratively and closely with the WFPIG, for example, UNHCR and other UN organizations that right now are reassessing their programming. It will impact our ability and their ability to investigate any cases or allegations of misconduct, sexual exploitation and abuse, trafficking in persons, or even just the bare necessity delivery of humanitarian assistance.
Thank you. In February, hundreds of Afghan refugees in Islamabad, Pakistan, organized a protest over extreme delays in the approval of U.S. visas. Many of these people are journalists and rights activists meant to be fast-tracked on Priority 1 and Priority 2 visas. Yet they and thousands more remain as our visa processing remains backlogged and our refugee resettlement system remains desperately underfunded. Ms. Shaw, as you've closely reviewed the SIV program, would you commit to a similar review of Priority 1 and 2 visa processing for Afghans?
That's certainly something we can take into consideration as part of our work planning and as part of the broader series of projects we're doing on the SIV program.
Thank you. Over the last year, around 124,000 people have been evacuated from Afghanistan. Our communities have stepped up to assist them. My home city of Pittsburgh welcomed over 700 Afghan refugees last year, and Pennsylvania as a whole took in over 2,000. The U.S. is responsible for a lot of the harm caused in Afghanistan, and we must work to repair those harms. We have an obligation to aid our allies who supported American forces as well as their families. We must work to end the harmful annihilation of women's rights perpetuated by the Taliban. I thank you to the panel, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fallon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Inspector General Sopko, who was inaugurated President of the United States on January 20th, 2021? Trump or Biden?
Oh, is this a trick question?
No, it's
Biden.
not, I promise.
Biden, I think.
Yep.
Okay.
In the fighting season in Afghanistan, roughly speaking, Mr. Sopko, is it May through September or is it October through April?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I'm sorry, the fighting season in Afghanistan. There's a fighting season. Is it roughly April to October, or is it October through April?
There used to be that fighting season, but I think over time, maybe it's global warming or whatever, but it has changed. So the Taliban just continued fighting throughout that whole period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But were there the violence, was it greater in the summer than in the winter?
Usually it's greater in the summer than in the winter.
Yeah.
Once the passes opened up, then they were coming in. But once the Taliban started taking more territory in Afghanistan,
bro, this is like
the passes
mind-numbing stuff,
going
man.
Over the passes and waiting for the snow.
Oh my God, this is so mind-numbing.
Retrograded, we drew down from, against the advice, incidentally, of senior military commanders, we drew down from 2,500 to about 650. Was it Biden or Trump?
Oh, it was President Biden. I thought you were talking about the commander-in-chief on the ground. Okay.
And who was the president of the United States on August 26, 2021, when ISIS-K terrorists, who were amongst the 5,000 that escaped Bagram because we drew down to 650, who was president then on August 26, 2021, Biden or Trump?
I think it was Biden.
Biden, yeah. And this administration, the Biden administration, oversaw the abandonment of approximately $7 billion worth of U.S. military equipment in Afghanistan. And then the administration, Joe Biden's administration, the National Security Council authored a 12-page report on the Afghan withdrawal. Mr. Sopko, who did the report blame for this disaster?
I can't say. I mean, I read it. I don't know.
Well, it was clearly that they blamed President Trump, and that was just very disingenuous. And the State Department, in your own words, didn't cooperate with your oversight responsibilities. Is that true?
True, but I had nothing to do if my agency wasn't asked to help prepare that report.
Oh, I know, because that report, yeah, Mr.
Our
Sopko.
reports stand for themselves.
Yeah, your report is actually from an independent entity. Yeah. That report was garbage, and it wasn't worth the paper it was written on. I remember being in armed services in about a month after the attack on our service members that killed 13 Americans. And I asked General Milley and Secretary Austin if they could guarantee the American people that none of those 5,000 terrorists and criminals and scumbags that escaped Bagram a couple weeks prior to the 26th were responsible directly for the attack that killed the 13 Americans. And they both said that they could not guarantee that. Well, come to find out that the suicide bomber was indeed one of the 5,000 folks that escaped. And what has this administration done? I mean, they've obfuscated, they blamed President Trump, they stonewalled Cigar's oversight responsibilities, and this has been a catastrophic failure. And Joe Biden, Secretary Blinken defended the withdrawal, saying that he made the right decision. Secretary Austin said that he had no regrets just recently. I mean, this is absolutely inexcusable. So, Mr. Sopko, did the Afghan security forces have the expertise and training required to take over and secure Bagram Air Base?
I can't speak specifically for that air base, but the way it occurred, they didn't even know the Americans were gone until hours afterwards. So, but to actually protect the base, they probably could have if they'd been given advance notice. But what they told us and what General Sadat told us and others, they kind of woke up one morning and all of a sudden we were gone.
And how long did the Afghan forces remain in place before the government fell?
Well, the place was collapsing starting, 6 months before, but they basically...
My God, what is he doing, dude?
When President Ghani ran away. I forget what actual date that was.
So we're talking weeks.
Weeks from when to when? From Bagram to Ghani?
It's not, it wasn't years. Yeah, from the time in which we had our final withdrawal to the time the Taliban had full control of it.
Ghani flees, I think, August 15th. Doha Agreement was signed February of 29th of 2020. Biden made his decision, I believe, on April 14th of 21. So those are the dates.
Well, the tragedy is...
Would the gentleman yield?
Well, my time has expired.
Oh, okay, he's expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Kassar for Texas.
Thank you. The 20-year Afghanistan war caused extraordinary death and devastation for the Afghan people and for American troops, killing, by some estimates, over 70,000 civilians and 2,400 American service members. And we still have so many constituents and friends here in the United States suffering even if they survive the war. It's really important that the Biden administration ended the longest war in the history of our nation. Not only was it an important thing to do, I believe it was the right thing to do. No other president was able to do that in 20 years with bipartisan support from folks on this committee. But almost 2 years later, in addition to living under a repressive and autocratic Taliban regime, over half the Afghan population is on the brink of starvation, in part because of actions taken by the U.S. when we froze Afghanistan's central bank assets, resulting in a liquidity crisis. That means that normal people aren't able to access their money. Human rights groups have warned that 70% of Afghans are unable to meet their basic needs, including food, and more civilians could die from this financial crisis in the country than during the 20 years of war. Afghan feminist activists have pointed out that the economic collapse caused in part by the asset freeze overwhelmingly devastates the lives of Afghan women and girls. Mr. Sopko's report just came out this morning detailing the Biden administration creating the Afghan funds to disperse $3.5 billion of people's frozen assets back into Afghanistan, and creating liquidity for folks to make sure that kids have shoes on their feet and food in their bellies and farmers can produce, that folks can live. But also the report details the risks associated with making sure those funds don't fund terrorism and that there isn't money laundering. But we have to fix this problem. People shouldn't starve for humanitarian reasons, but also folks starving pushes them further into the hands of their oppressors, and we don't want the money going to funding terrorism. So how are we going to solve this problem urgently and quickly, to whoever can respond?
Well, you've hit it on the head, Congressman. I mean, the dilemma we have is if we don't, and we're giving most of the assistance, humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan, of all the countries combined. If we stop that assistance, millions will starve. Unfortunately, and this is the difficult thing is we don't have the adequate oversight to prevent the money from going to the Taliban or other nefarious groups. I think as IGs, we say do better oversight if you make that policy decision on continuing funding. There's a further dilemma which you've touched upon, and that is the way the Afghans are treating over 50% of their population. Basically, if you're a woman in Afghanistan, you're in a prison. And this is the thing I think one of the congressmen was hitting on. By not allowing women to work for the UN or for NGOs, that means poor women who are starving to death cannot go to get food because they can't travel in that country unless they have a male companion. They can't go to an office run by the UN unless there's a woman there.
And Mr. Sopko, I don't mean to cut you off. It's really serious, but the humanitarian assistance is critical, as we've laid out.
It is critical.
But figuring out the macroeconomic situation is critical so that folks can sustain themselves. It's a real problem. What are we going to do? And it's been almost 2 years. What do we think here amongst us we could do to solve the fact that folks can't go to the bank and get access to their money?
Well, right now, we can't give that money, and I don't think the State Department or the Treasury wants that money to go to the central bank, because the central bank is basically not an independent bank. So this is a very difficult thing, and that's what we're just alerting to you. It's a good idea.
I hear you, and I hear that there's problems. My question is, what are we going to do about it? The world is real rough, and in Afghanistan, it's way worse than that. So what are we going to do? And Ms. Shaw, if you have a 15-second answer, that'd be great before my time expires.
Sure. I would just say, as has been said before, we don't decide the policy, but when that funding is given, our work does show that there are improvements that can be made to the monitoring and oversight of those funds to provide the sorts of assurances that you're talking about. And our investigative work can also look at situations and allegations of potential fraud, diversion, and mismanagement. So there are mechanisms that can be used to better safeguard. It may not be perfect. It can't guarantee no dollars will go into the wrong hands, but in terms of balancing those competing interests, that's what our work has been able to show.
Well, we denounce the Taliban as we should, but when the U.S. contributes to the suffering of everyday people, that pushes the population further into the hands of their oppressors. So if we want to make Afghans and Americans safer, if we want to take on the Taliban, we should focus on feeding and clothing people, not starving them, and we should solve this problem. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Donalds from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really want to get off the last line of questioning and focus in. We have a problem that's pretty clear and apparent.
Ugh,
there is obstruction
this motherfucker
coming out of the State Department and USAID. Mr. Sopko, in your letter and in your testimony, it has been very clear that this administration has unilaterally stopped all of your ability to get the information that Congress has authorized you to collect. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, in your letter you state, 3 prior administrations understood and abided by these legal certainties. It is shocking that state and USAID officials are choosing at this particular juncture to violate the law, obstruct SIGAR's oversight work, and refuse to cooperate with our oversight requests. Mr. Sopko, how many oversight requests has SIGAR made of the Department of State under Tony Blinken and USAID?
I don't have the exact number in front of me, sir, but I did promise another congressman, and I promised the chairman and ranker we would give a list of all of that. I mean, it goes back to the simplest thing, sir, and I don't want to take your time, but we asked for the Doha Agreement back in 2021. Copies of and access to the documents related to the Doha Agreement. Sent multiple letters. We still haven't even gotten a response from that. So it's as simple as that.
Mr. Sopko, and not to cut you off, but to me, it sounds like you're a Republican member of Congress, because Republican members of Congress send letters over to the administration, and we don't get answers either. So this is actually a consistent pattern. Ms. Shaw, you're the IG over at the Department of State. Are you aware of the obstruction from Department of State employees towards this Inspector General over Afghanistan?
So I've read Mr. Sopko's testimony. I can say for our part that we have not experienced the same sort of
No, I'm not asking about if you as an Inspector General with your role of having oversight over state. I'm talking about, are you aware of State Department employees willfully ignoring and obstructing the investigations that are lawfully authorized by Congress from SIGAR, Mr. Sopko's office? Are you aware of State Department employees ignoring and obstructing his investigations?
I'm aware of Mr. Sopko's statements, yes.
Miss Angarella, I got it. Miss Angarella, you're the IG over USAID.
I'm acting in that role, yes.
Acting. Yep. Similar line of question. Are you aware of USAID employees willfully obstructing SIGAR's ability to conduct congressional oversight, which is their legal mandate?
I would say the same as Ms. Shaw. I'm aware of IG Sopko's letter. I would say we have not had any access issues, and I would say further that I'm happy to partner with any oversight IG to do joint work or get access to any documents or people at USAID and assist in that matter.
Well, I guess here's a question. Ms. Shaw, you don't have a problem. Ms. Angarella, you don't have a problem. What's the problem with Mr. Sopko? What's his problem? Like, why is it that he's being blocked from doing the thing that he was legally charged by this Congress and previous Congresses, mind you? Not just the 118th, the 117th, the 116th, the 115th have all given him authority to conduct oversight, and state and USAID are blocking him. Is anybody at the table aware of the president's thought process when it comes to inspector generals? I mean, has the president put out a statement that he doesn't want his administration to comply with the requests from inspector generals?
This is all a deflection on Biden now. It's all the president's fault. He's hiding something.
My experience, sir, is that most presidents don't like to talk to inspectors general in both parties. As I joke about, I work for one person and one person only, and that person never wants to see me, and I think it's just they avoid talking to IGs. Now, we have talked to senior officials at state and aid and DOD over the years, not since this administration, but we used to brief on a regular basis the administrator of USAID, senior officials at state, senior officials at DOD, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. But since this administration come in, it's been radio silence with us.
So, Mr. Sopko, look, I'm going to end my line of question with you because I actually read one of the SIGAR classified reports right after the fall of Afghanistan. It was quite eye-opening, to be frank, about your capabilities of your team to get information about what was actually going to happen in Afghanistan. I would urge my colleagues to go back and read some of those classified reports.
I hate the framing that he's having here, too.
In Afghanistan, because it is revealing. Because, Mr. Sopko, I'll let you answer, but it was pretty clear to me, anybody who read this report could see that Afghanistan will fall pretty quickly. Your reports, or your department's reports, were they transmitted to the White House prior to the fall of Afghanistan?
All of our classified reports, actually all of our reports, are provided to all agencies. The classified ones are obviously not put on the website, but we definitely provided those, and we provided it to all the intelligence communities. Let me just add one thing about those classified reports that you should also know. At the request of this committee and other committees, we requested DOD, state, and aid to declassify all of those reports, many of them going back 12 years. We still have heard nothing back from those agencies. And I see Congressman Lynch is here. I believe he was fighting to get those reports and that information declassified. Many of those reports were classified because we had a general tell us, because President Ghani was embarrassed if they were released. Now, there is no President Ghani anymore, but still the DOD, state, and aid will not declassify. I have no declassification authority as a SIGAR. I have to rely on the agencies. You have to rely on the agencies. And we're still waiting for like 12 years of reports to be declassified, many of them just because they embarrassed President Ghani, who is no longer president of Afghanistan. So I may sound a little upset. I think you should be upset. This is ridiculous.
Well, I share your concerns. I think those reports should be declassified.
This guy doesn't give a shit.
Especially considering the fact that we got gold bullion moving all over the place. We got billions of dollars going into Afghanistan, not getting to the people. I mean, we should have all that information. The American people should have it as well. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
The chair calls on Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much for being here. I know it's already been a pretty long day for y'all. My Republican colleagues have convened this hearing today to condense the conflict in Afghanistan into the last few months of this, what I call, forever war. However, the price of this decades-long war has had long-standing effects on Americans. My district, Texas 30, is home to the Dallas VA Medical Center. I had an opportunity to go and sit down with them over the last 2 weeks. The cost of this war on our service women and men is immeasurable. Members of our armed forces died in battle, others sustained injuries, physical and mental, that have altered their lives forever. We owe it to them to talk about this war and their service beyond what transpired during the last few months, months that were largely dictated by a withdrawal agreement from the last administration. We also owe it to our service members to take the lessons of this war and make sure we fully understand the cost and not just sit up here and pontificate for political points. As members of the Oversight Committee, it's our duty to ensure effective management and accountability mechanisms for our government when engaged in long-standing wars, particularly when it comes to lives, taxpayer dollars, and trauma both here and abroad. So, Mr. Sopko, in your estimate, how long was the U.S. aware of waste, fraud, and financial corruption in addition to issues in tracking military equipment?
I think we may have started highlighting that going back to the first year I was a SIGAR back in 2013.
Okay. I've got some reports that may go back a little bit earlier than that.
And I would just say, if it's helpful, we have reporting going back to 2005 that identified some of these issues, many issues related to accountability and control over all sorts of both financial and equipment, if that's helpful.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I only started in 2012, so I can't go back before that, but I think you're right. There have been reports for a long time.
I started more recently, but I've been reading a lot. So.
In my research, it looks like it went back to the early 2000s. And so, just to be clear, because in this committee, a lot of times it feels like it's D versus R, and our job is really just to be oversight. We are supposed to all care about, let's just be transparent, let's be real, and let's be honest. And so I just want to point out that that was under a Republican administration that we're talking about. I won't say the name if we go back that far. And so what I want to talk about is the impact of the waste and fraud on our service members and missions. We're talking about money that was meant for girls in Afghanistan. We're talking about money that was meant for service members. Yet, we're talking about these young girls receiving fewer hygiene products and medical supplies overall going into the country. During the 20-year war, we spent roughly $2.3 trillion. You may have given a different number, but I know you opened and I thought, man, he got my notes. But roughly 2.3 trillion taxpayer dollars. But in July of 2018, letter to 3 members of Congress, Inspector General Sopko reported that of the roughly 42% of money appropriated for Afghan reconstruction between 2002 and 2017, nearly a third was found to have been subject to waste, fraud, and abuse. That is an alarming number. These taxpayer dollars could have been used to support our service women and men at home and abroad. We could have increased the salaries for our military members, sacrificing their lives while being deployed. We could have used those taxpayer dollars to fund our VA centers, to give our members the physical and mental treatment they deserve at a quicker rate.
She's not wrong about any of this, by the way.
And vocational training programs for our members transitioning back to civilian life. We could have helped hundreds of thousands of veterans struggling with substance abuse and also addressed the unacceptable rates of veteran homelessness. Clearly, I have a long laundry list of things that we could have done. I bring this up because, and I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip this question, maybe.
You can have a little more time.
Thank you so much. How can the United States ensure that there are robust oversight mechanisms in place so that American supplied equipment and taxpayer dollars are adequately accounted for in future conflicts? And I'm gonna just ask y'all to keep it real short because I'm going somewhere with this, even though y'all may not have thought I was. Anybody?
Sure. I would say for USAID, who does the majority of non-security programming in complex environments, are the 3 top lessons that I think are practical from Afghanistan are USAID conducting better and more effective monitoring and oversight of its programming, of better defining what success means and matching the programmatic metrics to those humanitarian or development objectives. And then third, holding their implementing partners accountable for reporting and doing the first line of monitoring and evaluating.
Thank you so much. I bring up all of this, and first of all, I really do appreciate y'all being here. I bring up all of this because right now we're dealing with conversations here in DC, and we're talking about the debt ceiling. And when we talk about the debt ceiling, the average American doesn't know what we're talking about. But we're talking about the fact that we've run up the credit card, we've spent this money, and now we have to pay our bills, otherwise we end up with bad credit, essentially, right? And so what I want us to do in this committee is focus on figuring out how we can be better stewards of taxpayer dollars so that we don't end up at a cliff, and we're at a cliff because we ended up spending money on stuff that we didn't need to spend it on anyway. It was a forever war, and let me be clear, I am also upset about the lives that were lost, not just in the withdrawal, but in the war as a whole.
She needs to be really careful what she says next about this. I understand where she's coming from this, but like,
suffer the effects of the fact that we failed at our oversight, and now for whatever reason, we are going to be held hostage by the people in charge in this body instead of just paying our bills, moving on, and making sure that as we go forward with our new budget, we're clean about it, and the money that we give out in that new budget, we make sure that we have effective and good oversight and we don't sit in forever wars. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. In 2019, the Washington Post published the Afghanistan Papers, which largely comprised of a series of interviews conducted by Cigar. The Post wrote that there are gaping contradictions between what the U.S. officials said in public and what they believed in private as the war unfolded. The Afghanistan Papers, combined with Cigar's work, paint a very bleak picture of an unwinnable, untenable situation. Mr. Sopko, you have stated in the past that, I'm assuming throughout the course of the 20-year conflict, that the American people were constantly lied to. Is that a fair statement?
I think I use the term hubris and mendacity. I don't say lying, but mendacity.
I'll use the term lie. I won't put that in your words. My problem is I think the Biden administration is continuing to perpetuate these very same lies. 2 weeks ago, the White House posted on its website a 12-page review of the withdrawal. The AP reported that this was written by a National Security Council with input from President Biden. Unfortunately, this document lists no date, no author, and yet again tells a story that anyone with eyes can see is meant to politically protect the administration rather than give an open and honest account. Mr. Sopko, the White House paper claims that the assessment in early 2021 was that the Taliban advances would accelerate across large portions of Afghanistan after a complete U.S. military withdrawal and potentially lead to the Taliban's capturing of Kabul within a year or two. Was this claim consistent with your assessments prior to withdrawal?
Partially. We predicted the Taliban would win. We never give a date. I think that may have been overly generous to think it would have lasted 2 years, particularly since the U.S. Air Force was telling us as of January of that year that if we took away the contractors, the Air Force, Afghan Air Force would collapse within a matter of months. So I don't know where that assessment came from.
The White House paper claims that throughout the late spring and early summer of 2021, intelligence reports continued to suggest that even if the Taliban made gains in some Afghan provinces, the capital, Kabul, would be more difficult for the Taliban to take, and that the Afghan forces would defend it. Was that claim consistent with your assessment prior to withdrawal?
Again, I don't know where that assessment came from. I don't think we would agree with that.
The White House papers state prevailing military intelligence in the military view was that Kabul would hold beyond the end of the withdrawal. But according to the Afghanistan papers, one unnamed U.S. military official told government interviewers in 2016 that about a third of the local police seemed to be drug addicts or Taliban. He added that the main concern was getting fuel from the U.S. unit. They always wanted fuel. Would you have confidence in a force who is either of the third was either drug addicts or the Taliban?
Well, it wasn't just drug addicts and the Taliban, they just weren't there. The provincial governor of, I believe it was Herat province back in 2000, oh God, it's the second year I was there, I believe, third year, said that 50% of his police never existed. So I think, I go back to this thing, it wasn't just drug addicts and Taliban, it was also they didn't exist.
My next question is on ghost soldiers. So the White House paper states that the ANDSF had significant advantages compared to the Taliban. They had vastly superior numbers and equipment, 300,000 troops compared to 80,000 Taliban fighters, an air force and 2 decades of training and support. Yes or no, was that an accurate assessment?
Well, they did have an Air Force. Unfortunately, they were trained on the Soviet equipment, and we switched equipment to American, and our Air Force, again, said they weren't going to be ready as an Air Force by themselves till 2030.
So they had an Air Force, but when stuff broke down, they couldn't get it in the air.
Yeah. Have you ever repaired a helicopter
I have not.
via telephone and Zoom? I mean, it doesn't work.
And I think that's my problem. And we have 20 years of conflict. We have 20 years of painting a rosy picture. We have it across Republican administrations, Democratic administrations. We know all that. But given everything that we have heard testifying and the Biden administration's 12
Wrap it up, my guy.
We're not having an open assessment of the errors made in the war as a whole, but particularly in the withdrawal. And we want to talk about leaving politics at the water's edge and dealing with all these things. I think the first thing would be is not to have a 12-page piece of political fiction that is on an official White House administration website. I thank you all for your time, and before I quit, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to enter the following documents into the record. Cigar's report, Why the Afghan Security Forces Collapsed, the 12-page White House paper on the Afghanistan withdrawal, and from the Afghanistan papers, the White
Oh my God, you gotta love it, people.
And I think we're going to allow the witnesses to have a 10-minute break, just refresh, and we'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you all.
There you go, 10-minute recess.
What's up, guys? Streamer TV, and first up in the news, we have Twitch partner Maddie. Now today during a kick
Some streamer drama.
she ended up slipping over by the pool. Here is the clip.
Is this what the
Are you okay?
This is the reason why you don't even like lightly run over the over a pool.
After the incident, she shared on Twitter that she's broke her front teeth, but she is okay. Now jumping to other news, we have Aiden Ross. Today he announced and confirmed that a mega superstar streamer has finally signed with Kick. What are you guys' thoughts on this? Do you think it could be XQC or Kai? Let me know in the comment section below. Now just before we jump into the highlights, I just want to ask you guys if you could check if you subscribe to my channel, as literally all my data is showing that it's all over the place. Either my channel is dying or YouTube is actually unsubscribing you from my channel without you knowing. Now if you could help me by resubbing back to my channel and checking over this and then report back to me in the comments, I'd really appreciate it. So enjoy the rest of the highlights and I'll catch you guys in the next video.
I swear to God, a mega superstar streamer just signed a Kick. I think today. Y'all tell me who y'all think it is, bro. I swear they're like locked the f in, like sign, finalize and sign. That's all I'm gonna say. I cannot fucking give a hint, anything like that. It'll ruin the hype, it'll ruin the fun.
Pokemon calling it a dub.
I'm not gonna try to write him. It's music to my ears, baby! Call that a dub! I call it a dub. Would you call it a dub? I call it a dub. Would you call it a dub? It's easy. It's easy. I don't know what you call that, but it's a dub. What up, Sojo? What up, Sojo? Oh my god, what a dub. What a oh my god,
Extra Emily calls her boyfriend a Felix.
Some bug on or something.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Jesus Christ, you're loud. Yeah, what's up?
Hi, I was wondering if you wanted to play Devour.
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, you don't want to devour these nuts?
What the f?
Oh, I hope you have a great Tuesday, X.
Is that the best you got? That is so weak.
Oh, okay, wait, can I tell you a joke?
I'm playing a game with Mom right now. You ever play the game before or not?
You're playing what?
My balls, bitches.
Ah! Good one! Good one! That was good, X.
Oh my god.
Okay, well, have a good day. Thank you for picking up.
You too, bye.
Bye.
Did someone order a clown?
Oh my god, I was so scared it wasn't quick.
They walked in.
Oh god.
Did someone order a clown?
Could you imagine like you work there and you're just like, imagine you just like you work there, you come out of the bathroom and you just see like 3 people dressed up as different variations of the Joker and you're just like, so this is how I die today. Okay. Jesus Christ. Do you imagine?
Joker invades a Taco Bell.
Oh, this is a Taco Bell? That was a burger joint.
What's so funny?
Okay, that's...
Stop, you're scaring the Taco Bell employees.
They're all like looking over there and they're just like, okay. Is this gonna be like a mass shooting at a fucking Taco Bell in Austin?
What the
So number 1 at 8.
Did she just put a titty in his mouth?
Hottie sat on Flav's lap. He's got to know who it is. You can tell by how heavy she feels.
Pokemon thinks Sinner will be signed by OTK.
Is she on OTK? No, not yet. Honestly, I would not be surprised if they signed her.
Oh my god.
She seems cool. And Ms.
So the Poppins' reaction to VB.
It's so f***ing out of tune. It's so bad.
I was coming over, but it's still trash.
I forget, like you can get Dark and it's still off of Steam, but apparently the people who create it are telling you to torrent it.
That's going to your wish.
People are torrenting it though. I mean, do whatever you want. You're most of you are adults, but from everything that I've seen so far, it looks like, what is it? It's not who's suing them again? The developers, Iron Mace. Iron Man's developed a dark and darker. I forget. It's a Ubisoft or like whoever it is. It's no Nexon. It's Nexon, right? Yeah, it actually looks like they actually have a case in South Korea against Iron Mace, though. Yeah, every once in a while, those the big companies get it right.
So bad. Everyone's beating you. Boo!
Guys, I'm trying my best, You are so cringe. Shut the f up.
I don't think I heard you in game.
Get assault by bike.
Do that first. Guys, we actually made it. Look. Seoul Station. Can you believe it? Holy crap.
It's actually pretty impressive.
It's so far. Thanks.
Let's see. 2,817 kilometers. Let's see. 2,817 kilometers. So it's 1.71. Is it 208? Did I get? Let me see. Kilometers, right? I don't really know. Yeah, it's 1,750 miles. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. 1 kilometer is about. It's roughly under 1 mile.
So much to everybody. Holy crap. Thanks so much for the generous people and all the people who helped along the way. Big shout out to Mods, of course. Sander for building the bot. And Tracy for letting me even do this crazy thing. Absolutely nuts. This is the second year, so.
Bunny shows off a handmade boat.
Bonnie!
Holy what? All right, time to set sail. Good luck.
Good luck, everybody.
Simply, can you take my phone?
Yeah.
Bonnie, it's slowly going.
All right. Oh, hey. Oh, that way. Wait a second.
Bonnie, we're sinking.
Yeah, you guys got it. It's all one sad joke, isn't it? Oh.
It's funny.
Yeah! Woo!
Yeah! 2 minutes, right, chat? Oh, it's cold. Surely. This school is disgusting. Is it deep over there? No, you can walk through it.
Yo, Metro. Can you say what's up to my live video? What's up, live? We waited 3 hours for you, man.
Shows off his new soundboard.
The jellyfish ride?
Nice.
Okay.
Miskiff cream pied by Sinner.
And you even have,
Yeah, she's probably joining OTK. They're aggressively replacing everybody they lost. Yeah, there's been a lot of good stuff. Well, I've heard about this. I still haven't gotten to Drop and Run. For chores, let's see. Did they?
I am convinced that Bungie has done something under the hood in D2, either intentionally or maybe accidentally, regarding Artifice armor that I ain't happy about. And for the record, if Bungie actually responds to today's video and says, hey Fallout, you're wrong and dumb, and sometimes you grind your teeth when you sleep, then so be it. I really don't think I am wrong about this though. I swear on my life-size 3D printed throwing knife, something is different. The good news is, either way, it's a win for you, the viewer. If something did get changed, yay, at least we know to not waste our time. But if Bungie confirms that someone did swap out my Flintstone vitamins for crazy pills, then again, yay, because TLDR, you get a top tier armor farm. Either way, if my tinfoil hat theory is true, stick around until the end of the video where I'll cover what the best new replacement farm is going to be and when. Okay, here's what got changed, maybe. Master Duality Dungeon used to be the hands down best Artifice armor farm in D2, and now it kinda seems like a waste of time. And no, I'm not talking about dropping Galrin's sweet cheeks off into the abyss, even though that was really fun to do for a limited time. I'm talking about farming Keitel, the boss of the dungeon. Not even 2 months ago, Master Duality Keitel checkpoints awarded the player with wild armor. Mid to high 60s stat drops were pretty common, and not only that, they were spiky AF. Look at that right there. A thing of unquestionable beauty, like the Mona Lisa or a Pixar mom. Spiky AF Artifice armor is what most players want for endgame builds because it helps you min-max your stats easier. The other day, the mid-season patch went live in D2, and I hopped into Master Duality with a few homies. And while murdering Keitel ain't that different, actually probably a little bit easier now than it was before, the armor drops so far are noticeably lower than what they used to be. We kept tabs on the armor drops we were getting, and the vast majority of them were in the low 60s. And what's worse, they all looked like this, not spiky. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still Artifice armor, which is nice, but if you're looking for that sweet, spiky goodness, I'm afraid that Keitel may no longer be your go-to gal. Rest in spaghetti, never forgetty. So what is the new go-to? We'll touch on that in a minute, but first, just in case Bungie confirms that me and the boys have absolutely horrible broke a mirror in front of 13 black cats level RNG, and that high spiky armor can drop frequently from Keitel, here's how to destroy her with no effort. And by the way, I know that for god tier Saltagrepo level players out there, yeah, the 2 methods I'm about to show you, I'm not claiming they're the quote best. Starfire Protocol still ain't nerfed, so if you want to cram the entire sun into Keitel's face, go ahead and do that. But yeah, these 2 methods are easy enough IMO that any average player can take advantage of them with, again, little to no effort. Damage method number 1, the Taipan 4FR linear fusion rifle. Okay, wait a minute before you start typing Lamau down in the comment section. Yeah, I know, linear fusion rifles got nerfed a while ago, but check it right here. The current dungeon
25% bonus to void damage.
Void and strand, and the overcharge is for sniper rifle. And no, those don't stack together, by the way, meaning a void sniper would not deal 50% more damage. 25% extra is the most you can do via surge or overcharge. It does mean, though, that your void Taipan linear fusion rifle is going to deal 25% more damage, and it's a weapon that most average PvE players have a crafted god roll of. As long as you have 1 team damage buff and 1 enemy debuff per bell rotation, this is an easy Keitel 1 phase. I mean, as a solar warlock, I did an empowering rift for 1 bell, my radiant warlock well for the next bell, and my radiant melee for the final bell. Optimal? Hell no. But again, out of everything we goofed around with, Taipan was straight easy mode. Damage method number 2, surprise, surprise, 1 Gallarhorn and 2 void rocket launchers. Again, as long as you have 1 team damage buff and 1 enemy debuff.
What was the
per
craft?
bell, easy 1 phase. Just be careful that you're not standing as 1 Gallarhorn and 2 void rocket launchers. Again, as long as you have 1 team damage buff and 1 enemy debuff per bell, easy 1 phase. Just be careful that you're not standing so close to Keitel that you blow yourself up with your own rocket launcher. And if you're curious, that should be your play with any master dungeon farming. Not Taipan or Gallarhorn, I mean, but just checking what the surge and overcharge modifiers are for that week, and then abusing the strongest option that you have laying around that can take advantage of that extra damage. Moving on, in the event that my tinfoil hat theory is correct and Keitel will no longer frequently drop high spiky Artifice armor, what is the next best farm? According to my bro Cammy, it's Master Grasp of Avarice now. He apparently spent last week farming the GOA dungeon boss encounter, and according to him, he routinely got drops like this. Now that's what the f I'm talking about. The only bad news is that the GOA dungeon was just the featured weekly dungeon last week, meaning I'm 90% sure that it's not going to pop up in the rotation again until May 16th, the final week before season 21. Yeesh. If that ends up not being the case and I have my dates messed up, I'll let you know. But yeah, Keitel IMO is no longer the play for goated Artifice spiky armor farming. Bungie may have secretly changed it because we went too hard in the paint with our farming. When GOA comes back on May 16th, I'll go ahead and let you know if that becomes unofficial farm the bejesus out of that dungeon week. Fun fact, if you click the subscribe button right now, you will actually tickle me telepathically. It's true. Try it out. Thank you very much for watching.
We'll see what happens too, because I am planning to farm not just the Kyle checkpoint. I do want to run like full duality too. You can farm Gowron or whatever the fuck his name is, that first encounter, but
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I thank our witnesses for being here today. You know, it's getting a little tiresome to hear President Trump blamed over and over for the Afghan withdrawal. It was the Biden administration that pushed the disastrous and chaotic withdrawal, and it's the Biden administration that's responsible for its poor execution. We all have confidence in our military, but when they're given orders from their commander-in-chief, they follow those orders. Mr. Sopko, were the orders to withdraw in the manner that they withdrew given by the Biden administration?
Congressman, Congressman, as I mentioned before, we did not look at the withdrawal, my agency, so I really, you could ask the State Department IG, I think they looked at the withdrawal.
Ms. Angarella, do you have a comment on that?
From USAID's perspective, no.
No. Ms. Shaw?
I'm sorry, do you mind restating the question?
Were the orders to withdraw in the manner that they withdrew given by the Biden administration?
So our work looks specifically at decisions and directions given by embassy leadership at the time, and so.
All right. So if you haven't figured it out yet, a lot of these like bureaucracies, like a lot of these departments, the people who work there, I'm not talking about the people who are pointed to the top. Those are all political actors. Everybody below them, they're not really political actors. They're there because they actually want to do the job. And I know that's like hard to I know that's like very hard to believe. And like they want to, and the Democrats do it too. I'll freely admit that too. They want to paint a lot of these actions as like overly political, but the people who work there, especially at the ground level and even like the middle managers, it's because they want to work there and they care about the mission of that like agency or that organization within the government. And it's not intended to be like political. So when they make those sort of statements like that, like you're here seeing the witnesses say, it's coming from a genuine place. And I know that seems like crazy, but it's the truth though.
That I could testify to. As I've also testified, we have gone back and gotten the full after action that was done by the department, and my folks and I are examining that, and if there's work to be done, we'll do it.
I think it's a pretty pitiful situation where we have 4 federal government employees who cannot answer a simple question: was the order to withdraw given by the Biden administration? I'm really not sure that that's under any question.
Congresswoman, I will cut to the chase. Obviously, the Biden administration was in charge, so the order had to come from the Biden administration. I think what all the IGs are saying, particularly mine, I have no jurisdiction to look at that decision. But obviously, it was made by the Biden.
I didn't ask you to look at the jurisdiction.
Yeah.
I asked a simple question.
Yeah.
Were the orders to withdraw given by the Biden administration?
Somebody in the Biden administration gave those orders.
Okay.
I'll take a risk and say that, but
Yeah, no, to the extent that's the question, there's no question.
A federal government employee taking a risk. Oh my goodness, this is a red letter day. Ms. Angarella, do you agree with that?
I would agree with IG Sopko, yes.
All right, let's take this again. Ms. Shaw, will you agree with that?
Yes, I will agree.
And Mr. Storch?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, finally, we get an answer out of this panel having to do with the withdrawal. Okay. Probably my next question is going to be a waste, but so I'll go on. Let me ask this question, or let me make a comment. I think the hasty and chaotic withdrawal reeks of poor planning, failed execution, paid with the blood of American soldiers. But as inspectors general, all of you had offices at the U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan. So what was your experience like while planning and executing the evacuation of your offices?
I'm happy to answer that. I think the statement you made about it being confusing, hectic, and whatever, I did have people there. It was. And I think the best example of this, if you can get access to it, is to get a hold of the descent cable. because what we were told, I've never seen it, but there was a dissent cable done by career State Department employees who describe, we've been told, the problems and how chaotic and how horrible it was at that situation.
Well, thank you for that information. Ms. Angelella.
Yeah, I would say our direct hire American Foreign Service officer staff were withdrawn earlier, but USAID IG had locally employed staff, 6 of whom were trying day in and day out to get to and through the Abbey Gate. And as a member of the senior leadership team at the time, we were engaging 24 hours a day on a text message exchange with all of that staff. And as I testified, it will stay with me forever.
Thank you. Ms. Shaw.
So our 2 remaining U.S. personnel left with the ordered departure in April 2021, so did not experience the circumstances of August, but our work did find that it was confusing and chaotic.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart.
Yes, ma'am. We had a number of offices at different times in Afghanistan doing oversight. The number of people in country started to decline beginning in 2016, and then with COVID. So by the time of the actual demise of the Afghan government and the like, we were primarily working from Qatar and other locations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I apologize for going over.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ranking Member Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate your great work on all these issues as well. I just want to clean up something that was said earlier in the hearing hours ago. Before, Mr. Chairman, before you were in the chair, there was an allegation that our committee, and specifically my subcommittee, had not done oversight of the withdrawal process, or including the Biden-Harris administration's Afghanistan withdrawal. I just want to remind my colleagues that in the 117th Congress, my National Security Subcommittee held 3 separate hearings regarding U.S. policy in Afghanistan, including one with former Special Representative for Afghan Reconstruction, Zalmay Khalilzad, after President Biden announced the withdrawal in April. In August 2021, at Mr. Grothman's request, who was my ranking member then, Republican colleagues, we received a bipartisan briefing for the subcommittee from one of today's witnesses, Special Inspector General John Sopko. The subcommittee also received a classified briefing jointly from state DOD, DHS, and intelligence community in September 2021. And in December 2021, we held another hearing on withdrawal, and we had a classified briefing on the administration's counterterrorism policies, including in Afghanistan. So to claim that the Democrats hadn't done oversight on Afghanistan is simply not true. In addition to those formal settings, we also sat with the negotiating team, Donald Trump's negotiating team with the Taliban at the Munich Security Conference, and also here at the Capitol with Republican leadership. We were able to sit down with twice. We had 2 luncheons with President Ghani and his whole team. After the agreement had been signed to withdraw by the Trump administration with the Taliban, but prior to actual withdrawal. So, oddly enough, I was elected on September 11th, the day of the attack. So as soon as I arrived in Washington, D.C. as a new member of Congress, Afghanistan was at the top of our list of priorities. During my time in Congress, I've led or participated in over 20 CODELs to Afghanistan. Mr. Sopko and I are old friends. We have done a lot of work, and Mr. Sopko, you're an honest broker in all of this. You've seen enough of me and enough of, and every single CODEL I did was with Democrat and Republican members. I never ever, and I know sometimes people do this, but I never ever went to Afghanistan without Republican members as part of, as important and participating members of those congressional delegations. So, Mr. Sopko, there was a suggestion that we were a hindrance. The Democrats were a hindrance to getting information, on the ground in Afghanistan and getting information to Congress. what do you think? I mean, in terms of, you saw this committee and the subcommittee, particularly in action many, many times in Afghanistan. Were we a hindrance to getting the truth and the information, or we of assistance to you?
Congressman, furthest from the truth. This committee, yourself included, the chairman now, the ranking members, this has been, I mean, I've testified, I think, 11, 12 times before this committee. This committee has cared more about Afghanistan and more about getting the truth than probably any other committee of Congress. So, I mean, kudos to all of you for what you did and what you're continuing to do, I hope. So, I can't say more about how happy I am to come back here. My first committee I ever testified about in Afghanistan was this committee. I think it was, maybe you were chairing at that time. I remember Chairman Issa, and my mind is going to forgive me who the ranking member was, and he said, Mr. Sopko, you're about the only witness who brings us all together in a bipartisan manner. And I will remember that, because that's what the job of an IG is, to be nonpartisan, to bring people together to try to get the facts. And this committee should be proud of itself for doing that. And I think under Chairman Comer, I think it's continuing that. So that's all I can say. And then,
well, that's plenty. Mr. Chairman, just on a request on a unanimous consent request. So the Committee of Democrats have long supported the vital work of Inspectors General, and we appreciate the work that you do. That is why last Congress, my colleague, then Chair Maloney, and I was then Chair as well, Subcommittee Chair, we spearheaded a bipartisan request to SIGAR to examine the factors that contributed to the collapse of the Afghan government and its security forces last September. As Mr. Sopko has testified before, this request led to 5 reports that have provided us and the American people with exceptional insights into the failures and mistakes over 20 years that explain the rapid collapse of the Afghan government and its armed forces. So what I would ask, and I, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Chairman Comer, Full Committee Chair Comer, would be an effort to draft another letter similar to the one that we tried to do last session, to support our Inspectors General and to encourage the administration and the agencies to be forthcoming and cooperative with the Attorney General community in terms of getting the information and the truth and the facts out, so that we might learn from those lessons and maybe prevent, missteps from being made in the future.
Thank you. And yeah, I think that the Inspector General, clearly the Inspector General's offices play a vital and critical role. We need independent oversight. And I'm sure that myself, the other subcommittee chairs, and Chairman Comer would very much like to write a letter and supporting, in a bipartisan fashion, the work of the IGs, because it's just one tool to get to one critical tool to get to the truth. So
and I'll leave it up to our very capable staffs to come up with language that would reflect that intent. And I yield back, and I thank you for your courtesy, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank each one of you for your service to the country. You can imagine that we as members of Congress and the legislative branch have a little bit of a difficult time getting information from the administration, if for no other reason than they're the executive branch and we're the legislative branch and the whole separation and so on and so forth. But I'm concerned that it's deeper than that, and there are reasons other than that. And in the shadow of tax day, I don't know that most Americans, look, a lot of people in the last couple of days just wrote checks to the federal government. They're probably not real happy about it, and they probably don't realize, and this is according to your report, sir, Mr. Sopko, that since October of 2021, the American taxpayers spent $8,275,952,000 in Afghanistan. That's since October 2021. And also included in your report 23-16, The United States left 43,139 ground vehicles behind in Afghanistan, specialty munitions, including millions of rounds of small arms ammunition in the tune of 1,537,000 rounds, 37,000 rounds. Weapons, from Mark IVs and M16s to howitzers and mortar systems, 316,260. Aircraft vehicles, including individual GPS devices, 22,950. These numbers are staggering. They are staggering. They are unacceptable. Now, in previous conversations with some of my colleagues, the other inspector generals kind of implied and gave me the impression via the questioning that everybody's cooperating and there's no obstruction. And I want to drill down on that, because that's not the perception I get from Mr. Sopko. And if you're getting something different, then we need to know that. But according to a November 22nd report, found that the Taliban likely gained access to approximately $57.6 million in funds. And I just remind everybody, we say the Taliban. Let's remind ourselves that the Taliban is a murderous, a terrorist regime, a murderous terrorist regime. $57.6 million in funds that DOD, state, and USAID provided to the former Afghan government, yet the murderous Taliban has them. And it also, in the report, says that the three agencies did not provide or were unable to provide SIGAR with information showing the amount of on-budget assistance funds they left in the country at the time of the Taliban takeover. So are they just not complying with him, or are they providing you with this information regarding the $57.6 million that goes to DOD, sir, ma'am, state, and ma'am, USAID? What say you?
So a couple things. Thank you for the question. First of all, we have not experienced a lack of cooperation in getting information from the department. With regard to the important question you asked about equipment that was left behind, I believe the department in its submissions to the Hill has estimated $7.12 billion worth of equipment that was in the hands of the Afghan military when it collapsed. They have indicated that much of that may not still be in operation. Mr. Sopko's talked, and we had similar work about the lack.
So you're saying they're cooperating with you, but not the special inspector general in Afghanistan? They're fully cooperating with you. And should he be coming to you for the information, since he can't get it from DOD?
So it's a great question. So let me just to finish the last point. We have no ability to audit, obviously, in Afghanistan at this point.
Yes, that is true.
How much?
Yeah, I know. And the server went down, and we don't know where the equipment was. And oh my goodness, we got to spend more money on the military.
With regard to our office, we have not experienced any lack of cooperation from the department.
By the way, this is supposed to be like the party that's like pro-military too.
Talking to you, since DOD won't cooperate with him?
Well, it's the department's information. I'm happy to help with any IG to ensure.
How about state?
So we also have not encountered any lack of cooperation or access issues related to our Afghanistan oversight. We deconflict our work, so we're not looking at those same questions when we know that SIGAR is looking at them. So we haven't encountered the same issues. We are about to launch work to look specifically at how the embassy disposed of its armored vehicles and sensitive assets. So we do have work in that space that we hope will answer questions.
So the report, the October 22nd report, also
all right, folks, I'm gonna leave you in an empty chair for a quick second. Let me get some more coffee.
Oversight and evaluation of its anti-terrorism assistance program in Afghanistan. Do you recognize that as true, and have the information they provided lead you to the same conclusion or a different conclusion?
We haven't looked specifically at that issue because that was an issue that SIGAR was looking at, so we work really hard to stay out of their way.
But if they can't get the information, should he come to you?
He's certainly welcome to. He has not.
And how about USAID?
Yeah, we are happy to do joint work.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. The chair recognizes a gentleman from South Carolina.
He's staring right into your soul, folks.
Mr. Chairman, this has been one of the more difficult hearings I've had in Congress over the last 4.5 years. I'm very frustrated in the narratives that are being pushed. I'm very frustrated with the lack of accountability. I'm very frustrated just across the board with the manner in which, particularly Ranking Member Raskin's opening statement, characterized all of this. And I tried to think through what made me so mad about it. And I'm offended. I'm offended at the manner in which he's accusing the Trump administration. I tried to think through it. I tried, what's wrong with it? Why is it so bad? And the best example I could think of is the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, that was negotiated by the Obama administration. What was the problem? Everybody knew the problem. The problem was Iran's trying to get a bomb. There was disagreement over how to best go about stopping that, but they chose a path. That path was agreed to in July of 2015. When Trump got into office, he said, I disagree with that path. We're going to take a different path. And in May of 2018, he pulled out. The thing that drives me crazy is that if Iran had gotten a nuclear weapon during the Trump administration, and he had not pulled out of the JCPOA, this would be 100% Trump's fault. It wouldn't be Obama's fault. We wouldn't be talking about the $400 million that was sent over in U.S. currency. We'd be talking about Trump and Trump's failure. But here we are. 13 service members are dead. Thousands of Afghans have been brutally murdered. Women have had their rights given to them and then taken away in a manner in which this world has never seen. But we're talking about Trump's failure because of the agreement that he entered into, his administration entered into in February of 2020. So this is Trump's fault because he tried to do something we all knew we needed to do. We needed to leave Afghanistan. The question was how. He negotiated an agreement, his administration negotiated an agreement, and now here we are having a hearing about what went wrong and what we can do differently to make sure it doesn't happen again in the future. But instead of talking about that, we get these ridiculous documents that I read, the classified documents that are just ridiculous. We need to actually get to the bottom of this so it doesn't happen again. The American lives that were lost deserve that. They deserve that. I guess, Mr. Sopka, do you think that my JCPOA analogy is a good one? I mean, did the Biden administration have the ability to change course? I mean, they technically delayed the withdrawal from May to September. They could have pushed it back further. They could have said, Taliban, if you do X, Y, Z, we're going to stay. We're going to do this. He could have shot some missiles somewhere. He could have done anything. But instead, he didn't. And 13 service members died. Thousands of people were killed. And our credibility in the global stage is lost. So, I mean, I guess, what are your thoughts on my JCPOA analogy, number one? And number two, in what world are we talking about Trump's deal and not talking about the mistakes that were made in the days and weeks leading up to the withdrawal?
Well, Congressman, I really can't comment on the JCPO.
Do you think it would have been Trump's fault if Iran got do you think it would have been Obama's fault if Iran got a nuclear bomb under the Trump administration?
Look, I think you're asking a good question. I think this committee, or the state IG or whatever, should look at that question. You know, was it reasonable to delay? I can't tell you whether it was reasonable for President Biden to delay or not. And I don't know if maybe the state IG is looking at that, but those are good questions to ask. That's what oversight should be, and it should be independent, nonpartisan oversight, and I fully support that. I spent 20 years working on Congress, working for Sam Nunn, John Dingell, Bill Roth. We did independent oversight, and I think you need to do that. But I can't really tell you if he's right or wrong on that because we haven't looked at it.
The 20 years that we spent money and blood in Afghanistan and the 13 service members that died deserve accountability for the mistakes that were made. And we are not doing our job. The documents that I read, these classified documents, biggest joke I've ever seen. We need to do our job. We need to make sure this doesn't happen again. We need to learn from our mistakes so we don't make them again. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
And I agree with you 100%.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia by way of Massachusetts, Mr. Conley.
Thank you very much. Go Red Sox. And thank you all for being here today. And I agree with the gentleman who just asked his line of questions. We need to learn from history. But you don't learn from history by whitewashing it. Decisions and events that took place had history. They had context. They had antecedents. And some of my friends on the other side want to pretend history never existed. It all started when Kabul fell on someone else's watch. But that did not happen in a vacuum. And I might add, until that very day, my friends of the other side of the aisle were still trumpeting Donald Trump's peace agreement in Doha. In fact, let me quote from their webpage, which is behind me here. Trump has continued to take the lead in peace talks as he signed a historic peace agreement with the Taliban in Afghanistan, which would end America's longest war. But today they want you to believe none of that happened. Joe Biden caused it all. Mr. Sopko, you and I have known each other a long time. And you know the respect I hold you in and the work you and your team have done, always thorough, not always well sung, not your fault. And I wish Congress had listened a lot earlier to some of the warning signals you sent us. But let me ask you, I'm not going to ask you who's at fault. I'm going to ask you some facts, though. You had a report, and I want to quote from your report. The U.S. decision to withdraw U.S. military and military contractors from Afghanistan through the February 2020 signing of the U.S. Taliban agreement under the Trump administration and the withdrawal following President Biden's public address in 2021 was a factor in the demoralization and ultimate, disintegration of the Afghan military and ultimately Afghan government. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct.
And let's go back to the decision led by then Ambassador Khalilzad. He was an ambassador, chief U.S. negotiator on behalf of our government under the Trump administration, and he led the U.S. side of the negotiations in Doha, correct?
That is correct.
And did he not bless a decision that was a State Department decision, I assume backed by the Pentagon at the time, to negotiate with the Taliban and not to invite the Afghan government itself in the preliminary negotiations?
That also is correct.
Now, let's stop there. That took place on Trump's watch entirely. What could possibly be the impact of actually not inviting the government we're allegedly fighting for and defending and equipping by telling them, we're going to negotiate with your armed, violent, terrorist, medieval opponents, the Taliban, without you at the table. We're going to cut our own deal with them, and you're going to have to live with it, whatever it is. I'm just spitballing here. Mr. Search, you're from the Pentagon. Could that have a demoralizing effect on any military?
Well, we didn't do any work on that, but I see your point, Congressman.
We did, Congressman, and we said it did have a debilitating effect upon the Afghan morale. And if you talk to any of the Afghans, they will tell you that.
Thank you, Mr. Sopko. I counted on that. Maybe the Pentagon could learn from the forthrightness we just heard. That's kind of common sense, Mr. Storch. And if you're advising another government and you withdraw support from that government in the form of who we're going to negotiate with, it has consequences. And by the way, did that agreement that was produced between us and the Taliban, did that lead to any release of prisoners?
Yes, I think we referred to as 5,000 Taliban were released. They agreed not to participate in fighting, but almost every one of them joined the fight against the Afghan government.
So it was kind of a fig leaf agreement, right? Like we agreed to it, we accepted it.
Yes, and it was forced upon the Afghan government.
And forced upon the Afghan government by whom?
I believe we found it was Secretary of State Pompeo.
Thank you, Mr. Sopko. I just think it's important as we're discussing lessons learned so that we don't repeat mistakes, we be honest about the history and the context that preceded dramatic events in August of 2021. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a pretty interesting hearing today. I'd like to remind everyone here watching this hearing and in this room and my colleagues across the aisle that Joseph R. Biden was inaugurated on January 21st of 2021 and was president and commander-in-chief over the Afghanistan withdrawal. All attempts to blame President Trump for all of the failures and deaths and arming the terrorist Taliban government fall completely and squarely on the shoulders of President Biden. Since 2002, the U.S. has spent over $2.3 trillion in Afghanistan. The U.S. lost 2,328 U.S. military lives and over 20,000 other military members were wounded. Our country is responsible for funding and building the mines in Afghanistan that hold $1 trillion worth of rare earth minerals. The United States had intelligence days before the suicide bomber exploded himself, murdering 13 of our military members. They had the intelligence. It was even in the news that they knew this was coming, but yet it happened anyways. Arming the terrorist Taliban, the Taliban who we fought since 2002, is unthinkable, and most Americans can't even comprehend it. And now, since the failure and the withdrawal in Afghanistan, Bagram is now under the control of Taliban and China. And since Biden's failure, $8 billion has been given in assistance to Afghans in Afghanistan. It is incomprehensible, but yet we're here trying to figure out how and why and what happened. And I have to tell you, most people I talk to in my districts and most people I talk to when I travel across the country cannot understand how this happened. And many veterans I talk to take pride in our military, as I take pride in our military, and they are so ashamed that our military was humiliated in this failure in Afghanistan. And so I do have some questions, and I thank you all for coming to speak with our committee. Mr. Sopko, in October 2021 letter to Daphne Rand, an official at the State Department, you said the Biden administration instructed CGAR to remove all reports from your website following the collapse and asked you to redact information on the website. Who specifically in the admin instructed your office to do that, and why?
I don't remember the name. We can get the name of the person who sent that. I don't have that in front of me. The explanation was that this could be potentially a threat to Afghans, but we asked for any specific threats. Do you have any specific threat information? And some of the requests were just unbelievable. They wanted us to take down our complete website and also to take down from all of our reports the name of, let's say, President Ghani. We assumed the Taliban knew who President Ghani was. Why do we have to scrub all of our reports for that? They also wanted us to take down the name of a city in the United States, which I think the Taliban could look at a map. So it was a bizarre request, and they never did give us any information as to why they wanted us to pull down all of our reports, which have been public, many of them, for 12 years.
Yeah, that it's pretty hard to understand why any administration would want to censor information. And you're right. I mean, Afghanistan can easily look at the map, or they can talk to their friends in China because they flew a spy balloon across our country. And I'm sure they pretty much have pictures of everything. Thank you. Mr. Storch, on August 17, 2021, a U.S. airstrike in Afghanistan killed 10 civilians, including 7 children. Since the strike was supposed to target an ISIS terrorist, Mark Milley called it a righteous strike. A few weeks later, however, U.S. Central Command admitted that they had hit the wrong Toyota Corolla. My question is, as the Inspector General of the Department of Defense, do you see this kind of absolute failure from Mark Milley a lot? And have there been other times when the military has hit the wrong Toyota Corolla or another target on accidentally killing a bunch of innocent children? And then Mark Milley called it a righteous strike. I still don't understand that. Can you explain, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for the question. So the strike on, I believe it was 29 August, our office did do a classified review of that strike. And we looked at what led up to it. We looked at the reporting on it. We looked at the communications thereafter. As I say, it's classified, so I can't talk about it in this briefing, but happy in an appropriate setting to provide more information about that. I would also say that's one of a number of reviews that our office has done regarding different kinetic strikes, not limited to Afghanistan as well. And as I say, happy to provide more information in the appropriate setting.
Thank you, Mr. Storch. We'll have committee staff follow up, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Sopko, did the Afghanistan war start on January 21st, 2021?
No, 20 years before.
Yeah, it's the longest war in our history, isn't
Absolutely.
that right?
Yes.
And certainly in your evaluation of the last 9 or 10 years, 10 years of that war, was it your understanding that one decision impacts the next decision, which impacts the next decision, and so forth?
It depends on the decision, but yes, I mean, I think we highlight that there was 4 administrations made many mistakes over that 20 years.
Right. Now, Mr. Storch, are you aware of a November 11th, 2020 memorandum from President Trump relating to the withdrawal of troops from Somalia and Afghanistan?
I'm not sure I'm familiar with that. I'm sorry.
Okay, I find that interesting because it was a memo that Donald Trump issued to all servicemen to withdraw all troops, every single troop from Afghanistan by January 15th, 2021. Does that familiar to you now?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Yeah. And do you know whether that was vetted by anyone at the Department of Defense?
So that is, and that may explain my initial question. That's not something that our office has done independent oversight on, so I honestly don't know the answer to that.
Why not? I mean, it's absolutely incredible that a president would issue an order to withdraw all troops from an ongoing war without consulting anyone at DOD, which is what both Secretary Austin and Chairman Milley have said.
Yeah, it's a great question. I really appreciate it because, you know, one of the things that I think underlies the response to that question and just in general some of the issues we've discussed is as inspectors general, our work looks at the execution of policies and strategies that are set by administrations, regardless of partisan affiliation, right? So with regard to who made which decision and how that was made, that's typically, those are matters for the management and for the administration and the leadership of the agencies to do. Once those policies are set, we look to see whether they're done effectively, efficiently, economically.
Thank you for that.
Thank you
for that explanation.
Yes, sir.
The point I'm making here, and Mr. Sopko, you've been making this all day, and I think it's a very valid point, which is if we are to conduct meaningful oversight over the war in Afghanistan that lasted for 20 years, we can't just start on January 21st, 2021. Would you agree with that, Mr. Sopko?
No, you can't start with the Doha Agreement either.
Right.
I mean, we had years of problems which put the context of why the Taliban, why the Trump decision made a certain decision and the Biden administration made a certain decision.
Right. The 5,000 members of the Taliban who you just referenced to have been released and then not abided by their promises, in your investigation of the withdrawal, did you determine whether any of those 5,000 Taliban members were involved in the violence surrounding the evacuation?
I don't think we had that granularity on that. We just knew that the Afghans said that most of them, the Afghan soldiers and military, but they said most of those Taliban went back to fight.
But it's certainly possible that some of those would have been there, right? They were fighting.
Yeah.
You know, this war is very personal to me and my district. I represent Wall Street and 9/11, the World Trade Towers, and this is where the 9/11 Museum lives. This is where the principal attack that led to the Afghanistan war. And one of the things that I'm really struggling with is that we have what is clearly politicized oversight, trying to have a gotcha moment against President Biden. But my colleagues on the other side do not support additional support for our veterans. They did not support the PAC Act.
Will the gentleman
burn
yield
pits.
for a question?
I have 20 seconds.
Will
We're
you?
about
I
to
can give
go.
you some of my time.
Okay,
See, the
can I
issue
just
that-
finish? Can I
will
just
you yield?
finish? I will not yield. Let me just finish. And if I could have a little bit more time, Mr. Chairman, you'll have plenty of time to respond, Ms. Luna. The point I'm trying to make here is that there are two significant pieces of legislation that would not only support our veterans by providing more health care, but would also support the many Afghans, the hundreds of thousands of Afghans who helped our troops during the 20 years of the wars. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle do not support these bills. So we can talk all we want about the evacuation, but let's see where we're going to be when we put our votes on the line, and whether we're going to support our troops and whether we're going to support our foreign allies who helped us over a 20-year war. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Before Chair recognizes the next speaker, I feel we have to respond to the statement that this is a political hearing. Our four witnesses are inspectors general. And the main theme that I've heard thus far is that they're not getting cooperation from this Biden White House.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, what is the basis for you opining on this right now?
Misstatement.
It's not a misstatement. It's a assertion of me that you want to focus solely on what has happened since January 21st, 2021. And that's to score political points, because meaningful oversight would go back for 20 years.
This is about fighting for the families that never got closure because they lost loved ones on failed military leadership. So stop making it about this. If you want to ask the questions,
I don't
bring up
understand
the
what
PAC
basis
Act.
she has to talk. You can make what.
Point of order. Chair recognizes the ranking member for point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amy, I appreciate the chair's indulgence of real discussion among the members. I hope that we would be able to keep it balanced in some way. So if the gentleman could have the chance to respond to you, that would be wonderful, and then we could move on.
We'll move on. Point taken. Chair recognizes Ms. McClain from Michigan for 5 minutes.
Wow. I think from both sides of what we hear, this has not been a success. But at the end of the day, we have to take a look at leadership, because if you're in charge of the greatest country in the world, which is the United States, and it's your job to lead, you can't just pick up what's ever convenient to pick up when you want it to pick up. So I'm hoping we can all agree on that. Biden is our president. That's a fact. He made the choices he made when he made them. That's a fact. And we can go back and make this about Trump if we want. What I don't understand is the other side, you just can't quit Trump. I mean, man, he is living in your head rent-free. So right now, we're talking about the commander-in-chief right now, which is President Biden. Anytime he wants to relinquish that, I'm sure we could have a different discussion. But with that said, for the past 2 years, let's talk about the facts. The Biden administration has wholeheartedly defended this atrocity in Afghanistan. They've defended it. They've told Congress to ignore images of people desperately hanging and falling to their deaths from the U.S. military aircrafts that they left at the Kabul airport. We have the photos of that. The administration had claimed that the death of 13 American service members as a success. The president calls the abandoning of billions of U.S. assets a success. The president thinks abandoning our allies to be hunted down and killed by the Taliban as a success. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, you honestly can't call that a success. I don't know how in any frame of reference that can be delivered as a success. For anyone in this chamber to parrot the administration's lies that the debacle was of Afghanistan and the withdrawal of it was a success, I think, in my humble opinion, is delusional. So I have one question, I sincerely. In good conscience, would you call the death of 13 U.S. service members, the loss of billions of U.S. assets, which, by the way, are paid for by the U.S. taxpayers, the abandonment of U.S. partners, and now the potential for another terrorist safe haven in Afghanistan, would we define that as a success? General Sopko, I'd like to hear.
Congresswoman, I don't think I would ever say the death of an American soldier is a success.
Thank you. What about the billions of assets that we left over there?
It's wasteful, to say the least, but
I think that's the frustration with the American people is, you know, you hear the waste, the fraud, and the abuse.
But Congresswoman, if I can just tell you, I mean, if you're talking about a withdrawal, no matter what time, you are going to leave a lot of equipment behind. I mean, and a lot of it is broken, and you try to destroy some of it. So a lot of his equipment wasn't under the control of the U.S. military.
How much did we destroy?
I don't know. I didn't look at it, but we tried to destroy it. But remember, we weren't at all of these Afghan military bases. The Afghan soldiers and police were there, and what they did with them, I think that's part of the problem. And at the end, our troops were gone. They were protecting Kabul, and, you know, we don't know where that stuff was. So.
To my point.
Yeah.
To my point. And to the gentleman's question earlier about going back, I think we can't fix a problem and learn from history unless we can have an honest look at history. So I agree. We have to stop whitewashing this as a success. I don't think the American people expect perfection from us, but I do think that they expect progress from us. And I think we owe it to the American people to have an honest dialogue about the facts of what actually happened on the withdrawal. And again, if you're in charge, if you're the coach of a baseball team, or if you're the coach of a football team and you lose the game, I've never heard Nick Saban say, well, you know, it's not my fault, it's my offensive line's fault. No, as the leader, you actually take some ownership. I think we all could learn a little bit from that. But in conclusion, we all have eyes. We all saw what happened during the disastrous withdrawal. There is no way anyone can claim this as a success. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Moskowitz for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is an important topic, and we do need to get to the answers of why the Afghanistan withdrawal did not go according to what the experts in the Pentagon and elsewhere thought. We need to know why there were intelligent gaps. We need to know how that happened. There are lessons to be learned so they're not repeated, so that other soldiers, other Americans, men and women, don't wind up in the same situation. I want to remind everyone, we had soldiers die over 20 years of the war, not just in the withdrawal. So this is just as much about them as well. And it's an important topic, and it's something I think the American people want to know and want examined. And we have to make sure that we improve our military through oversight. But you know, this committee, who says it's an important topic, we're 100+ days into the next Congress. And this committee thought that before we would talk about the Afghanistan withdrawal, they thought it was more important to talk about Twitter first. And not only did they think it was more important than the Afghanistan withdrawal, they thought it was more important to talk about the hiring policies of the Biden administration. They also thought it was more important to talk about a laptop that was found at Radio Shack before the Afghan withdrawal. You know, they thought it was more important to talk about the DC government and public urination before the Afghan withdrawal. And so I know this is a serious topic, but just look at the hearings we've had before this one. And so it's tough for us on this side of the aisle to accept that this isn't a serious hearing. This was a 20-year war. It was started by President Bush. You remember President Bush? I know many of you have disowned him because he disagrees with President Trump. But 4 presidents, 20 years of good decisions, 20 years of bad decisions. You don't want to examine 20 years. You only want to examine, like, the last week. You know, when marriages dissolve after 20 years and they get in front of a judge, they don't just say, you know, everything was great until the last week of marriage. It's crazy. President Trump invited the Taliban to Camp David around the anniversary of 9/11. What? Like, are there any questions about that? Trump released 5,000 prisoners, many that included terrorists, 5,000 Taliban prisoners, many that included terrorists. I thought, Mr. Sopka, you said that it was Secretary Pompeo who negotiated that release of the Taliban prisoners. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. It may have been somebody else with him, but I remember that.
No, fair enough. And because this committee has amnesia, as we've shown on our COVID debates and other debates, who did Secretary Pompeo work for again?
This is a never trick question, isn't it?
It is.
I think President Trump.
Okay. Can you imagine, for a second, you don't have to answer this one, if Joe Biden had released 5,000 Taliban prisoners, many of who probably wound up in Kabul that day? Can you imagine what these folks would be doing? I mean, the heavens would open for them based on that. I mean, it would be unbelievable to watch. But they have no questions and never had any questions. And many supported the release of these prisoners. No, they don't want to know what effect that had at all on the fall of Kabul. No, don't look at that at all. Only look at the fact that it happened during a Democratic administration. You know, I'm even hearing some of my colleagues say that they can't get information out of this administration. It's ironic when those same colleagues didn't comply with subpoenas, now complain they can't get information. That's the problem with this place. It's not serious. This is no different than COVID. You guys only wanted to talk about COVID under the Biden administration. COVID was a 3-year issue. And so I'll end with this, Mr. Chairman. It was accused that the Democrats don't want to quit Trump. We'll quit Trump when you quit Trump. We look forward in a bipartisan fashion, quitting Trump together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent motion. I'd like to introduce a November 11, 2020 memo from the Acting Secretary of Defense. The subject is withdrawal from Somalia and Afghanistan.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Edwards for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can see now why things are so tough to get done up here in Washington, D.C. And I also understand why the folks on the other side of the aisle want to distract this conversation from its true purpose. As I look at this memorandum for the purpose of this meeting, I read that it is to examine the audits and evaluations conducted by inspectors general regarding factors that led to the collapse of the Afghan government and its security forces issues when it comes to evacuee resettlement and lessons learned from the evacuation from Afghanistan. And when I look at the timeline given us, produced by the Department of Defense under control of Biden, that evacuation began on April the 14th, 2021, under Biden's control. So I'd like to return the conversation back to the purpose of this hearing. And I appreciate all four of you being here and indulging us through the duration of this often distracted process. Mr. Sopka, you've mentioned many, many times that you've not received the cooperation that you would have expected to have received in your investigation. And obviously, while this is the first time I've had a chance to meet you, obviously you've got a long history in testifying before this committee. And so based on that history, what would be the advice to this committee as to what our next steps should be given the obstruction that you are getting from the current administration?
Just dealing with the obstruction issue, sir, I mean, I think the question somebody asked before is why aren't they providing us with the information, but they're providing it to the other IGs? I would seriously like to find out why they're doing that. If you're talking about just the obstruction, I'm not talking about your obstruction that you may have related to other investigations. I'm talking about my problem. I have a job to do, and I'm not able to do that job because of state and aid, and mainly state because they've issued this ridiculous legal opinion basically saying I no longer exist.
Thank you. And so what would be your advice to this committee as to enable you to do your job? What can we do to enable you to do your job?
Well, call in the administration and have them explain it. And, you know, look, I used to work for...
Perfect. That's all I need. Thank you. Mr. Storch, do you know, through your investigation, was there any specific consideration given to sensitive equipment that might have been left behind? We've talked about broken equipment and flat tires and all the other things that might have been left behind.
All right, people, we're back.
A total of $7.2 billion, I heard you testify. Was there any specific consideration to sensitive equipment?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Yes, my office actually did an evaluation in August of 2021 as events were unfolding that looked at exactly that issue in terms of the accountability and controls to ensure that sensitive equipment was properly essentially wiped, that the sensitive information was taken care of, and that also that there were appropriate controls in place. And essentially we found that there were concerns that some of the sensitive information had not been taken off it before it was turned back in. Now, to be clear, this is being turned back in to the United States authorities. But on the other hand, we found that there were significant concerns regarding controls over that equipment, so that we really couldn't be sure that all...
Would you consider that we had additional national security risks because sensitive equipment was...
I wouldn't have any basis to go there. Again, you don't know what you don't know, right? So I can't say that there would be particular national security risks. What our report found was that with the equipment that was turned in, not all the sensitive information was appropriately, and that there were concerns regarding accountability, and frankly, concerns about accountability as we've both testified, Mr. Sopko and I, about going back years. And so those two taken together create risks, but I couldn't go beyond that.
And so if there was sensitive equipment of national security interest left behind, and now we do not know whose hands that equipment is in, then...
It's in the Taliban's hands, so everybody knows it.
Risk. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, again, I can't say whether or not there was national security information that would not have been wiped. A lot of this was personal information, medical information, and things like that. But certainly, if you can't account for all the equipment, you can't rule out that possibility.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I see my time's expired, so I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all to our witnesses for being here. I want to obviously just begin by saying that there's no question that the withdrawal from Afghanistan was very difficult. We know this. We have had a 20-year war, and certainly we had failed to build a sustainable state. or an Afghan military that could withstand alone against the Taliban. And so we understand this is a very complex issue, and I want to thank you all for your service. Now, in an era of increasing global threats and with so many priorities, we know that we can also not fight these forever wars. And so this has been a difficult withdrawal, and certainly we can argue that the administration could have moved slower. But I also want to remind some of our colleagues some of the history here. Now, in July of 2019, just 2 years into Mr. President Trump's presidency, then Secretary of State Pompeo revealed that President Trump had ordered him to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Afghanistan by the 2020 election, even though the Pentagon was opposing this policy. So first, to Mr. Storch, were you aware of any tactical, or are you aware of any tactical reason why November 2020 would have been the appropriate date to draw down troops from Afghanistan?
So we reported out in the lead IG reporting regarding that chain of events. We did not do independent auditing or evaluation to analyze the tactics involved or the strategic decisions. And staffing in particular is a sort of quintessentially management position. There are a lot of things that go into it. So we didn't go any further than that.
Mr. Sopko, same question.
We don't have any specific information on what was behind that decision.
Because I personally am not aware of any tactical reason why that date would have been set, and I think most of the public would agree with that. Before that plan could be enacted, President Trump signed also the highly flawed Doha Agreement. In October 2020, President Trump's national security advisor announced that the Trump administration would follow through on the Trump-Taliban agreement that was made and draw down forces in Afghanistan to 2,500 by early 2021. Just hours later, and before the vice presidential debate, I think we're all aware, President Trump then recklessly tweeted, and I'll quote, we should have the small remaining number of our brave men and women serving in Afghanistan home by Christmas, end quote. Now, Mr. Sopko, based on your extensive research, did the Trump administration's conflicting messages have an impact on any of the morale of the Afghan security forces?
Yes, it wasn't just the Trump administration, but I think there was mass confusion on statements being made about the withdrawal.
And Mr. Storch, to your knowledge, was there any military reason to designate December 2020 as a withdrawal date?
Again, Congressman, my answer would be the same. We reported out on the chronology, but we didn't do independent audits or evaluations as to the rationale.
Okay, I think most of the public, and I certainly agree that there was no reasoning as far as that date. I think that's been pretty clear and been made clear today at this hearing as well. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, testified that on November 11, 2020, just 4 days after President Trump lost the presidential election, and he did lose that election, he received a memo signed by President Trump directing the immediate withdrawal of all U.S. forces from Afghanistan no later than January 15th, 2021, and we've heard this as well in this committee. Mr. Storch, to your knowledge, by November 2020, had the situation on the ground changed in such a way to warrant the complete withdrawal of troops by January 15th, 2021?
Again, Congressman, in the interest of time, my answer would be the same.
Okay. And mine would as well. I want to thank you all, because I find it troubling that President Trump, knowing that he had lost an election and with just weeks left in office, set in motion a series of events that would lead to the collapse of the Afghan government and its security forces. And that is a real failure that this committee should be investigating. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Chair recognizes Mr. Langworthy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to express my gratitude to our witnesses for joining us here today to discuss one of the most significant failures in American military history. And even though the military operations in Afghanistan have concluded, we're still discovering that our American tax dollars are being spent in Afghanistan. Americans have lost too much in Afghanistan, and I don't believe that this body will stand for wasted tax dollars ending up in the hands of Taliban and other bad actors. Mr. Sopko, based on your high-risk list report, can you speak a little more about multilateral organizations and Taliban interference?
From our discussions with the UN, basically, and I think maybe the World Food Program, they're talking about the Taliban, first of all, issuing the order not allow women to work at NGOs, issuing another order not allowing women to work at the international organizations. We also were told that the Taliban isn't so much stealing the money directly from the UN, although they may be doing that, we don't know for sure. But what they're doing is that they're illegally billing or charging subcontractors for the UN and other international organizations, and then getting that money. They are also interfering by telling the UN and other implementing partners that they can't give money or assistance to certain ethnic groups. The Hazaras in particular have been identified. We have also been told
Just
that
adding another
they
scene,
are
folks. Just bear with me.
diverting some of the food assistance mainly to the wives, the children, and actually Taliban fighters, instead of going to people who are maybe more needy. So there's a whole series of those issues that we're being told by officials of the international organizations. Problem is, we're not able to get books and records from the international organizations or from the State Department or USAID.
I think it's just important that we understand how funds are getting to Afghanistan, especially knowing that wire transfers are restricted. Regarding your high-risk list report, can you explain the process of how U.S. funds are going to humanitarian aid groups and then getting to Afghanistan?
We're sending bulk cash to Afghanistan, and I think on a regular basis. Maybe the aid IG would remember the exact number. I don't know if it was 5 million, 15 million a week or whatever. And then the money is then used to go to the UN and go to the implementing agencies. So it's all cash, which is also very... You're always worried when you're dealing with that much cash in a place like Afghanistan.
Yeah, I can imagine. So we're not seeing that the Taliban is directly shaking down the NGOs. It's more through fees and other means that they're
that has been explained to us. They're getting clever at that. We don't know. They may be doing other shakedowns, but again, if state and aid don't answer our questions and don't give us the books and records, I can't tell you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Angarella, does the USAID have any ongoing programs in Afghanistan?
Yes, USAID has mostly humanitarian assistance, very small developmental programs, and to add on to what IG Sopko said, we do have current work in Afghanistan. We have investigations that we are working, our criminal law enforcement agents are working 4 cases that have come to us either through USAID self-reporting or the NGOs or implementing partners that USAID is working with. We also have memorandums of understanding, which are formal information sharing agreements. So we know how many open investigations the WFP IG has and how many affect USAID funding. So we are coordinating right now on 3 cases that are active that WFP is investigating in Afghanistan related to USAID funds. And specifically, what we're seeing in the interference of the delivery of foreign assistance, both in kind, is pressuring organizations to pay taxes and tariffs, intimidating some aid organizations to hire Taliban-affiliated personnel, and the preclusion of NGOs and UN organizations from hiring women to actually deliver the assistance and the programs.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Ms. Brown for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I first want to acknowledge the chairman, ranking member, and our witnesses for being here today. I would also like to say it is important to note that while in office, President Trump routinely vilified public servants across the government. He particularly antagonized what he referred to as the Deep State Department. Amid this tenor, the State's Department's workforce plummeted by 9% from December 2016 to March 2018. So Ms. Shaw, can you tell us how the attrition at the State Department impacted the Afghan Special Immigrant Visa Program?
Thank you so much for the question. Our work over many years has determined that staffing has been an issue in terms of being able to keep pace with the number of applications. The work we published in 2020, I believe, recommended that an assessment be done of staffing levels. When we did a follow-up compliance review, we found that the staffing assessment had been done and some changes had been made, but the backlog still was not being wound down at a pace that would keep pace with the applications. And so we have ongoing work to further look at the way the program's been streamlined to see if we're finally seeing some of those positive effects.
To follow up, you mentioned the backlog. Was there a substantial backlog for the special immigrant visa application program in 2020?
You know, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you exactly where it was at that time, but I believe that what our work found at that time period was that there was a backlog. It has, of course, since been impacted by the evacuation.
For the record, that backlog had increased to 18,864. Another question. Ms. Shaw, what was the Trump administration's impact on other refugee settlement and support services relevant to the Afghanistan withdrawal?
Well, I can think of one context. We recently issued a report about resettlement agencies that the department worked with
we get it. We get it, Colin.
Afghan evacuees. And what we did find is that the reduction in the number of refugees that was decided within the Trump administration had a downstream effect in that the implementers and resettlement agencies did scale back their resources, recognizing that they would not have as many people to serve. And then, of course, with the evacuation, we saw a huge surge, and so their ability to quickly staff up to meet that spike was one of the major challenges that we identified.
So would you say that the visa and resettlement program should have been contemplated as part of a successful Afghan withdrawal effort during the Trump administration?
I can't say whether it was or not, but I know from the State Department perspective, based on our work, that they did give some focus to it after we found that there were significant issues, including one of the most senior level positions to oversee that program. The senior coordinating official had been a position left vacant for several years during that administration.
I'll take that as a yes. I think it's fair to say then that President Trump failed to put critical pieces in place before aggressively advancing the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. And I want to close by asking unanimous consent to submit to the record a Twitter thread by Olivia Troy, the former Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Advisor to Mike Pence.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. In this Twitter thread, she's replying to an assertion that Trump would have successfully evacuated all Afghan partners, and she wrote, and I quote, "There were cabinet meetings about this during the Trump administration where Stephen Miller would peddle his racist hysteria about Iraq and Afghanistan. He and his enablers across government would undermine anyone who worked on solving the SIV issue by devastating the system at DHS and state." She continued to say, Trump had 4 years while putting his plan in place to evacuate these Afghan allies who were lifelines for many of us who spent time in Afghanistan. They'd been waiting a long time. The process slowed to a trickle for review of their priorities, then came to a halt. End quote. Donald Trump and his administration knew full well that his withdrawal commitments were a recipe for disaster, but did nothing to address it. Those facts should not be ignored during our discussion today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Burleson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, real leaders accept responsibility for mistakes and pass on credit for successes. I'm from Missouri. We are the home of President Harry Truman, who famously had on his desk, "The buck stops here." We are a long ways from Harry Truman, because this whole hearing for hours, all we're hearing is we want to blame any mistakes, not on myself or my administration, or accept any responsibility. Instead, we're going to blame it on previous administrations. And so I think I respect and applaud your efforts, because you in your reports have looked past blame and are just trying to get to the answers. And because we don't want to see this ever happen again. And so I think my questions are going to go in a different direction than what some of the ones I've heard earlier. I want to find out what's going on today. So in October of 2022, the Department of Defense, OIG, released a report called The Evaluation of DoD Security and Life Support for Afghan Evacuees at Camp Bondsteel. Okay, Camp Bondsteel is located in Kosovo and was selected for one of the several locations where we temporarily housed Afghanistan refugees. It was scheduled to be decommissioned or taken down, but has been renewed, and apparently it's going to keep going. What's happening there?
Thank you for the question. The report you're referencing is one of 11 management advisories that we did looking at different facilities, U.S. military installations that were used in order to house, feed, give medical care, and the like to evacuees. The one in question is actually one where I think it's fair to say we found a fair number of issues and concerns regarding the way in which that was carried out, and we made a number of findings.
Yeah.
My understanding is that those were addressed promptly. There were after-action reports done, and so our office, continues to follow up on all that. But as we've moved forward, we've moved on into audits and evaluations looking more at the cost of the process. But having said that, there were after-actions done to address those issues.
So the issues were processing issues, or they were, conditions?
I think there were a number of issues regarding the way in which different aspects of care were conducted, the medical care, some of the feeding, the housing, those sort of issues, and then there were processing issues.
About how many evacuees were processed there?
I don't have the specific number for that one. The total number was about 108,000.
And what's the purpose for this? Are these people, they're kind of in purgatory? They can't get, what is their status?
So as I understand it, the purpose was to provide safe spaces for these individuals to continue to pursue
man.
their refugee status and their applications for visas.
Look at this, man.
Evacuated.
He made essentially a snitch sheet for anybody who's essentially for any transgender person who's in the who's either transitioning or in the middle of a transition, and anyone who can, any consent on anyone who helps them too. What the fuck?
Of DHS, but we did find issues when we looked at that regarding whether all of the information that DoD had in its system,
Jesus Christ, dude, they're fucking nuts, man.
All that information was being provided to DHS, essentially because of limitations on the sharing of that information that were in place when they got that, and so there were sort of informal procedures worked out to identify individuals who had derogatory information. That doesn't mean that they necessarily say we're terrorists or something else, but there were concerns, and not all that went forward. We're doing a follow-up project right now that's looking at the current status of that.
So the reason why the camp is still being funded, and we have, the U.S. national security,
I gotta take a look at this too.
Housing these individuals because we have not been able to process them. We still don't. We haven't figured out who they really are, whether they are a terrorist or not.
No, I'm sorry. I think those are separate issues, and I can get back to you with more information on this if you'd like. But there's the one issue regarding the provision of housing and other services to the people under Operation Allies Welcome. The separate issue is the support for the screening and vetting process, and that's what I was alluding to with the latter. I don't believe that the latter was particularly related to Camp Bondsteel.
Do you have any idea how many Afghanistan refugees that have entered the United States have there been? Are you aware or investigating any crimes that they have committed in the United States?
That's true too. That's a good angle to approach it from too. And I think the FDA wanted this to happen.
About 24 active investigations that both from legacies, from OFS and from OES. Those don't involve refugees or that sort of situation. One of the issues we found was that there was ambiguity regarding jurisdiction over how to investigate crimes involving individuals who were brought into the country.
Good for them.
But there have been crimes.
Gentlemen's time's expired, but please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know that there have been crimes. My office, that wouldn't be our jurisdiction is over DOD. One of the things we found was there needed to be better delineation of jurisdiction over who would investigate any such crimes. But I don't have any information regarding whether those individuals themselves had committed crimes, if that helps.
Thank you. Chair recognizes a gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. The United States' 20-year experiment in Afghanistan has been a complete and total disaster. $2.3 trillion was spent. 2,328 U.S. military personnel have been killed. And in almost every theater the U.S. meddles in, whether it be Iraq, Syria, or Afghanistan, death and destruction follows. And the U.S. has nothing to show for it. And what a shame, considering the immense sacrifice our brave soldiers have made fighting.
There's like
against
something wrong with
senseless
Gosar, man.
wars
He did.
forced upon them
I think he needs some real
out-of-touch
help.
Political elites. The obvious lesson to draw from the recent Middle Eastern wars, and the one that the American people learned long ago, but somehow few elected officials from either party seem to understand, is that these wars don't work. The only fruits are evil. Many people die, lives are ruined, and America is weakened. But now our genius leaders have decided that what didn't work in the Middle East, and which was tried multiple times, must be rinsed and repeated in Europe. And the same result is playing out in Ukraine as it did in Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, Libya, Yemen. The list goes on and on. And the result is a more unstable world and an immense amount of human suffering. Mr. Storch, the grieving mother of a Marine who was one of the fallen 13 servicemen who died at the hands of the infamous suicide bomber in Kabul contacted my office with some pertinent questions. The Marine's name was Marine Lance Corporal Dylan Marola. As a background, President Biden sent 3,000 troops in August of 2021 to help with that evacuation. Also, if one reviews the ages of the 11 of the 13 servicemen who died, they were anywhere from the ages of 20 to 23. Marine Lance Corporal Dylan Marola and 8 others had only been in Afghanistan for under 2 weeks when they were killed. So my question, why were such young, inexperienced troops chosen for such a dangerous mission?
What?
So thank you for the question. Obviously, each of those losses is a tragedy, right? Having said that, I always want to be frank with you. That's not an area our office has not looked at that. I did mention earlier I did reach out to get the full after-action report, the classified report that was done by the department, and my team and I are reviewing that, and if there's additional oversight that's impactful to do, we'll do it.
I'd love to, one of the things we want to look at it is what percentage of the 3,000 troops had 2 years of experience of service or less? We want to find out about that because it seems that when you're coming from a hostile situation, you want your best, your brightest, your most trained. And then also, who made the final call as to that, the 3,000 troops? And reading in your testimony, it's clear the U.S. taxpayer money has been funding the Taliban. Once again, you mentioned in your testimony that you could not determine whether hundreds of millions of dollars of ammunition were used properly. Are you confident this ammunition did not fall in the hands of the Taliban?
So we know, and the department, I believe, has reported to Congress that there was about $7.12 billion worth of various equipment that was in the possession of the Afghan military at the time of the collapse. The condition of that we don't know, and obviously we can't go back in to audit. With regard to things like ammunition, we found for years in many audits that there was not adequate control, and there was subjecting to theft and otherwise things like ammunition, radios, vehicles, night vision devices, all sorts of stuff. And so I would not have any confidence as to the status of any of that. With regard to the equipment, I will say, in fairness, the Department of Defense has said that much of that was demilled, it was rendered inoperable. Again, we have no way to go back in to check on any of that.
Mr. Sopko, in your testimony, you cite the Taliban's practice of forcing NGOs to give them a cut of the aid the NGOs distributed. You even mentioned an instance where the Taliban often allowed one particular NGO to rent vehicles directly from them, the Taliban. How much foreign aid do you suspect reaches the Taliban? And could you hazard to give me a percentage?
I can't, sir, because of the lack of cooperation from state and aid.
This is troubling to me, really troubling, and I think it's troubling for a lot of us, is you can't make decisions if you have no information in front of you.
I agree.
And it's really sad. I will have a bunch of follow-up questions for all of you. And I think we need to follow the money. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Luna for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. And before I go into my questioning, I just wanted to correct some of the statements made by one of my colleagues from across the aisle. First of all, for those who are reporters here, the reason why some Republicans didn't support the PAC Act, and I see this as a veteran and the wife of a combat wounded veteran in Afghanistan, that when you are using veterans, especially with burn pits, and then you stick $400 billion in unnecessary spending so you can get your pet projects paid for, we are not going to support that, and we do not advise using veterans to get your pet projects paid for. So that's the first thing. Second thing, Mr. Garcia had annotated earlier that this is a very complicated issue. Obviously, the entire region of Afghanistan has been destabilized, and it is known as the graveyard of empire. So there's a big foreign policy issue that we have in this country. And I do believe that this administration is unqualified and intentionally doing the wrong thing because, in my opinion, they are trying to empower China, and I will go to the grave with that one. But to further why we are here today, I believe that the military as a whole is suffering from people that have been put in charge and do not truly understand the culture of the military, and thus they have implemented policy that is not enabling our warfighters to do their jobs. War is not fun. I would never advocate for it. But when you have people that are on the ground, specifically with what happened in Afghanistan, they need to be trusted to do the right thing, and therefore the red tape has to be cut. My question is for Mr. Sopko. You know, I heard a testimony from a previous committee that had a young Marine sniper that had said that he was not authorized to take the shot that could have prevented the suicide bomber from detonating that and thus saving the lives of the 13 killed, 170 civilians, and then the 45 wounded service members. Has anything been changed with the laws of armed conflict and or memorandums from the DoD to enable, whether it's team sergeants in special operations communities, whether it is people who are at the lowest level of leadership, to authorize those military officials to do their jobs?
I'm not able to answer that because I am not the DoD IG. I think you should ask Mr. Storch.
But after okay, Mr. Storch, would you be able to answer that question? Has anything been done in regards to the law of armed conflict or memorandum done to allow lower levels of leadership, to include team sergeants of special operations communities and or the acting commanders in some of these units that go out to do their jobs, to make those decisions where they're not looking at necessarily, I guess from my opinion, getting in trouble for doing the right thing and protecting their guys?
So I'm honestly not aware of the answer to your question. I'd be happy to have my folks look into it and get back to you.
Okay.
I will say we have done work looking at the law of war and the need for updating of the policies. Whether that goes to your question, I don't honestly know the answer, but we'll check into it.
We need to empower our warfighters to do their jobs, and that means that we have to trust them to make those difficult decisions in those horrific times. The reason why I'm so impassioned about this topic is behind me you'll see a picture of Staff Sergeant Ryan Christian Knaus. He was actually one of the 13 that was killed in Afghanistan, and his mother lives in my district back home. And although I was not a member of Congress at the time, within 24 hours of finding out that he had been killed, I actually called his mom. And I had to make that phone call, and as a member now, I'm sure any representative who has had to do that, that is one of the hardest phone calls you will have to make, to hear the heartbreak in a parent's voice for losing a child. And when you sit here and you hear how this administration handled it, I don't know if you are aware of this, but President Biden, after seeing his mom at a memorial for this, his first statement to her name's Paula, was, I can understand if you're angry, but then declined to hug the actual mother, of which she responded, this could and should have never happened. What has this administration done to really help the families heal after the fact? Because the fact is that had that Marine Corps sniper been authorized to take that shot, this might not have happened the way that it did.
Pure speculation.
There's a lot of
Pure speculation. Pure speculation.
But I want to know, now that that is done, what is the administration doing to allow this family and these families to have closure? Any of you?
I can just say that's not something we've done any work on. I appreciate the question.
Are you guys in correspondence or actively talking to any of the family members in regards to your report?
Are they intended to, as part of their jobs, to like speak to
oversight that we've done would
to speak
call
to
on us
members of the
contact
families of
family
like
members,
deceased
so
soldiers?
I think the answer is no.
Would you be willing to if they reached out? Because I can tell you that my office spoke with about
And-
7 of those family members, and I think that they would
And
like to get some
answer like
answers.
what questions
So
of them?
we're always happy to talk to people and to hear from them, and if there are issues to be addressed, we'll look into addressing them.
Perfect, thank you very much. Chairman, I yield my time.
Chair recognizes Ms. Mace for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of our witnesses today for being with us this afternoon. As one of the biggest military failures in decades, this administration has yet to provide adequate information regarding the botched Afghanistan withdrawal. Instead of reflecting and learning from this catastrophe over the past year and a half, it's been nothing but stonewalling and pointing fingers. Even the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, said he has no regrets about the U.S. military withdrawal from Afghanistan. No regrets for the 13 lives lost. I believe that's an embarrassing comment from the Secretary. Well, I'm not sure what Secretary Austin saw in August of 21, but I can tell you the American people saw the execution of a half-baked withdrawal plan, which resulted in the deaths of 13 U.S. soldiers and left behind thousands of interpreters that were willing to risk and take a bullet.
None of
for a
them,
country
none of the
whom we
Republicans
left
give a shit about any of
behind,
those
our
soldiers. Let's just
country and our
make that like
soldiers.
very clear.
I want
They're
to say
just
thank you to the
pawns.
Inspector Generals for being here. We have a long road ahead of us to get down to the bottom of what actually went wrong. We
None of them
appreciate
give a
your
shit.
time and
I'll
your
make that
effort
very
this
clear to you right
afternoon in
now.
that endeavor as we continue this fact-finding mission. Mr. Storch, while I have you here this afternoon, I have a few questions unrelated to Afghanistan. My first few questions are about the role of an Inspector General, and you can presume that my questions are yes or no. Do you believe in protecting the integrity of our government? Is that the role of the IG?
Yes.
Do you believe in detecting waste, fraud, abuse, misconduct, and corruption in our government?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe the government should be transparent in all that it does?
Yes.
Do you believe in providing reports to the government about potential waste, fraud, abuse, misconduct, and corruption in government?
Oh my God.
Do you believe such reports should have a full set of facts in order for them to be complete?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Storch, in 2020, your office issued a report on the Jedi Cloud contract. Are you familiar with that contract?
I am.
Are you familiar with the report?
I am.
Okay. As you said earlier, without having a full set of facts, a review can't possibly be full and complete. I've read the report and talked to different folks. It appears here we had an employee at the Pentagon who sold her company to a partner of a major contractor at the Pentagon and who had exposure to that contractor in her job. And when you read it, it looks like there's the potential for conflict of interest, something that the American people have no appetite for, regardless of who's in charge. And either she spectacularly failed to disclose who she sold her company to and the amount of money that she was paid during the duration of her employment at the Pentagon, or maybe she did the bare minimum legally, it was appropriate, but maybe not morally or ethically. If you sell your company for $1.5 million to a partner that does business with a major company, billions of dollars of business with the DoD, maybe you'd want to disclose that information before taking that job. And she spectacularly failed to disclose payments, and or maybe she did the bare minimum legally. It's hard to say, but to the average American, it just looks like pay to play. It looks like corruption at DoD. It looks like corruption at a federal agency. And so my next few questions are for you today. Would you be able to provide me a list of all the IG investigators and employees who worked on this particular report?
So let me say I am familiar with the
Yes
report.
or no? Would you be able to provide me a list of the IGs and or investigators, excuse me, or employees who worked on this particular report?
I am responsible for the work of my office, so no, I don't believe it's consistent with IG practice to provide the names of underlying individuals who worked.
Do you think the report is complete and full?
So I did have opportunity, as I'm sure you know, based upon other inquiries, to review it myself, and I'm satisfied with the report. We are doing additional follow-up work, and I'm not aware of this.
I'm not satisfied with the report. How can anyone
I'd be happy to
conclude-
discuss that.
well, we're doing that now. How can anyone conclude there was no conflict of interest or ethical violation by this employee if we failed to find out who purchased her company and how that connection was? Like, you know, do you believe that a DOD employee should disclose who's buying their company before they come into the job or after? Because she disclosed these payments the week that she was the week that she left on her termination report, but didn't disclose all of it before she got hired.
So
should they disclose this information before or after they get hired?
when you were taking me through the litany of questions, you may have noticed I paused a bit when you talked about all the relevant
So my question is, should a DOD employee disclose who they sold their company to before or after they take the job?
I think the only honest answer is it depends, ma'am. And so what I wouldn't do is assume that the information in the report represents the full sum of information
So then
that
it
was
would be
available to
so it's
my
an
office.
incomplete report, is what you're saying?
No, it's standard practice.
Well, if it doesn't have the full sum of information in the report, then how do you describe it as complete?
So it is, look, I was a federal prosecutor for 24 years before I joined the IG community. Not all the information you obtain in any audit or investigation is
It's
going to be included within the report.
317 pages
Believe
of
me,
documents.
I'm painfully aware of that, ma'am.
So how do you say it's complete if it doesn't have the sum of all information? I mean, it's certainly in the 20 pages that mention the specific employee, it does not mention at all who she sold her company to. I mean, it's absent there. Would you agree to cooperate with me and other members of Congress as we investigate this issue?
I'd be happy to cooperate with Congress and provide whatever information I appropriately can.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Burchett from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, ranking member. Mr. Sopko, did I get that name right? Yes. All right, great. My name gets slandered quite a bit, so I just want to make sure you got yours right. Mr. Sopko, what's the value of the equipment and weapons left behind?
I don't have that figure in front of me. I think it was close to $7 billion, I believe.
Right.
I think
7.2, that's
Yeah.
close. Thank you. Is there any evidence that Taliban is using those weapons?
Yes.
All right. How much money have we given Afghanistan in aid since we've left?
Maybe I've been sitting here for too long. I think a total of $8 billion, if you include the 3.5 to the Afghan fund in Switzerland, $2 billion for humanitarian.
That's the ballpark.
It's it's billions.
Pretty big ballpark.
Yeah.
Mr. Storch, the Department of Defense reported Congress states that at least 78 aircraft worth $923 million were left behind. I assume that's correct.
Well, honestly, as I said earlier, I have no way of knowing. That was the reported figure, but we can't go in to audit that. But that is what they reported. Yes, sir.
Well, if we don't have it, then they do, I would assume. The Department of Defense also reported 300,000 weapons and 40,000 vehicles were left behind, and that's correct as well.
Again, I've reviewed the same report.
All right. Is the Taliban giving U.S. equipment left behind to other terrorist organizations or hostile countries, do you think?
I have no idea.
Does anybody have any idea, Mr. Sopko?
Yeah, I just talked to General Sami Sadat, who was an Afghan general last week, and he said it's become basically a weapons bazaar, and the money and the equipment is going to terrorists both in country and out of country.
Okay.
And if I can, the thing I just want to be careful about is speculating without going in to be able to do the sort of auditing and review.
Right.
When I say I have no idea, I can hear what people say, but unless we can go in and independently verify it, I don't want to give you an answer.
I trust General Sadat.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. How is U.S. Ms. Angarella? Did I get that? Yeah. How do you say that?
Angarella.
Angarella. Thank you, ma'am. How is USAID working to ensure the aid we are sending now does not end up in the hands of the Taliban?
Sure, thank you. Right now, USAID is not physically on the ground, so they are using third-party monitors and their multi-tiered system.
Is that generally reliable?
There are limitations to it, absolutely.
Okay, again, as Mr. Storch has pointed out multiple times, you're not there to see it, so I guess that's tough. Okay. Mr. Sopko, have you experienced any difficulties getting documents and information from U.S. Department of State, USAID, Department of Defense, or the Treasury Department?
Yes, to all four.
Which would you say is the most difficult?
State.
What about USAID?
They come in second.
Department of Defense?
Well, they're not doing much in my world over there, so their obfuscation and delay is no more, but they did. I mean, they were a particularly big problem when we were doing about the collapse of the Afghan military.
Obfuscation is a big word, and I'm sure I understand what it means, but Chairman Comer doesn't. Could you explain that to me?
Well, I'm from that area too, so I think he understands it well. He's probably experienced it. They're foot dragging.
Okay, that's what I figured. Okay, well, thank you. You know, Robert Gates, he's the former Secretary of Defense under President Obama, warned that Biden had been wrong on nearly every dadgum major foreign policy and national security issue for the last 4 decades. This Afghanistan withdrawal, to me, is no exception. $7.2 billion in equipment is being used or sold to our enemies. And, of course, we know that will end up probably killing Americans in the future or our allies. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Afghans are dead. 13 U.S. service members were killed, including my constituent, Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Canals from Corrington, Tennessee. I know his daddy, and I know Miss Luna represents his mama, and so I know them very well. His father, I guess, is a neighbor of mine since I live in the Corrington community now, and it just disgusts me that he should have been spending his Easter with his family. The Biden administration cannot keep hiding the true cost of his disastrous actions, and I appreciate the Inspector General's being here today to finally provide some dadgum transparency for the American people. I think we deserve it. These families deserve it, and it still just disgusts me. So thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, time's expired. Chair recognizes the chairman of the
Sure, buddy.
Subcommittee on Government Operations, Mr. Sessions, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you to each of you. I sat in for about 40 minutes earlier today, and it was lively then, and probably exactly what you came to expect. Perhaps it's turned a little bit later this afternoon. Thank you for your time. We count on you. We count on your reports. We count on your information. When I was here a little bit earlier, there was a brief discussion about the administration's view
House is in session and Senate's in session.
Became prepared or lack of preparedness based upon some bit of intel that they, and I don't mean an intelligence report, I'm talking about their viewpoint, that the Afghan Air Force would be able to take care of the problem when we pulled out. We know that's the crux of part of how they defended themselves. Is that a fact?
Well, as both Mr. Sopko and I have testified, there are significant concerns about relying upon the Afghan Air Force, both in terms of it being overtaxed, in terms of its dependence on U.S. contractor support for maintenance. And some of our work, I think we found anywhere from 80% and up of the maintenance was done by U.S. contractors. So once those were pulled out, hard to figure out how those planes were going to stay up in the air. And as has previously been testified, there were pretty clear predictions that wasn't going to last for long.
Yes, sir. I'm not very bright today. My point is, isn't that true that that became some symbolism by the State Department, the Defense Department? They were relying upon that bit of information about how they decided their withdrawal would work. In other words, that the Afghans, someone had told them, hey, we got the Air Force, we'll be stable, we can sustain ourselves. Is that the true statement, or is there more to that?
Well, Mr. Sopko may have more, but I'll say in the lead IG reporting, we do report that there was a belief that the Afghan Air Force and the military would last longer, and therefore that would facilitate a more orderly evacuation.
Right. Okay, thank you. That is what I was wanting to hear back. So now, I've got 2 minutes and 19 seconds, give or take. Our chairman's very benevolent and our ranking member's very benevolent. And maybe this is not the bow to wrap it up, although you're getting close to the end. Or you can go have lunch by about 4:30 or 5 today. My point is,
oh shit.
we lots of times
Sorry.
found ourselves fighting whether it be getting out of Vietnam, getting out of anything else we fought about getting out of here, has someone taken time to have a document that really depicts a what-if chart and how we need to be prepared for things? Because I'll be quite blunt, I was shocked, stunned, disappointed. I had heard that the NSA, DOD, three-letter organizations, maybe others, CIA, had said to the White House or to the NSA maybe, or the White House, here is our, this is now January of 21. President comes in, here's the document, here's what we think to be prepared for, and they waited until well past August to even give direction to those agencies. Is there truth to that? Did you look at that to say what kind of preparation was necessary? Because we heard that. I was a part of everybody leaving, trying to get people here who had been supportive of us. What was that? Modeling to the White House to say, look, you started when President Biden, 100 days before the election, they embedded people into the administration. You know that, I do too, to be prepared for when whoever the winner was would take over. Did the agencies that I suggested, did they provide the White House an analysis, and when was that analysis responded to?
That's not something that my office has looked at, to my knowledge.
Anybody?
Those are very good questions, sir, and hopefully your committee will look into that. We have not looked at that.
Who would be best for us to write to and say, can you please go give us this analysis? Because I've looked at a number of these briefings and I have yet to see, oh, DOD provided this, CIA provided this, the vulnerabilities about how we might be approaching this. And then once again, unfair, we heard the White House waited months and months and months and months to give them direction back. And that was the biggest frailty. The planning that was done ahead of time was not responded to.
If I can help you answer that question, I think, first of all, you have to look to the people who are on the ground. So it's General Miller and his team, very competent generals who were giving advice back to Washington as to what the situation was on the ground. Also, we have intelligence entities that were on the ground giving advice. So I would start there as to what those people, the embassy to some extent, was giving advice on what they saw and what they thought. I would start there and then see what happened back in Washington with that information.
I'm suggesting, I know I'm taking time here, I'm suggesting, I believe on or about February 10th or 15th, documents of preparation were given to the White House. And those documents were never responded to until literally weeks before the decision was made. I want to thank each of you. I'm going to write you a letter. We're going to ask for this. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the extra time.
Thank you. Chair recognizes myself for the purpose of asking questions. Mr. Sopko, the White House press secretary was just asked about an hour ago whether the Biden administration has stonewalled you and your office. She responded that and I quote, the Biden administration has consistently provided updates and information. My question, sir, has the Biden administration cooperated with your investigation?
I can't talk about the whole administration, but I can talk about state and aid and DOD, and no, they haven't. And I'm happy to give you chapter and verse on that.
Have they consistently provided updates and information?
No.
Do you have all the information you need to complete your work?
No.
Is it even the administration's decision to determine what information and documents your office is entitled to?
No, that flies in the face of what an independent IG should do. We determine what we need, who we need to talk to, and what reports we write. Otherwise, we're not independent inspectors general.
Well, I'm sure the Washington Post fact checker will correct her. Mr. Sopko, in President Biden's memo released earlier this month, he indicated he was bound by the Trump administration's Doha agreement when it came to planning for the withdrawal. The President Trump's agreement outlined several conditions the Taliban had to meet for the U.S. forces to leave.
I can't anymore, man. This has been discussed like time and time again.
Trump and President Biden's inauguration, how many U.S. service members were killed in action in Afghanistan? After President Trump's and President Biden's inauguration?
The only ones were the unfortunate individuals killed.
There were zero at that time. For over a year, the agreement negotiated by President Trump kept our military men and women serving in Afghanistan safe while we were still at war. The agreement negotiated by President Trump ensured not one life was lost at the hands of the Taliban, ISIS, or al-Qaeda. Now, is it your understanding that the Biden administration was bound to enforce an agreement negotiated by the Trump administration?
That's really beyond my pay grade.
Because they've undone a lot of other executive orders and resolutions and agreements, but were they bound to this particular agreement?
We didn't look at that, so I couldn't tell you, sir. I'm sorry.
In your testimony, you mentioned the withdrawal of contractors from Afghanistan and how it contributed to the collapse of the Afghan government. Did SIGAR ever provide any kind of report before the withdrawal on what the removal of contractors may do? And what was the significance of contractors' work in Afghanistan?
We alerted numerous administrations on that going back to 2013. We kept talking about the inability of the Afghan military to fight on their own. And I think as late as January of that year,
actually, I really like this.
In particular, the problem of the support for the Air Force, that it would cause the collapse of the Air Force within a matter of months.
You referred several times to the Afghan fund being in Switzerland.
Yes.
In a Swiss account. That sounds peculiar to me. Why a Swiss account? Wouldn't that be the hardest country on the planet to get any information about an account and where the funds were being spent?
Well, Mr. Chairman, when you think of openness and transparency in financial institutions, you usually don't think of Switzerland.
Yeah.
They don't go together.
The president's family will wish they had thought of Switzerland here before long.
I'm not going to go there, sir. All I'm saying is that one of the questions we have is what rules of law cover the access to that material? Is it Swiss law or is it U.S. law? And so that was one of the questions we asked Treasury, and we still haven't heard back.
Right. Mr. Storch, it's my understanding the Department of State believed it was going to maintain a diplomatic presence with the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, while the intelligence community and Department of Defense were clear about the threat from the Taliban. As the lead IG who works with many different IGs to examine Afghanistan, how can departments streamline their efforts to create more coherent evacuation strategies? Microphone. Hit the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. It's a great question. I know that my colleague from the Department of State has indicated their office is doing work on that, so maybe it's better for her.
Good. Please, Ms. Shaw.
That's exactly right. Thank you so much. Our work is looking at the issues with the evacuation and in particular the planning and execution, and we will have recommendations to help in the future.
Okay. Let me ask one last question before my time expires. What was the number the State Department estimated about how many evacuees there would be prior to the evacuation? Because the estimates that I was hearing prior to the evacuation and the total number of evacuees far exceeded the numbers that I was hearing. Can you answer that question?
Sure. So I don't have the precise number that they were anticipating, but our work did find that they were not prepared to evacuate as many people as they did, and in part it has to do with the way the rules are set up. So in an evacuation, Typically, planning would include U.S. Citizens and permanent residents and U.S. staff. But of course, there were many more at-risk Afghan partners and allies that ultimately were considered for evacuation.
Should we be concerned that there were significantly more people who were evacuated than what we had planned on evacuating? In other words, could there be Taliban people that we evacuated to the United States from Afghanistan?
Certainly, it's a risk that I think is baked into the process. So the screening and vetting is incredibly important, and we're actually partnering with the Department of Homeland Security, OIG, to look specifically at those processes to assess that risk.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Mills from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor. I really appreciate you waving me on. You see, unlike a lot of the members of Congress, I don't use a boilerplate photo of the chaos that had assumed all of Afghanistan. The actual photo behind me actually comes from my own personal photos, because during my campaign, I actually paused to go over and rescue a mother and 3 children with our team conducting the very first successful overland rescue after this botched withdrawal. You see, I spent over 7 years of my life in Iraq, 3 years in Afghanistan. I'm intimately familiar with not only the work that the IG does, but also of the mistakes that happen when you put political optics over military strategy. Now, I'll start with you, Mr. Storch. In seeing that there was a drastic increase in veteran suicides from 22 a day to 25 a day after this botched withdrawal, would you feel confident in saying that this botched withdrawal contributed to the increase in suicide and deaths of our veteran service members who served abroad?
Well, thank you for the question, first of all, and thank you very much for your service. This is an incredibly serious issue, obviously, and one that our office has taken seriously for a long time. We've done a good body of work on mental health issues, and particularly in the area you're speaking about. One of my deputy inspector generals testified here before SASC last year, I believe, about it. I don't know, honestly, whether I have enough, sort of information to make the causal link that you're saying definitively, but, sort of generally what you're saying certainly is, makes sense. And so that's probably the best I can do.
Understood,
again.
and I appreciate that. And I'm sure the family of Master Sergeant Chadwick Paul, who was a good teammate of mine who took his own life, would feel the same way.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, sir.
Ms. Shaw, would you agree that State Department cables are not protected by executive privilege if they are not directly being sent to the president themselves or the executive branch?
Thank you for that question. It's actually not an issue that I've considered. It wasn't an issue in the course of our work, so I'm not sure I have an answer for you on that.
Well, the reason I asked that is that there was a cable that was sent by the United States State Department that it was known as the 23 Diplomat Descent Cable, that talked about the fact that the political optics that was being placed above military strategy was actually endangering the mission as a whole. Now, I found it really interesting that not only are we having to subpoena those cables, which are not protected by executive privileges, being blocked, but I heard from Mr. Sopko that the State Department and the USAID is also not wanting to cooperate. Mr. Sopko, I know you've said it many times, and I'll make it really quickly. Was there a tremendous amount of obstruction that was being placed to try and get information by USAID and state?
Obstruction of, against us? Yes, yes.
And is there any mystery to the fact that even as far back as 2011, during the original SIGAR, you started having things where they were talking about billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse that was utilized by things like the Kandahar Helmand Power Project, by things like the ASI, Afghan Stabilization Initiative, South, Northwest, and East. The fact that the implementing partners who were there on the ground at the time couldn't even stop the corruption and fraud that was going on, and now we think that not having Americans on the ground is going to somehow make our corruption more under control or worse. What would you say, Ms. And I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher your name.
Angarella. Yeah, I appreciate the question. Not having eyes on the ground makes oversight much less effective and more complicated.
I think that's a polite way of stating it. And as someone who had spent a tremendous amount of time in Afghanistan, especially understanding the significant importance of Bagram, and knowing that it had the ability for us to not only shelter and provide the force protection that could have prevented the 13 brave heroes and the 13 new Gold Star families from losing their lives, but also give us the opportunity to be able to do proper vetting, which you talked about the thousands that were put on the plane, which were actually prioritized above Americans and above P2 and SIVs that were just randomly being thrown on Great Tail aircraft. But my question is that would you feel that if we were able to have had Bagram Air Base to be able to do proper vetting and manifesting without the chaos before they went onto the plane, that that could have contributed to potentially making sure that we did this more effectively? I'll start with you, Ms. Shaw.
Thanks for that question. So we haven't considered that question squarely. Bagram was a DoD facility, and so I would invite IG Storch to weigh in. But
Understood, Ms. Shaw, understood. But the reason I ask you is because it was something that was very strange from my understanding when I saw the State Department taking operational control over the Department of Defense when it came to what planes were flying and flying out. The reason I know this is because I was on a plane that was a November tail number, which is an American aircraft designated as a humanitarian aircraft to rescue 28 Americans with 20 special operations operators on there with 5 PPR approvals that was continually being denied on approach when we're already hovering above Afghanistan by the State Department, not to mention the coordination to have an F-16 do a flyover for intimidations and the threats of being shot down as an American aircraft there to save Americans. These are the types of answers that people need to get an answer to. The 13 Gold Star families, why they're dead. The Americans that were left behind. The billions of dollars to supply a nation that I fought in to stop from being a safe haven of terror that you've actually permitted through failed administrations to be a safe haven of terror. I want the response. I want these reactions. I want IG to do a better job, and I want accountability for those who are actually left behind and those who died. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. We'll now move into closing statements.
That's probably like the most honest thing I've heard like all day.
For his closing statement.
Chairman Comer, thank you. You know, some of our colleagues today have been assailing endless wars and hopeless wars and so on, and that rhetoric resonates with me. I grew up with the central image of World War II as the paradigm of a just and defensive war that unifies the country and that ends actually with the elevation of democracy and human rights over authoritarianism and fanaticism. But so many of the wars of our times have been failures. The Vietnam War, the Iraq War, the Afghan War, the war on drugs, all of them wrapped up with corruption, profit-taking, and massive loss of civilian life. And it would be wonderful indeed to have a serious investigation of the Afghanistan war, all 20 years of it, and it would be a wonderful thing to have an investigation of all these wars and whether war works today. But that was not this hearing. The purpose of this hearing obviously was to belatedly score a few cheap political points at the expense of President Biden. The Afghan war was our longest war, and there was broad bipartisan consensus it was time to end it and bring the troops home. And there are lots of members over on that side of the aisle, including our distinguished chairman, who were demanding that the troops come home and demanding an end to the war. Now, President Biden, whose administration constituted, by my reckoning, 2.8% or 3% of the duration of the Afghan war, inherited an impossible situation as a result of a series of disastrous decisions. I think Mr. Sopko has proven that in his reports, but specifically, most recently, the disastrous decisions of President Donald Trump. While he was in office, Trump entered into a bizarre, lopsided Trump-Taliban agreement that not only excluded the Afghan government from the negotiations, but then proceeded to negotiate the release of 5,000 jailed Afghan so-called freedom fighters whose ranks included terrorists. So Afghan fighters, including terrorists, were released under the terms of that agreement. And President Trump agreed to withdraw all U.S. troops by May 1st, 2021. But he left no plans for executing the withdrawal at all to his successor in office. But he moved forward with the drawdown to just 2,500 troops. So he negotiated for the release of 5,000 Taliban fighters and then drew down our troops to 2,500. And when the Afghan president and government balked at releasing those 5,000 Taliban fighters, According to the testimony of Mr. Sopko and other sources, Secretary Pompeo threatened to withhold aid, millions of dollars in aid from the Afghan government if they didn't go along with the release of these Taliban fighters. President Trump also gutted the special immigrant visa program, which is supposed to allow Afghan allies to seek refuge in the United States. With only 3 months left under the timeline set by the Trump-Taliban agreement, Biden faced an impossible choice: pull out of the agreement entirely and then send more troops into Afghanistan to face renewed attacks from an emboldened and resurgent Taliban, with everybody telling him to get out and attacking him, or carry out the withdrawal set into motion by his predecessor, which is what would be done normally from one presidency to the next. Unlike his predecessor, Biden extensively consulted his national security advisors and military leadership, and he made difficult decisions informed by the best available intelligence. The administration conducted an historic withdrawal and non-combatant evacuation operation. 124,000 people, including not just our soldiers and civilians and contractors, but Afghan nationals.
Let's go,
evacuated in
Raskin.
just 17 days. The last few months of the war were agonizing and deeply flawed, and we all need to recognize that. And we must always honor the heroic sacrifice of the 13th service members who were killed by ISIS in a terrorist attack during the evacuation, along with the more than 2,400 other American service members who perished in Afghanistan. But if we truly want to learn from this experience, from the mistakes of this 20-year war, we cannot focus on the last few days to the exclusion of the prior 231 months, any more than we could learn about the causes or character or conduct of the Civil War just by studying what happened at Appomattox. Meantime, we must ensure the continued support of the women and girls whose basic rights have been stripped away by the fanatical, misogynistic Taliban regime, by providing much-needed humanitarian assistance to the millions of Afghans experiencing poverty and food insecurity, while establishing the guardrails needed to prevent any funds from falling into the hands of the Taliban. Although we're no longer in Afghanistan, we have every continuing interest in seeking to determine what went wrong. And that's why it's so important that we continue to support SAGAR and work to ensure that the agencies cooperate with Mr. Sopko's requests, just as they've been cooperating with their own inspector generals. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, on drafting a
Raskin doing
bipartisan
God's
letter
work.
to relevant agencies to ensure that SAGAR has access to the information needed to carry out its mandate so we can carry out our own. Thank you for your indulgence. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. As I said in my opening statement, no single hearing can tell the history of the United States war in Afghanistan. But today was a good start. And it's a good start because when the Democrats were in the majority, they held no hearings after Kabul fell. The testimony provided by today's witnesses answered questions and raised troubling new ones that this committee will pursue. The fact that the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction, Mr. Sopko, today cannot confirm American tax dollars are not funding the Taliban is shameful. It's horrifying. Nearly 2 years after the United States withdrawal from Afghanistan, the United States continues to send billions of dollars to Afghanistan, which is run by the Taliban, since the country was lost in August 2021. The Biden administration is taking money out of the paychecks of American truckers, American teachers, American farmers, American builders, and American soldiers, and sending it to the same people who shot at those soldiers, who murdered those soldiers until not long ago. That is on the top of the billions of dollars in equipment left for the Taliban to use. And the Biden administration has no interest in identifying the waste, fraud, and abuse connected to Afghanistan. Mr. Sopko's testimony today that the State Department is continuing to direct its employees not to cooperate with SAGAR is shocking to me. We have demanded the administration cooperate with SAGAR, yet it continues to stonewall and ignore SAGAR's important work. Secretary Blinken will be expected to answer for this obstruction of the Inspector General. A reckless Biden administration will not avoid accountability, whether from Inspectors General or this committee. Finally, I want to respond to some of the comments made today about the necessity of this hearing or who is to blame for the loss of America's war in Afghanistan. This hearing has been to conduct oversight. That's what this committee is meant to do. That's what Congress is meant to do. To characterize a hearing with 4 inspectors general who also conduct oversight as political theater or Monday morning quarterbacking is just, it's bizarre. The witnesses today are nonpartisan government witnesses tasked with identifying problems within their agencies.
Come on, man. Come on, dude. This is, everybody knows what this is.
Because after all, it is the current administration. I think some of my friends on the other side of the aisle forget Joe Biden is the president, not Donald Trump. This committee had many hearings on the
You
Trump
could have fooled me with the way you guys like talk.
President Trump was in office. Was that political theater? That there have been problems identified in the Biden administration by the inspectors general and that this committee seeks to hear those problems is not political theater. Those problems identified in the Biden administration's withdrawal from Afghanistan were obvious to anyone who had a television in August of 2021 and witnessed the disastrous withdrawal the Biden administration oversaw. I supported withdrawing from Afghanistan. I'm grateful no additional Americans will die in Afghanistan. Joe Biden told the American people to trust him to be their commander-in-chief of the U.S. military. He lost the war in Afghanistan in 8 months. That is President Biden's legacy. And that is what the American people should and will hold him accountable for. In closing, I want to thank our panelists once again for their important and insightful testimony today. We respect and depend on the IG community for our substantive oversight work. And with that, and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there is no further business without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
I'm sorry, the President Mike thing is just like, it keeps coming up. I know it's like, it's not fun. He's going through chemo right now, too. Oh, we got to see a little Gosar and MTG. There's really something wrong with Paul Gosar, to be honest with you. This, like, I don't know who his handlers are, but, like, somebody, like, talk to him. They all took their lumpings a little bit at a time. Going back to the IG now. Oh my God. You gotta love this shit, man. Well, that's it, folks. Your government works. Let's see, Joe Biden giving some remarks.
Maryland is the western shore of Delaware. And also, the Bidens all come from Baltimore, going all the way back to the early 1800s from Baltimore. You know, you're the one that's going to, this is not hyperbole, it's a fact. You're going to transform America. You, the operating engineers, are going to transform America. And it can't get done without you. Without you, it can't get done. That's, I mean, it's just, there's certain things that's fact, obvious. And so when we rebuild America, and I mean literally rebuild America, we're going to buy American. You know, I've gotten a lot of criticism because there was a law passed in the early 30s that said buy American, but no president's really paid much attention to it. What it means is the money that Congress gives me to allocate to spend on projects, whether it's a new deck of an aircraft carrier or building an interstate highway or a bridge, you know, I get to say it has to be American products, American workers. Every federal project built by American workers using American products, creating American jobs, is what I've done since I become president. I announced, and by the way, it's consistent with international trading agreements. I announced new standards that require all construction material used in the federal infrastructure project have to be made in America. The lumber, the glass, the drywall, the fiber optics, so much more. And guess what? It creates jobs down the line. And here's something else. Decades ago, the United States used to invest over 2% of its entire gross domestic product, all the money we spend, on research and development. We led the world in research. Today, we invest less than 1%. We used to rank number 1 in the world in research and development. Now we rank number 9 in the world. How in the hell does that happen? China was number 8 decades ago. Today they're number 2, and we're number 9. And a lot of countries are closing in fast. I don't want to wish any other country well, but we have the best scientists, researchers, and people in the world. How in God's name do we let this happen? I'm serious. Think about it. That's why, with your help, I signed a law that initially when I suggested it, people thought, what are you doing? It's called the Chips and Science Act. Yes, sir. And guess what? I asked the CEOs of this company, and I've met with them all, you know, the Fortune 500 companies and et cetera. I asked them, when the United States government invests in a considerable amount of resources in new industry, does that encourage or discourage private investment? To a person, everyone says it significantly encourages the willingness to bring private capital off the sideline. And that's how we bring new key parts of the supply chain back to American semiconductors. As all of you know, these are small computer chips the size of the tip of my little finger. They affect nearly everything in our lives, from our cell phones, our automobiles, refrigerators, most sophisticated weapon systems in the world, and it poses and possesses so much more. I want to remind everyone, America invented this computer chip. We invented it by investing in going to the moon a while ago, okay? We increased the sophistication many times over. We made them smaller, faster, more powerful. And over time, we went from producing 40% of the world's chips down to 10%, despite our leading the world in research and design. How did that happen? I mean, deadly earnest. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out. How did that happen? We all saw during the pandemic when things slowed down in the Far East, where we imported so many of our computer chips. What happened? People all of a sudden didn't know. All of a sudden, the public became educated in what a supply chain is. People never talked about it before. Supply chain is when that factory closes down in the South Pacific, guess what? There's not enough chips to build automobiles in Detroit. It's shut down. Families get hurt. Example, every new vehicle built in America needs roughly 3,000 of these chips per vehicle. During the pandemic, as you may remember, auto companies couldn't get enough of these chips. Prices went up because the price of cars was through the ceiling. Inflation, biggest cost for inflation. But now all over the country, companies are investing.
Just keep the stream elements,
not just
chat.
American companies, but foreign companies. I asked a large South Korean company why they're investing in American computer chips to build the factories here. They said, because you have the best workers in the world. They said, not me. We do. And guess what? It went from a relatively small investment. You know how much we're investing now? $400 billion. $400 billion in advanced manufacturing. A record amount of investment back at home in any time in our history. For example, in Ohio, I visited what I call the Field of Dreams, about 1,000 acres outside of Columbus.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection. The speaker is recognized.
The American people have elected a divided government. And our government is designed to find compromise. That's why the House, the Senate, and the White House should be negotiating a responsible debt limit increase right now. You know, if you gave your child a credit card and they kept maxing it out to the limit, you wouldn't blindly just raise the limit. You'd change their behavior. That exact same thing is true with our national debt. We need to lower inflation, reduce our dependence on China, and lift Americans out of poverty. America has a $31 trillion debt, and Washington is on the clock. But what are Democrats doing? President Biden is skipping town to deliver a speech in Maryland rather than sitting down to address the debt ceiling. He's giving America's debt the southern border treatment. Ignore it and hope that it goes away. In fact, he's been avoiding the issue for 77 straight days and counting. Now, Senator Schumer, he's just missing in action. Rather than find common ground with the House, Senator Schumer is having the Senate vote on a non-binding resolution commending and congratulating the University of Connecticut men's basketball team for winning the 2023 men's basketball championship. Now, that's not all Senator Schumer's been doing. Just last month, he's approved March as Maine's Maple Syrup Month. Talk about taking on big issues. I wonder what May's month will be about. When President Biden and Senate Democrats waste time, House Republicans are taking action. Today, I'm proud to announce that we are introducing the Limit, Save, Grow Act of 2023. This responsible legislation will be led by our Budget Chairman, Jody Arrington. Would responsibly raise the debt limit into next year and provide more than $4.5 trillion in savings to the American taxpayer. Now, here's how we do it. First, we limit government spending. Our plan would return discretionary spending to pre-inflationary fiscal year 2022 levels, and then limit the growth of spending to 1% per year. Now, these are the same levels we had just 4 months ago. I didn't hear, Mr. Speaker, a single Democrat complain about that level of spending. These spending limits are not draconian, they're responsible. Federal spending exploded in the past 2 years when Democrats controlled all, and that doesn't include the trillions of COVID-era spending. But limited government spending will reduce inflation and restore fiscal discipline in Washington. If Washington wants to spend more, it will have to come together, find savings elsewhere, just like every single household in America. Now, second, we're going to save taxpayers money. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic is over. House Republicans have already passed a bill to officially end the pandemic. And President Biden signed it into law just last week. Our bill would actually claw back billions of dollars of unspent COVID money that has sat for the last 2 years. The American people are tired of politicians who use COVID as an excuse for more extreme inflationary spending.
Nobody's saying that now.
Authorized to fight the pandemic, but was not spent during the pandemic, it should not be spent after the pandemic is over. Our proposals also repeal Biden's army of 87,000 IRS agents. Now, that will save taxpayers $70 billion, and it's going to protect the families and the small businesses from weaponizing the IRS. It will end the green giveaways for companies that distort the market and waste taxpayers' money.
Oh my
Now,
God.
Goldman Sachs just did an analysis, and they say the savings from ending these green giveaways are as much as $1.2 trillion. And we would prohibit President Biden's student loan giveaway for the wealthy. That will protect the 87% of adults without student loans for paying the loans of the 13% who do. And finally, we will grow the economy so we are less dependent on China. Our proposal would restore American energy leadership, make it easier to build things in America, make us less dependent on China, and bring jobs back to America.
You gotta love McCarthy.
It will also help lift millions of Americans out of poverty. Right now, there are more job openings than people looking for work, in part because the Biden administration has weakened some of the very work requirements that then Senator Joe Biden previously supported. Our plan ensures adults without dependents earn a paycheck and learn new skills. By restoring these common sense measures, we can help more Americans earn a paycheck, learn new skills, reduce childhood poverty, and rebuild the workforce. It will also protect and preserve Medicare and Social Security because more people will be paying into it. And we will prevent President Biden's executive overreach to spend money outside the normal process, which President Biden has abused to the tune of $1.5 trillion in unilateral executive actions. You know, we should welcome and celebrate the benefits of a strong, growing economy. For with a strong, growing economy, we'll no longer be dependent upon China. We will no longer be the victims to inflation. And we can leave a better future for our kids and our grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are taking action to lift the debt limit, to limit government spending, save taxpayers money, and grow the economy. President Biden and Senator Schumer have no right to play politics with the debt calling. Their extreme positions risk provoking the very crisis they claim to want to avoid. They need to sit down, negotiate, and address this crisis. Now that we've introduced a clear plan for a responsible debt limit increase, they have no more excuse and refuse to negotiate. I think the Senate can honor maple syrup and basketball teams and negotiate on a debt ceiling at the same time. We owe it to the American people to use this moment in history to deliver the future they want, need, and deserve. House Republicans have a plan. The Senate does not. And the President is ignoring the debt crisis. President Biden has a choice. Come to the table and stop playing partisan political games. Or cover his ears, refuse to negotiate, and risk bumbling his way into the first default in our nation's history. I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this plan to get our nation back on track. So yes, we then
shot the kid
can curb
twice.
inflation, end our dependency on China, and strengthen and protect Social Security and Medicare. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
And that's it. So nothing, what? So he's gonna, yeah. So it's just the so really the big demands are what? The IRS, the 87,000 IRS agents, right? Even though it's not agents, it's just regular staff to process the already like current returns that they have in past returns. And COVID relief funds, the unused COVID relief funds. So that's it. That can't be it. He has the votes for that in his caucus. Bullshit. Senate's in session. See what's going on here.
Decisions about their own bodies. The purpose of the VA is to protect veterans' health and lives. Since the Supreme Court struck down Roe versus Wade, my colleagues and I pushed the administration, including the VA, to take action to protect women veterans across the country and their access to abortion care. At our urging, the VA created a rule to provide abortion counseling to pregnant veterans as well as abortion services in the limited cases of rape, incest, or the life or health of the mother. This is critical for women veterans, especially those who live in states with strict abortion bans and no access to care in their communities. But we knew that after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, antitrust policymakers wouldn't stop trying to take away a woman's right to choose. And now they're going after the health and well-being of the women who fought for our country. There are 550,000 women veterans who get their health care through the VA. 300,000 of those women veterans are at a point in their lives at which they need reproductive care. That's 300,000 women who have sacrificed for our country and who, according to extreme Republicans, don't deserve to make their own health care decisions. Some of these women veterans live in states where they can access reproductive care outside the VA, but over 155,000 of them live in states with harsh abortion restrictions on the books. Now, I'm leading legislation to ensure our veterans and all women maintain the right to travel to pro-choice states to get the care they need. Unfortunately, for many of these women, the VA is their only option for accessing abortion care. That's why the VA's new rule is so critical to protecting veterans' health and why extremist Republicans' attacks on reproductive care are so dangerous. Women veterans put their lives on the line to fight for our freedoms, including control of our own bodies, our lives, and our futures. And now the far right wants to take these freedoms away. Madam President, we cannot let that happen. We have to ensure that this resolution does not pass, because we should be looking out and protecting the rights of women across this country, not taking away those rights and freedoms. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that's clear too.
The junior senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise today in strong opposition to the resolution before us today. This resolution would overturn the VA's rule protecting veterans' access to abortion counseling and care in cases of rape, incest, or when the life of a woman or her health is endangered. And unfortunately, it is just the latest attack on women's freedom to make their own healthcare decisions without interference from politicians. Today, veterans, their spouses, and dependents are protected and have the freedom to receive essential health care in the most devastating of circumstances. By voting yes today, the Senate would take that freedom away. So let's be clear about what this means. A yes vote means that you would be saying to women who are entrusted to protect our national security that they can't be trusted to make their own medical decisions. You would be saying that a person who has been raped or the victim of incest should not have the freedom to get an abortion. You are saying, in effect, sitting in this chamber, that those of you sitting in this chamber should have the power to decide what health care a veteran can receive if she faces a serious or even life-threatening health risk if she continues a pregnancy. So if you are
Oh, this is
considering
going to
a
be
yes
interesting.
vote, I ask you, what makes you think that you know better? What makes you think that you should have
Skewers
the power
Bragg's
over
legal
another
team for
person in their
filing what you
body?
call an unauthorized
This is an
reply
insult
brief.
to the
They're
dignity
fucking.
of people, to veterans,
I think
and
what
to
they're
their
going to find
families.
out is,
These
and
are
this is from
people
both
who have
sides of the aisle
given
too,
so much,
the legal
and yet
the
this
legal
body
world
would
is getting kind of
deprive
sick
them
and
of their
tired of
rights to
like the
freedom and
politics going into the
self-determination, the
courtroom,
very rights that they
and it's like
sacrificed and
it's
fought
getting
to
very
defend.
partisan in the courtroom,
Colleagues,
and it's like
I
there's a lot of
understand
form
that
shopping
people have
going on
differing
from the
views on
right to
abortion,
get
and
in
I
front of certain
respect
judges that they know are going to be
cannot
favorable to
understand
them.
why anyone
You know what I
would
mean?
think that they should have
So,
the power
and
to
a lot of
impose
the
their own views on
even
others
some of the
in
conservative
such
judges
extreme
on the
ways.
who are
This
conservative,
resolution is
but
extreme,
understand that the
and
rule of law
everyone who
has to be
votes for it
respected and
is
it has
saying
to
that
at
when
least
it comes
appear to
our
be
nation's veterans who get their health
fair and
care
impartial,
through the
looking at this
VA,
and saying,
that there should be no
oh, this is coming off as
exceptions for
not being
abortion,
fair
even
and
if that veteran
impartial.
has been the victim of rape or incest.
So
Even
we'll see what
when
happens.
continuing the pregnancy would endanger the veteran's life or health. That is not just extreme, that is cruel. Madam President, here in this chamber, some are also going after current service members. There is currently an unprecedented and reckless campaign in this chamber to hold up the promotions of career military personnel in order to force the Department of Defense to deprive service members of their legal rights to seek abortion care. Let that sink in. They are willing to compromise our national security and leave 187 important military leadership posts vacant in order to enact their dangerous and unpopular anti-abortion agenda. And they're not doing this because it's what Americans want. It's the opposite, in fact. According to a Pew Research Center poll, over 60% of Americans say abortion should be legal in all or most cases. Madam President, before I was in the Senate, I worked at Planned Parenthood, and I saw there firsthand the capacity of people to make good decisions, moral decisions for themselves and their families about how and when or if to start a family. So I ask my Republican colleagues to reject this extreme proposal. Ask yourself, why do you think that you know better than these women, these veterans, whose lives and stories, whose health and family situations you will never know? And I can tell you, for women, this is personal. They don't want any of us making these decisions about their bodies and their health and their families for them. They are perfectly capable of making these decisions for themselves. So I urge my colleagues to stand with our veterans and vote to protect their rights after they fought so hard to defend ours. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned in recess. I'm sorry, the Senate stands in recess until 4 p.m.
The U.S. Senate is in recess now to attend a members-only briefing on the Pentagon classified documents leak. Lawmakers are expected to hear from several administration officials, including Deputy Defense Secretary Kathleen Hicks, the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, and Deputy Secretary of State, Wendy Sherman. Now, later today, lawmakers will continue work on legislation to extend federal programs providing local fire departments with grants for training, equipment, and staffing. Watch live coverage of the Senate when lawmakers return at about 4 p.m. Eastern today here on C-SPAN 2.
Ukrainian Prosecutor General Andriy Kostin testifies before the House Foreign Affairs Committee on war crime allegations against Russia. Watch tonight, beginning at 8 o'clock Eastern on C-SPAN 2. C-SPAN Now, our free mobile video app, or online at cspan.org.
This is hilarious that he's running.
Middle and high school school students participated in this year's C-SPAN Student Cam documentary competition, where we asked the question, if you were a newly elected member of Congress, which issue would be your first priority and why? All this month, we're featuring our top 21 winning entries. This year's first prize High School Central winners are 12th graders from Jenks High School. In Jenks,
He is in
Oklahoma,
no way
where
a serious
C-SPAN is available
candidate
through
whatsoever,
Fox.
too.
Their winning documentary is titled Unearthing the Options.
Before the FTC can regulate, it has to prove that the practices that it is deeming either deceptive or unfair are widespread in an industry.
This clip is from 2002. Here,
Biden is still there too, I guess. So right now it's just, well, the Senate. Oh no! They have a classified hearing.
there's the transparency of death care providers.
Or a classified briefing,
However,
rather.
It hasn't been revised since 1994. That changed this year when the FTC announced.
Go ahead. Do this.
Okay,
Just dilly-dallying around. All right, good
that was
title.
my old title. I didn't get to update it.
Just dilly-dallying around.
Can I update it on your OBS, please?
I don't know if that's possible. Just get one of your moms to do it.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me message Slippers.
Slippers.
Thank you. Thanks, Miss. Go put on deodorant.
Bro, that sounds like extra Emily. What are you doing?
Well, you should go put on deodorant.
I know, but you're just like, thanks, Miss. Like,
I can't say thank you. You're so fucking annoying. You are so fucking annoying. I'm trying to have a good stream, okay? Go put on some fucking deodorant and just get your shit done.
Not interested.
Good evening. Fox blinked on the day that Fox attorneys and the attorneys for Dominion Voting Systems, the company that was suing them for defamation, were to make opening statement in their $1.6 billion lawsuit.
Boom.
Fox
And it just
decided
transfers
to
over
settle
here, and that's it.
$787.5 million. That's how much the Fox Corporation will pay. It's half of what Dominion says they were seeking, but a historic amount nonetheless. The Fox Corporation clearly deciding it was better to pay the money than have their star anchors try to explain under oath the election denialism and disinformation they either
both
spread
are.
themselves or help spread by giving others who are lying a platform night after night after night. In a statement after the settlement was announced, Fox said, and I quote, "We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. This settlement reflects Fox's continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards." Now, I just want to repeat that. The first part of it said, "We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false." That might sound sort of maybe like an apology, but it's not. They acknowledge the court ruling doesn't really mean anything, and their description that certain claims about Dominion were false is vague at best. As for the second part of that statement, that this settlement reflects Fox's continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards, as Mike Wallace used to say when interviewing someone shoveling crap, come on. If there is anything we learned from the depositions, texts, and emails that were released by Dominion in the lead up to this case, is that there was no commitment to even basic journalistic standards where the 2020 election was concerned. Fox anchors said one thing on air to the audience they feared might abandon them, go over to some other more conservative news channel, and another thing off air in texts and emails to one another. What most concerned Fox was not properly reporting on the lies that were being spread by guests on their air or by some of their hosts. No, what most concerned them was losing viewers. Fox argued it was just reporting on claims about Dominion, its voting systems in the 2020 election, but they did far more than that. They were willing participants in spreading false claims of fraud.
That's hilarious.
The machine ran an algorithm that shaved votes from Trump and awarded them to Biden. They used the machines to trash large batches of votes that should have been awarded to President Trump. And they used the machine to inject and add massive quantities of votes for Mr. Biden. The only reason we really found out how bad it was.
I thought Democrats told us that we like whistleblowers. You're saying that these people can't talk because they're going to lose their job.
Now, that's Sean Hannity weeks after the 2020 election. It was cited by Dominion in their defamation case. Hannity told the Dominion lawyers in a deposition, quote, "That whole narrative that Sidney Powell was pushing, I did not believe it for 1 second. Anyone with journalistic standards would have confronted Powell about her completely ludicrous, unproven, and false claims, but he didn't do that." The documents also show that Tucker
Oh
Carlson
my
finally
God, this
expressed
is fucking
concerns about
nuts,
Sidney
dude.
Powell, as did others at Fox, but he wasn't saying them on air. According to Dominion, he even sent her a text message, quoting now from a Dominion court filing, quote, Tucker Carlson told Sidney Powell, quote, you keep telling our viewers that millions of votes were changed by the software. I hope you will prove that very soon. You convince them that Trump will win. If you don't have conclusive evidence of fraud at that scale, it's a cruel and reckless thing to keep saying. Again, he never said anything like that on his show. As the Dominion documents point out, Carlson hosted other election liars like Mike Lindell.
Every outlet in the country, they go, Mike Lindell, there's no evidence and he's making fraudulent statements. No, I have the evidence. I dare people to put it on. I dare Dominion to sue me because then it would get out faster. So this is, they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to say, they just say, oh, you're wrong. And I'm going,
well, they're not making conspiracy theories go away by doing that.
Certainly no pushback there. There were times Fox anchors made the right call. For instance, Neil Cavuto cut away from a live-filled campaign press conference by the former president's team. Watch.
We want every legal vote to be counted, and we want every illegal vote to be...
I just think we have to be very clear. She's charging, the other side is welcoming fraud and welcoming illegal voting. Unless she has more details to back that up, I can't in good countenance continue showing you this.
All right, well, that's a sign of some journalistic standard, but we now know that Fox executives were upset by what Cavuto did. Quoting the Dominion documents about a communication from Raj Shah,
they
Fox
were
senior vice
actually
president,
upset about it.
To the White House, quote, the brand team led by Raj Shah at Fox Corporation notified senior Fox News and Fox Corporation leadership of the, quote, brand threat, unquote, posed by Cavuto's action. It was a, quote, brand threat to tell your audience vetted, unsubstantiated claims about the election on air. That doesn't show much corporate commitment to the highest journalistic standards. In fact, when a reporter dared to fact-check the former president's lies about Dominion, Tucker Carlson, according to the documents Dominion released, was freaked out, reached out to Sean Hannity, seemingly panicked. Quote, Carlson told Hannity, please get her fired. Seriously, what the F? Actually shocked. It needs to stop immediately, like tonight. It's measurably hurting the company. The stock price is down. Not a joke. The fact that he allegedly works for a news organization and he's fretting about the impact of facts on the corporation's stock price, that is a joke. The stock price is down are not the words of someone with standards. And by the way, according to the documents, by the next morning, that reporter had, quote, deleted her fact-checking tweet. Turns out Tucker Carlson hated Donald Trump. According to messages Dominion got from Fox during the discovery process, he wrote in a text message to a colleague, I hate him passionately. And he also wrote, we are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait. We start this evening with Davida Brooke, the lead counsel for Dominion Voting Systems. Appreciate you joining us tonight. Can you talk about the decision to settle?
Right.
Obviously,
give me like let me 1 second here too. Let me go here. Yeah.
From a financial standpoint, makes sense. It's a huge number. You're representing a corporation. A jury trial is unpredictable, no matter how strong one's evidence may be. Given, though, the threats against Dominion employees, against the family of the CEO and election workers who use your equipment, the Dominion equipment, why settle for financial without an apology?
Thank you, Anderson, and I appreciate that. I actually think your question hit on it perfectly. So I represent a corporation, and bringing this lawsuit was about two things. It was about getting them accountability, and it was about getting them justice. And we felt like we got that accountability with the summary judgment decision and being able to expose all of the very information that you so eloquently went through in your introduction. And today was about getting them some justice, not just in the form of the single largest defamation verdict I think this country has ever seen, not just in the form of, I think, the single largest payout Fox has ever made, but in the form of giving them some closure. These are people, as you said, who have spent the last 2.5 years receiving vicious and horrific threats on their lives and their livelihood, and to give them the peace to not have to come out here and relive that trauma and do so on such a public stage was something that we were really, really just happy to be able to give to them today.
I don't know if this is a question you can answer, but I think it's a fair question. Are those employees, some of whom are lower-level employees who actually are in the places where the machines are and are the ones getting yelled at, are they going to share in the bounty of this settlement?
Well, several of our employees are shareholders in the company itself, and so that is a wonderful thing about Dominion and one of the many things about the company that we are so proud of.
But lower level employees who are not shareholders, I mean, they're the ones you're saying should get closure. Will there be any,
That's a good follow-up.
The employees I'm talking about who are going to come here and share those stories, many of them are shareholders of this company, Anderson.
Okay. Was there an effort to get some on-air apologies from Fox anchors or from the corporation?
Look, Fox News are big boys and girls. They can and should do whatever they need to do to live up to those high journalistic standards that you spoke so much about at the top of the show, Anderson. I think that what we wanted, what we needed was accountability, and we got that in two forms, both in the summary judgment opinion that they finally acknowledged today. They acknowledged that the statements that they broadcast on their air were false, but also in the fact that this case didn't settle until now. This case didn't settle before the documents were made public. This case didn't settle until the world got to see what really went on at Fox News in 2020, and that was what we were focused on.
Fox released a statement that you're referencing that read, in part, "We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false." Was that language part of the settlement? Was that part of something you guys worked out? Can you say?
I can't comment on the details of the settlement agreement, Anderson, but I can say that it meant a lot to the folks at Dominion to finally hear Fox acknowledge the clear falsity of the statements that they aired.
Do you believe that that was acknowledging the clear falsities? Because it just says that they recognize the court's findings. Do you feel like that's as close as you would get?
And I hope they do more. Yeah, no, I think they can do more, and I hope they do more. But what we needed from them was them to acknowledge the just wonderful summary judgment opinion that we got from this court behind me, that, as we all know now, made it crystal clear that the claims that were spread about Dominion were false.
In its statement, Fox also said, they referenced their, quote, continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards. Does Dominion believe that Fox has the highest journalistic standards?
I don't believe we think that, Anderson.
The source spelled his name.
That's how you end the clip right there. Do you believe Fox News has the highest journalistic standards? Oh, we don't believe they do. End clip. Okay.
Name wrong. How many ways are there?
I saw Rings of Power. It wasn't that good, and it was not because it's woke. It's just not a good story. Spoiler alert: the guy who you think is Sauron is Sauron. By the way, early on, I'm like, yeah, that guy, and I purposely avoided everything about all the reviews and everything about it. Angry Joe reviewing it, and other John Campea and all these other people that usually review this stuff. It's a fucking joke.
It's spelled Demetrius. How about I look up the War of the Rings? Things are resub Mango and Machine, the Prime Vicky and Rocky. It's Polygon. I still don't think so. This is just not real. It's just straight up not real. I'm finding nothing on it. These are resub Beans. It's Demetrius Polychron. Oh. What? That's an even cooler name. Okay. Oh, well, here we go. Yeah, this is a real person now. Demetrius Polychron. Now we're getting somewhere. Yep. Oh, and here's the lawsuit. Demetrius Polychron versus Jeff Bezos et al. Yeah. He's coming after him. Jesus Christ, Demetrius. Man's out for blood. Okay, let me look a little bit more to see what his full claims are. Okay. Polychron claims to have created, written, and published an original book titled The Fellowship of the King, along with a 7-book series called The War of the Rings, for which he obtained a copyright in 2017. He states that his work was greatly influenced by J.R.R. Tolkien's books. You don't say. This is literally the Fellowship of the King, huh? That actually sounds like a porn parody for the the Fellowship. This is ridiculous. FanSource Fellowship of Fans shares images and details of Polychron's book from which The Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power is allegedly plagiarizing from. The Fellowship of the King is an obvious labor of love by dedicated Lord of the Rings superfan. November 2017, writer claims he sent a letter to Tolkien's grandson explaining his love of Lord of the Rings and told him about his books. Polychron claimed he asked if Tolkien's relative would review his book. However, he said he received no response. Fans of Tolkien have come out in droves to marvel at the audacity of this author who is clearly plagiarizing from Tolkien himself. He really just opened himself up to be countersued for absolutely everything. Yeah, this sounds fucking stupid. I'm so confused. This goofball wrote Lord of the Rings fanfic, published it without ever having permission from the Tolkien estate, and is now trying to sue an actual licensed Tolkien work with Rings of Power with no leg to stand on. That's kind of the gist of it. And he's trying to sue for $250 million. You sure this isn't Billy Mitchell? Hey, I guess it could be. Demetrius Polychron is absolutely not a real name. I promise you that much. Can't help but feel a lot of these dumbasses are led on by scummy lawyers. No way someone is this dumb without some encouragement. Oh, fuck, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, brother, yeah, absolutely, man. There are so many lawyers that play into this delusion. Kind of like poking and prodding. I want to see this lawsuit go through and watch it live streamed. This one will never make it far. He's not even in the realm of reality. He's suing Bezos, Amazon, and the Tolkien estate. This guy has completely ingested the stupid juice. He actually has a legit case. He legitimately doesn't, because even here, it's proven that he never even had permission to write books set in the Lord of the Rings universe. November 2017.
If you read through it, the green tax credits that you watch, Goldman Sachs says it's going to cost 3 times the amount. You know, Senator Manchin, I just saw him, who voted for that bill, thinks it needs to be capped, that it's causing great havoc and damage.
And was that the nature of your meeting with him earlier?
I meet with Senator Manchin often. I was telling him what we're doing.
Is it repealing the entire? I'm sorry. Is it repealing the entire Inflation Reduction Act?
Yes.
Provision?
Hi, all. Where are you from? Massachusetts, good place.
And are you confident that you have the support of the House Republican caucus to pass this next week?
Yeah.
What about the Freedom Caucus? You expect to have them?
Yeah, you should ask them.
Some of them are so skeptical about raising the debt limit at all.
It's like when we get right here, you get negative questions. I've read. Look at he smiles.
It's the reality of
the cup is half full. Come on, we can get.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to jump one in. Mr. Speaker, does the bill contain a difference between defense and non-defense spending when you're talking about?
What we put in here, because everybody's elected and lent the voice of their constituents, right? So what we do on discretionary spending, we cap the growth, because what happened when the Democrats took the majority, they increased discretionary spending by 30%. In our 8 years, we actually decreased it. So the job of a member of Congress is actually, a member of Congress, is to make the decisions just like you're in a household. If you have $100, what is your priority to spend on? And you put your priorities on the most important things. So with defense is very important to America. I think that's always going to be a place that we make sure we keep our country safe.
Will you go through regular order? Will you go through regular order, go to the committee, mark it up, open amendment process, like you guys have promised?
We're going to bring it to the floor like we promised we'd do something.
Do you think that Senate Republicans will stay behind you?
Have you talked to Leader McConnell about this proposal?
Not today, I haven't.
This is interesting. I mean, he's coming off an injury, Purdy's coming off an injury, and no offense, the things you don't know about Lance is, because you have to make a decision. I think he's going into his third year now, because it was the same draft as Wilson. Yeah, so he's going into his third year now. You're going to have to make a decision on his contract. And Purdy looked good in that offense. I mean, he does exactly what Shanahan needs a quarterback to do in that offense. So I don't know what the issue is.
Claimed the letter was sent to Tolkien's
Dump him.
grandson.
Try to get a second try to get at least a second round pick for him.
Book and received no response. So it never even had like the official Tolkien blessing, it seems. Which means it's completely fucking bunkum, like off rip. It's fanfic. It's gonna look real silly when he wins. Oh, I'd love for him to win. Don't get me wrong. If he wins this case, I would be like beyond ecstatic. Like that would be incredible if he somehow squeaked this one out. That would actually be a Samwise Gamgee moment. He would be him. He asked them to review the book, not sign off on it. He just said Tolkien's work was a big inspiration. Yeah, but he used their characters. But it's not just an inspiration, he is literally making sequels. So that he'd need them to sign
Progressives
off on
hate
it.
Kathy Hochul, man.
Like here, this is the back of the book right here. It even has Morgoth name dropped.
Just Google some of the things that she's
And
doing
Valar.
too, especially with like judgeships, which thankfully that didn't go
This
through.
shit is definitely fake. Look at the other books by the publishing
Specifically
company.
to our highest court.
Which publishing company? Fractal Books. Let me see. Oh, this is his company. Demetrius Polychron. It seems like it's just going to be going over the book, but he even introduced it like with Lord of the Rings. Which, of course, this does not actually take place in officially.
Which one is? I'm not familiar with this.
This is
the
so
premise.
odd. Maybe it's like a big marketing play to get his name out there. Huh.
Among adults, among
I don't know, that doesn't make
RV.
any sense. Oh, I know, Jay. He doesn't stand a chance of that, though. No shot. Thanks to the Bits Mini and the resub Shiner, Occupied, Himmy, and AJ. It didn't give some Spicy. Thank you, Spicy.
15th Court of Appeals.
Congresswoman Marjorie Greene is calling for an FBI probe into Trump ally.
Oh, is this R. Alexander? Yeah.
January 6th organizer Ali Alexander and Nick Fuentes. Now, yes, we're talking about the same congresswoman who wanted to abolish the FBI after it had raided the Mar-a-Lago residence of Donald Trump. But we'll put that aside for now and continue with the infighting that has occurred recently within the Republican Party. This comes after Alexander apologized for allegedly asking two teenage boys to send him nude photos, which is a crime.
Okay.
Now, Marjorie Greene tweeted this. This is disgusting textbook predation of underage boys, and Nick Fuentes was in on it, #NickKnew. In exchange for recanting his accusation, Nick Fuentes and Ali Alexander offered to get him a job in politics. The FBI should investigate. Now, this upset Nick Fuentes, who might have known about these allegations. That hasn't been clear. But just to give you the backstory, we had shared this with you yesterday. So apparently Milo Yiannopoulos, who is not a good guy, was incredibly upset with Ali Alexander and Nick Fuentes for...
And he was probably on cocaine when he was debating Destiny at whatever fucking event that was.
Apparently cutting him out of some sort of lucrative project with Kanye West. And so then he decided to retaliate by spreading information about the allegations that Alexander had asked multiple men, including 2 teenage boys, to send nude photos to him, okay? Now, he also claimed that there's damning evidence in regard to Nick Fuentes as well, and that he'll be releasing that information in coming days and weeks. But what we do know is that a 15-year-old by the name of Aiden Duncan and a 17-year-old by the name of Lance Johnston, they were 15 and 17 at the time that Alexander solicited them allegedly for nude photos, came out and made these allegations publicly as well, okay? Now, Fuentes was quick to disavow Alexander, somehow making himself a victim in all of this, and he said, Fuentes said that the real victim in this entire saga is me. In a self-pitying post, he referred to himself as an incel. Sounds like everybody involved got what they wanted, Fuentes wrote, except me, who is now somehow being blamed for things I had nothing to do with. Even Alexander attempted to apologize. We can get to that in just a moment. But Cenk, thoughts on the story so far?
Yeah, so first question I thought was, why is Marjorie Taylor Greene and Milo, who's a disgraced right-winger who got driven out of the movement for saying pedophilia is not that big a deal, why are they attacking fellow right-wingers who apparently think like Milo does, that it's not that big a deal, right? Well, there's a very good reason why. They're trying to clean up their reputation. Milo's trying to get back in the game. Marjorie Taylor Greene went out of her way to include Nick Fuentes in the bus that she used to run over Ali Alexander. Now, I'm super happy about it. Ali Alexander's a terrible guy. He's one of the guys who organized January 6th, let alone the fact that he's apparently asking 15-year-old boys for nude pictures, etc., right? And then using blackmail, seemingly, according to the charges. And Nick Fuentes is helping him with getting jobs or not getting jobs so that he can get pleasured by young kids, etc. So, and Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. So to say that I got no love for them, it would be the greatest understatement of all time. But we're trying to objectively analyze the political motivations of this story.
Yes,
right?
because let's skip ahead because this is an important graphic for you guys to look at. Graphic 4, which shows Marjorie Greene with all the people that she has now thrown under the bus. So you're right, she is trying to launder her reputation 100%. As a reasonable person when she had no problem speaking at an event that was thrown by Nick Fuentes. She had no problem, you know, being incredibly friendly with Ali Alexander. Whatever benefits Marjorie Greene, that's what Marjorie Greene is going to do. If you think that she has even a little tiny bit of morality within her, you would be mistaken.
Yeah, so but I want to finish the thought. So they're partly getting rid of their competition, right? And that's, we've seen that on the right and the left where people attack each other just for clout, etc. But the main thing that Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing is, oh, I went to speak at Nick Fuentes' pro-Nazi event. Oh no, how can you say I'm pro-Nick Fuentes? I'm the one who outed him for this Ali Alexander thing, and I'm the one protecting kids, and I didn't know he was that bad. When I found out he was that bad, I then went after him, so you can't put Nick Fuentes' Nazi stink on me anymore. When in reality, Ali Alexander and others explained with receipts in that particular case, Marjorie Taylor Greene knew exactly what Fuentes' organization was. She wanted to go appeal to the white supremacist base. She asked to make revisions in Nick Fuentes' speech. That's how intimately involved she was in that event where she went to that white supremacist get-together.
Let me actually give you even more damning information about Marjorie Greene and how little she actually cares about accusations of pedophilia or accusations that one supports and provides cover for pedophilia. So remember, Milo Yiannopoulos was basically shunned after he said supportive things about pedophilia on Joe Rogan's podcast. Just last year, you want to know who served as an intern for Marjorie Greene? Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah, so Milo's the one that came up with this plan to bury his allies, right? So he could step on their dead political bodies, metaphorically, to get up ahead. Milo's one of the worst people on the planet. That's the least surprising thing I've ever heard. And by the way, other right-wingers, You should really work with Milo. I bet he won't stab you in the back later. Oh, I'm sure he's such a swell right winger, just like the rest of you guys. But that's the thing. You don't have to give that fake warning to the right wing. They're all looking forward to stabbing one another. The minute they get a chance, they do it for an extra buck, okay? And so that's normal.
It's not wrong about that.
Marjorie Taylor Greene going out of her way to revive that pro-pedophilia career.
It's incredible.
It's unbelievable.
Yep.
It's unbelievable. Oh, you were thrown out of the party for being in favor of pedophiles. Great. Let me bring you into my congressional office, and then we'll go eliminate your allies/enemies one by one together. Well, what, you know, Bonnie and Clyde of the right wing. They're like, oh, you're pro-pedophilia? Oh, you're for riots against the American government and against democracy? Oh, good. Let's go and, you know, pretend to be the good guys. So everyone in this story sucks.
Everyone. There's no winner in this story. And Nick Fuentes was triggered by Marjorie Greene's accusations on Twitter and called her a disgusting pig on some other platform because he's banned on Twitter. Let him fight. They're all terrible people, and if Milo wants to release more damning evidence against either Alexander or Fuentes, have at it. But I'm sure he's got something in his back pocket on Marjorie Greene as well, so I'm looking forward to that in the future.
Oh, yeah. You think Milo and Marjorie Taylor Greene aren't going to fall out and knife each other later? Oh, that's a great point, Anna.
We've got something to look forward to, at least.
And my last point is, so Nick Fuentes is kind of like, does he deserve the criticism he's getting? Absolutely. Well, oh, somebody tells you, oh, hey, get this 15-year-old boy a job because he's sending me penis pictures. And you go, oh, great, how can I help? You're a terrible person. If that's true, those are the allegations, etc. But even if it isn't like 100% true, and I don't even want to entertain that thought. He's such a terrible guy. I believe every bad thing about him. But Fuentes says, I can't believe I'm the victim here. Now, look, when Hitler was killing all the Jews, that was really cool. Okay, so those 6 million people who are dead and their kids, et cetera, they're not the victims.
Mm-hmm.
But me, I got slightly harmed by other weirdo right-wingers in a weird pedo scam where we were pretending everybody else was pedophiles, but then we were actually protecting our own pedophiles. I'm the victim. We're supposed to have sympathy for you, you weirdo Nazi?
Yeah, zero sympathy.
No, none, zero.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges.
Listen, he's not
of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only.
Go here. They're not wrong about that too. You're supposed to like. Oh, somebody was. Who the fuck was calling me? Nightingale. I didn't get accepted into the beta. Why they or their alpha test? No, they're sending me. Okay. Can you invite me into the playtest? Can you guys invite me into the playtest? Is that something that you could do? Nemo's having a day.
Tweeted self-righteous things on a phone that was made by slaves.
Yep. I hate this so much. The idea that like you're a bad guy, okay? You can't even point to it. Meanwhile, the person who's calling you a bad guy is a guy who's like, no, it should stay that way actually. Let's take a look at our boy, Andrew Schultz, friend of the show, appearing on the Joseph Robinette Rogan Experience.
Yeah, where does our guilt extend?
Dude, this is a wild look, dude. Andrew is looking wild. Too sharp. Too sharp, Andrew. It's too crisp. It's too crisp.
Like, if we outsource all the things that we're guilty about, does it leave at our border? Like,
Never.
looking like a World War II pilot, dude. What is happening? He just straight up looks like a pilot.
The drip is always like pretty
like
good with
Howard
like
Zinn,
Schultz.
bro.
I'll say that
His
much.
name was Patches O'Houlihan. I just came off of a long day of dogfighting. Them Nazis. Time to go slap my wife.
It never leaves.
Yeah.
You have a phone that's made by slaves.
But do you feel guilty about it?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah, for sure. If there
No,
was a
you
company
don't.
that came
Don't.
along
Come
that was
on.
like if Samsung said, hey, we're going to make all of our phone
Cruelty-free.
Cruelty-free.
Yeah.
We're going to get all of our cobalt from this place where we can ensure you that there's nothing there and no Chinese factory workers making, 16 cents a day or whatever the they make. Yeah. It's not if there
You want to know why? You want to know why I know he's capping here? Because if you ask his ape ass about the American minimum wage, he literally has disdain for the American working class living in the imperial core. It is like, what do you mean? If you have issues with the way that like homeless people exist in society,
really wild. I didn't know also that when you see stuff like that on the streets, that's protected property, like by law. You know that? Like if you were
so
to
you're
go,
not supposed to do that.
But like that's that person's property by law. If you were to
the
go,
homeless person's property is protected?
Yes.
what the why? What do you mean? Like, dude, this is awesome. Dude, this is awesome. He's just straight up admitting that he doesn't see homeless people as human beings. You don't say stuff like this unless you straight up don't believe homeless people are human beings. Like, that's it. He's saying like, what? They own stuff? They can have rights? Like, he literally, that's it. That's straight up what this is.
Believe it or not, yes, they can actually
if
have
you were to go
rights.
and try to move that or take that,
You'd get arrested.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
But they wouldn't arrest.
Why is that hilarious? Of course. Isn't Joe Rogan like a libertarian? I don't understand. What?
Arrest you if you shot somebody. Maybe you should just go.
That's like the surprising thing too. Sometimes he is like a libertarian, but sometimes like some of his takes, you're like, doesn't that go against like classic like libertarian thought too? That's funny. And then you're like, okay, it's you forget that like he's got money now. Normally when you got the money, you're like, you're a little bit more sensitive about certain things. And sometimes the libertarian ideals clash with with people who have wealth. Let's just say that.
Homeless people.
I like your ideas.
Yeah. And if nobody claims it, I mean, nobody does anything about violent crime in LA anymore. It's a joke.
Yeah.
They're just letting people out.
What the like, if you can't even extend that sympathy to a homeless person in America, why would I ever believe you give a about some faceless, lifeless person living in the global south that is being destroyed so that your iPhone can be powered? No shot.
There was a phone that was made in America that cost twice as much. I'd buy it in a heartbeat.
But there isn't.
There isn't.
And because there isn't, what do? We put up with the guilt? Like,
well, they us, okay? And to be connected to something where you absolutely need it, but it's morally reprehensible at its very core. Like, imagine how many people have tweeted self-righteous things on a phone that was made by slaves.
Yep.
That's the reality of these.
Yeah, meanwhile, you do that as well. You just don't even dude, I hate people that I hate people that do this shit, okay? They will go, you're high roading, you're virtue signaling, which is why I'm better, because I'm not virtue signaling, I'm vice signaling. You say better things are possible. Well, better things are not possible, so I'm right. I'm right, so I can say everything I want and say, no, things are good right now, and they should stay the way that they are. I hate this so much. The idea that, like, if you look at how up society is and you point at it and you say we should probably try to change this a little bit, you're automatically a guy. If you're not out there arming Thomas Sankara, you're a bad guy, okay? You can't even point to it. Meanwhile, the person who's calling you a bad guy for even pointing at the structure being fundamentally flawed is a guy who's like, no, it should stay that way. Actually, I think the systems are good. Shut the up. What the
these phones, and Apple's one of the richest companies on planet Earth. I don't know what the logistics would be involved in making
at a certain point, people just don't want you to literally say anything. That's it. Oh, you don't like capitalism? You know, an iPhone and clothes made by child labor? Well, why aren't you independently wealthy enough to own the means of production to fix that? It's just the Jerry combo, dude. Relax a little, man. No, I just get triggered because it pisses me off because like it's something I have to deal with every day. Because ultimately, you know what it is? It's people trying to get you to shut the up about the problems because it makes them feel bad. I mean, look at how much people hate Marx, right? That mother loved capitalism so much he wrote a book about it. Died before he could like even finish all of it. You know what I mean? That's how much he loved it. He was like the mangaka for capitalism. He wrote a book with multiple volumes. But people get mad at him because he correctly described it as a fan does. I'm not sure he loved it. Let's be real. I mean, he was fascinated by it, okay? This is what I always describe when talking about dialectical materialism. I'm telling you how things work. I'm just repeating how things work, okay? You're the one who's ascribing a moral value to that description, and it makes you feel like you recognize
oh my
the
God.
moment that you
I'm gonna
recognize
lose my
the
shit right now.
contradictions, you get angry because you've been sold a lie, and you recognize that lie, and then you get mad. And there are two things you could do when you get mad in a situation like that, in a moment of awakening. You either go, oh shit, there's truth to this, and you actually change my mind a little bit, or you dig your heels in. And so many people dig their heels in and they go, you're making me mad for making me question this shit. I'm gonna shoot the messenger. Meanwhile, for many cases, you don't have a deed to the factory. You claim to be a capitalist and you do not have a deed to the factory. So you're just preaching for a system that you don't even benefit from. That's what really frustrates me. Now you can turn around and say, Hassan, well, what about yourself? Like, blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, I'm a class trader. What's it to you? Why are you mad? Why does that make you frustrated? Because you're working class. Let's say I'm a ownership class, Andy. Why are you mad at me for being the one guy who's literally telling you that things should be different that benefits you? When will you be on the Joe Rogan podcast? Never.
A phone in America with skilled labor that get paid a fair wage and gets health insurance and union benefits and all that stuff. But whatever it is, I feel like if I don't have the money, I'll buy less phones. I'll buy a phone. I have a iPhone 11. One of my phone lines is an iPhone 11. Yeah. It's great. It still works. Yeah. It still seems so normal when I fire it up. It doesn't seem any different to me.
But do we have the mineral? Like, do we have cobalt in America that we can mine?
I don't think we do.
That's the tricky thing.
I don't know. Is cobalt available in America?
I thought it's only available in like the Congo.
Well, that's where the primary source is for sure. But I think there's at least one other place on Earth. I don't remember correctly.
Ooh, Mexico. Let's go. Mexico's his shit.
Listen, we have a problem with the cartels. Why don't we let's just like Mexico.
Do we have a problem with them? Do we have a problem with the cartels, or are we working with the cartels?
Well, for sure, someone's working with them. I mean, it's not just like 100% Mexican citizens that are sneaking across here and doing all this business. Someone's working with them. God damn, what's wrong with my throat? Yeah, someone for sure is working with them. But it's not good.
Think about it further, Joe. Who?
Good. It's not good to have this like fake scenario. You have a fake scenario. Say drugs are bad. If you make drugs illegal, no one's going to do drugs. Like, your math sucks. Okay? Because that's not the correct math. The correct math is if you make drugs illegal, then illegal people sell drugs. You asshole. And so now you've propped up a multi-billion-dollar industry south of the border filled with ruthless murderers. Idaho
is the only cobalt mine in the United States, and it's going to remain so. Okay, so we have some cobalt here. I'm sure they could find some more.
Okay, maybe we have just enough for us. How about just for us? Let's let the world make their own moral decision.
Is he up? What's going on? He sounds like particularly extra.
But if you watch those videos from Foxconn, you see those poor people slaving away all day long in this sweatshop, 16 hours a day. They have bunks there and shit. They put nets around the building to keep people from jumping off. That is so wild. Instead of changing the conditions, they won't let you kill you.
That's crazy.
They're like, get back to work. They grab you by your hair, drag you back down onto the floor. You probably owe them money or something. I mean, I don't know how they do that.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Do you feel
you would want everything you use in your everyday life to have a clean connection to like ethically sourced materials, you know, great relationships with workers, no greedy corporations that are over the environment.
Bro, give Andrew a Thompson machine gun and let him shred the Nazis, okay? He just, like, I can't get over this look. I know it's completely irrelevant to what Joe's talking about, and we let him cook, and he's probably going to say some commie shit without realizing it, but I cannot get over the fact that this dude looks like out of a lineup, okay?
As a bushwhacking guerrilla army, we're going
Oh
to be
my
doing
God,
one
this thing's
thing,
gonna get me.
one thing only. Killing
Nazis.
Let me at those Nazis. Let me at those Nazi punks. It's so funny. I just, this fits awesome. It's so great. I love it. Literally Brad Pitt from Inglourious Basterds, yeah. I call my gun the Nazi killer. I call it the Nazi shredder. As a matter of fact, once it goes burr, once I put the drum mag on, it's over for them Nazis.
Trying to pay their rent, and they're like, all right, if this is a little bit cheaper, I have a little bit more money for my family, my parents who are sick, and my kids, like I can buy them another baseball mitt. And so they can't even consider people in the Congo. And I think that's the tricky thing, where like they know it's almost like the Amazon situation, where it's like most people probably know that Amazon might not be the best situation for like mom and pop businesses, but it's so convenient to them, and it's so much cheaper, and it's so efficient that they just go, all right, well, this is great for me.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, it is interesting, but I think that in those circumstances, when, you know, there's people that just can't afford to buy, you know, whatever it is, ethically sourced and organically grown, all that there should be other options. But if there was a clear option that someone could take.
Bro is so right. He's on the left. Bro is on nothing, okay? Are you out of your mind? He's on a different plane of existence, dog.
Oh, no. Isn't that like, what a conundrum?
Life is funny.
I mean, it's not just the environment.
Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Like, such a conundrum, dog. What the
Every electronic thing with lithium-ion batteries is connected to this horrific crime against humanity.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Nothing.
Nothing.
Why? All the chitter-chatter, all the talk about
Bro,
equality and equity and helping.
He's
and
on something right now.
and, what about that?
Look at him. He's like a zooted out, roided out turtle right now. Like, bruh, cobalt mining. He's not retaining information right now. He is not cooking. He is not doing anything right now, okay? He will retain 0% of the information that he is hearing from one ear as it directly gets out of the other immediately after it's done.
Hassan's astounding commentary. We take some shots at him, but it's all in jest.
There's a YouTuber.
Unless he's talking about
by the
Ukraine,
name
he's
of
completely
Sneeko.
wrong.
Now, Sneeko has an interesting origin story from what I understand. He started doing videos when he was really, really young.
Yes.
And, according to, you know, it seems to be a unanimous opinion that when he first started doing videos, when he first started coming up, he was getting great views, and he just seemed like a down-to-earth, likable, vulnerable type dude. His videos were not political, at least not insofar as I've seen. And he was just sort of viewed as like an internet
some of them.
everyman,
Some of
this
them were
young
like
kid
very
who's
introspective, to
charming,
say the least.
who a lot of people liked. And then he's sort of like an interesting cautionary tale, because as he got older, Lord only knows what was going on in his private life. You know, I don't know. I know there's some speculation that he had a girlfriend and he was hurt by the girlfriend or whatever. I don't know how much this plays into it, but he ended up sort of getting caught up in the whole red pill world, you know, and so he became big into right-wing politics, big into conspiracy theory thinking. He became a massive Andrew Tate stan. Like, all this stuff kind of happened slowly but surely, and actually I don't even know how slowly. It might have been pretty fast over a period of time. And then he got to the point where I think he was banned on like all the big social media outlets, and he was on YouTube. I think he ended up going over to Rumble, and I don't know what happened with his Twitter account, but he basically got the internet death penalty at a certain point. And people were digging up the stuff. When he started making his heel turn, people started digging up the clips of the stuff he said, and you guys know how that goes. It usually doesn't end well for these types of people. He sort of Milo Yiannopoulos himself, something like that. I mean, I guess that's a fair way to describe it. Well, anyway, he pops up on a show here, and he's talking to this guy, Aiden Ross, who's also, by the way, is a big like Andrew Tate supporter. And you're gonna see here, again, cautionary tale. What happens when you get lost down an internet rabbit hole and you sort of lose your normie feel, your normie touch, and it's just brain rot. It's just internet political junkie brain rot, red pill brain rot. Well, here's what happens. Watch this.
Reality ain't black and white. Nothing is black and white. And if you say it is, you're delusional. I'm just sorry to say.
I didn't say. You just made up a whole argument that I didn't even make.
But do you hear what I was trying to say?
You consider it, like, just be more empathetic. Is that it? Is that the point?
He's basically saying understand perspective. Like,
that's exactly what you guys aren't doing. That's exactly what both of you didn't do this whole argument, is understand. The thing that triggered you was understand.
I don't care about Hitler's perspective.
So it's either understand perspective or don't. Because Hitler was...
There's no justifying a guy who killed 6 million people.
So it's understand perspective or not. Because Hitler, whether or not I understand why you think he's evil, I don't think he was a good person as well. But to not understand him, he's also a human. So you also need to understand that perspective if you're going to use that as an argument. You can't just...
Okay, so let's pause here real quick. Notice the weird direction that went in. Dude was like, the world's rarely black and white, right? Like, you got to understand perspective and gray area. They both make that argument. And then Sneeko interprets that as like, that's right. That's why Hitler, I mean, it's complicated, bro.
It's complicated.
Anytime you hear somebody make a point about, like, the world's not black and white, there's a lot of gray area. You got to understand perspective. If your immediate reaction is like, well, that's why Hitler, I mean, he had a lot of upsides, right? That's not it. Every now and then, you stumble across black and white. In fact, it can get very, very black and very, very white in some instances. I would argue Hitler's one of those instances. Call me crazy. I'd argue Hitler is one of those instances.
Out and say, nope, understand everyone's perspective but this one guy.
I understand Hitler has a perspective, but I don't agree or even want to even. Why would you? I mean, yeah, like, of course everyone's probably wondering, why did you do it? Of course, like, everyone's like, what was your perspective on doing that? But it's like, and I get what you're saying with that, but it's like, why does it matter what Hitler's perspective is? He's a sick man. You even admitted he's a piece of shit. Sneeko, right? He's evil, right?
I think he was a bad person. I don't know if he was evil. I haven't met the guy. I think he was a bad person. Yes.
Hold on.
I haven't met the guy. I don't know if he's evil. I haven't met him. You think meeting him would change anything? Let's say Hitler was the nicest man to your face, Sneeko, which, by the way, he wouldn't be because you don't quite look Aryan. But let's say that was the case. Would that erase the fact that, yeah, he killed 6 million Jews is the numbers that's given, but people oftentimes don't talk about beyond that too. 19.3 million civilians and prisoners of war in total. 19.3 million civilians and prisoners of war. He could be the face-to-face Sneeko. He could jack you off. He could give you a little sucky. He could snuggle with you and say, you're so precious and I love you. I love everything you do. He could be the sweetest man that's ever lived ever to you. And that wouldn't change Dickie McGee's axe. It's so, people are so weird, right? Like, why would, like, you got to keep things in perspective, right? Somebody's nice to you personally. Does that mean that, bro, couldn't have done anything wrong outside of that? Nice guy, bro. He asked me how my day was. Like, there's no connection, man. What are you talking about?
I think he was a bad person.
Sneeko.
But you see what you guys are doing? You want me...
Sneeko.
Whether or not he was evil, you want me to agree...
Was Hitler evil?
Do you see what you're doing? You want me to agree with the specific narrative so bad.
I see what you're saying. You're just doing this to do it. It was Hitler evil.
Was Thomas Jefferson evil?
My God, what are you doing? Just taking the L's, dude. He's just taking the L's.
Sneeko, was Hitler evil? Is Fergie evil, bro? What about Carrot Top? You ever thought about Carrot Top? Oh, come on.
What you're saying. You're just doing this to do it. It was Hitler evil.
Was Thomas Jefferson evil?
Sneeko, was Hitler evil?
What are your criteria? What's your criteria of evil? Murder?
Look up the definition of evil.
killing 19.3 million innocent people. I'm pretty sure that fits under you. In fact, you could kill one innocent person, and it's like, nah, unless it was a total fluke accident, right? But you kill one innocent person, and I'm pretty sure most people be like, yeah, that's kind of evil. 19.3 million, though? It's complicated, bro.
I'm asking you. You want me to just say this so bad. You need me to say the same thing as you so bad. What is your criteria of evil?
Profoundly immoral, and wicked.
Yeah, I think he did. He did commit some wicked behavior, of course.
So is he evil?
I don't want to say the same thing that you're saying, man. I don't want to go and I'm not going to partake in this group thing. I'm not going to go and
Do you see like what Destiny was saying like before? This is like low hanging fruit, I know, but do you see what like Destiny was like saying before with like Sneako's just counterculture because he hates everything that's quote unquote mainstream, but because he's so stringent or rigid about him being counterculture and him being different, that makes him a bot, but he's the counterculture bot. You know, he's so desperate to be not considered mainstream, he won't say something as simple as Hitler's evil, because if he does that, then he feels as if he is whatchamacallit. He is he's basically mainstream at that point. Just for saying something as simple as that. If you ask this motherfucker, hey Sneako, is the sky blue? I don't want to answer that because I don't want to be mainstream. So the sky's not blue. It's not exactly blue. Let's be real. He'll give you like this roundabout argument how the sky's not blue. Like, motherfucker, go outside right now. Like, I'll take my camera, my phone here, go outside, live stream. All right, the sky's blue. Well, you could have a certain filter on your phone. What, motherfucker, what are you talking about? The sky is blue. Like, that's how it is with Sneako. He would argue with you if the sky's blue or not. Well, there's a forecast out there, so the sky's not really blue right now. It's kind of purplish. I see some rolling clouds out there. Look like there's gonna be a thunderstorm.
Look, this is my warning to everybody out there. The people who go down the right-wing rabbit hole or whatever, you know, red pill world. They think they're so brave and they're such free thinkers when they are just mindless contrarians. Mindless contrarianism is groupthink.
Yes.
If the mainstream has a narrative and your reaction to that is, oh yeah, I'm the opposite of that narrative, that is equal and opposite groupthink. You're just a mirror image of the certainty and of the narrative, except your narrative is everything the opposite of what they say, everything the opposite of what they believe. That's what I think. Mindless contrarianism is so insufferable because not only are they doing groupthink, they suck themselves off like they're not. They suck themselves off like, bro, we're above it all. We're so smart. No, if you were smart, you would have, you'd evaluate everything independently and based on the evidence, and whatever conclusion you come to is the conclusion that you espouse. And sometimes that's going to be right smack dab in the middle of mainstream opinion. You know what a mainstream perspective is? Pedophilia is wrong. That mainstream perspective is correct. You know what a mainstream perspective is? Yeah, universal healthcare is probably a good thing to do. That is correct. Now, there's also plenty of things where I would argue, hey, the mainstream perspective is actually wrong based on evidence and based on sound reasoning. Like, for example, the majority of Americans still support the death penalty. Well, guess what? 4% of the time, according to a study that came out from the UK, we kill the wrong people. So the U.S. government sanctions the murdering of 4% innocent people because we have the death penalty. That's one where I'm not with the majority of Americans. Okay, so on that I'm a little bit contrarian, right? But I have opinions that are all over the place. The most important thing is it's based on evidence and it's based on sound reasoning. And it's based on you have some sort of fundamental ideological grounding for it. This is just mindless contrarianism. Oh, bro, I don't want to use the word you're using. I don't want to do that groupthink. You are doing groupthink. You're doing the uber contrarian red pill groupthink, where you guys have your narrative and you run with it and you cling to it like a baby clings to its blanket. This isn't, you're not being intelligent. You're not being strong. You're not being tough. You're not being a truth teller. He likes to call people bot. Oh, you're a bot. You're a bot. You're a bot. That's very clear.
Do this.
You literally, you know what's funny? No, you know what's funny? I said, is Hitler evil? You said, I don't know. I didn't know the guy. And then I said, I read the definition. You said, yeah, he was wicked. So you basically, is he evil?
I would say, but I don't want to partake in this, like, you need to say exactly what I believe thing. Because
this guy, Aiden Ross, is trying to help him so much. By the way, Aiden Ross is Jewish. He's trying to help Sneeko be like, you said wicked, you said he's a bad guy. Can you just say he's evil? If you can't use the word evil to describe Hitler, you can't use it to describe anybody. And by the way, there are some, just so we're clear here, there are some goofy left-wing arguments where people say, like, does evil even really exist, bro? The word evil is essentializing actions that are much more complex. I don't buy that. I don't buy any of that.
It's fucking stupid.
This is
what
how,
it
this
is.
how you avoid yourself from having actual conversations and dialogue.
That's what he wants. Sneeko just wants to have a dialogue. He just wants to have a nuanced dialogue about the upsides and downsides of Hitler.
So listen, I don't care. I said, was Hitler evil? You said, I didn't know the guy. I read the definition of evil. You said, yes, he was wicked. Is Hitler evil?
I'm not going to partake in this group thing.
Yeah, Sneeko. Oh my, yeah, Sneeko.
Look, I gotta be honest here. I hope he's doing a bit. He's laughing at the end here. Maybe that's some evidence he's doing a bit. I don't know. Maybe, right? Because it's hard to imagine anybody actually thinks like he thinks, but there are some out there who do. But I hope he's doing a bit. I would almost respect it more if he went full Kanye. Because with Kanye, there was no ambiguity. He was just like, I love Hitler. Sneeko's like, yeah, I'll say he's a bad guy, and maybe he's wicked, but I'm not gonna use the word evil. I'm not gonna do this groupthink. I just say it, right? Just say it. If you're gonna do this, just say it. Just say it. What do you really think? Are you full Fuentes now? Is that what you are? Because he's buddy with Nick Fuentes. Have you gone full Fuentes? Have you gone full Kanye? At least have the balls to say it if that's your actual take, instead of this tap dancing around it. Anyway, mindless contrarianism, going down that red pill rabbit hole and doing this mindless contrarianism, that is groupthink. And it's actually a more pathetic version of groupthink, because if you look at the mainstream groupthink, at least some percentage of the time, they get stuff right. Whereas this mindless contrarianism red pill stuff, I don't know. I haven't seen any intelligent commentary come out of there. If you want to see me and Crystal Ball interview legends like Noam Chomsky, Cornel West, and more, subscribe to Crystal, Kyle, and Friends on Substack. $5 a month gets you the video version a day early. Remember, we take 0 ad dollars for this podcast. Or you can sign up on Substack for free and get the audio version a day later. Link in the video description box below.
Today's settlement of $787,500,000 represents vindication and accountability. Lies have consequences. The truth does not know red or blue.
You just heard from the lawyers representing Dominion Voting Systems in its lawsuit.
Give me 1 second here. Let me see this. Yeah. There you go.
Against Fox News Corp. And the update to this story is that on the first day the trial was supposed to hear opening or oral arguments, the two parties decided to settle for a whopping $787 million. Now, Dominion Voting Systems was suing Fox News over its claims that Fox had defamed the company and spread lies about the 2020 election. They were seeking $1.6 billion, but clearly they are happy with this settlement of $787.5 million. Now, that is 8 times more than what Dominion Voting Systems is currently worth. So this is obviously a big deal for Dominion financially speaking. And when you consider its ties to private equity, I'm sure there was a little bit of pressure to take the settlement as well without having to go through an entire trial. Now we have a statement from Fox, and while It would have been nice to see Fox outright admit to lying to its audience. It would have been nice to see an apology from Fox News for lying to its audience. We didn't quite get that from their statement. The story is still developing, so there might be some more details and facts coming out in, coming days about this settlement, but this is what we know so far. I'm going to get to the Fox News statement in just a moment, but Cenk, what are your thoughts so far?
So this is kind of a big deal, and I'm going to give you context for it that's super important. First, fun note here. The lawyer, what was that line? The truth isn't red or blue? I'm sure he thought that he was nailing it with that line, but it didn't make any sense.
It was deep, Cenk.
Yeah, super deep. All right, anyways, now, look, guys, most cases are settled, and I don't know why the media never tells you this, but the size of the settlement is what matters, okay? And I don't mean it like, oh, Fox News has to pay a lot of money. I mean as to who's right and who's wrong. So the amount that Dominion sued for was extreme and absurd, okay? Now, their case is excellent. That's why they sued for so much. And so their case is not absurd at all, but they asked for 16 times what they're worth in a loss. Well, that you have to understand why that makes no sense, because you have to have damages and you have to be able to win damages. So let's say your company's worth $10 million and you sue for $100 million. Well, how could you have $100 million in damages? Your company's only worth $10 million. I guess the maximum damages would be $10 million, right? But they're suing for way beyond. So there's no way that Fox can settle. That's an absurd amount, right? And they settled, holy cow, they settled for not a little bit, for $787 million. That's unprecedented. So, look, companies settle all the time to make lawsuits go away. Tiny little amounts means they didn't do it, okay? Giant amounts like this that are unprecedented in size compared to the company that's doing the suing. That means they definitely did it. And we all know it because we saw it on air. We see their behind-the-scenes text saying we know we're lying. That's the actual malice standard, which is near impossible to prove, but in this case was a slam dunk. And most important, for the MAGA guys out there still holding on to 2,000 or 8,000 mules or whatever you guys are dreaming about, Fox News could have avoided $787 million of settlement. All they had to do was show any evidence at all that the election was stolen, because truth is a defense of defamation. They win automatically. But they had no evidence, zero. It cost them nearly $800 million because they didn't have a shred of evidence, because there is no evidence that the election was stolen.
And remember, what drove Fox to engage in these lies, based on the internal discussions that we are now privy to, thanks to the discovery process and thanks to these messages being shared with the press, is that the hosts and the management over at Fox News were concerned about their stock value plummeting if they reported the truth about the 2020 election, if they countered the big election lies coming from the Trump camp. And in the end, the lies ended up hurting them financially anyway. So if you're worried about the audience backlash by just simply doing your job accurately and telling the truth, get you a new audience, build a new audience. But that's not what they were willing to do, because at the end of the day, what their number one concern were the shareholders.
Yeah, of course. And guys, look, it's a business. And so Fox News doesn't give a damn about news. In a sense, the news is the MacGuffin for your film fans out there. It's the thing that moves the plot along, but isn't what the movie's actually about.
Oh, you fancy.
So, please, I'm here all week. All right, so what Fox is doing is they set up a media empire to give an audience that exists in America what they want. Like, you want a nice bag? Gucci's going to sell you a nice bag, right? You want a nice watch? Rolex is going to sell you a nice watch. You want lies telling you that the right wing's right about everything? Fox News built that for you, and people love it.
You heard it here first, okay?
Yeah.
Fox News, the Rolex of news companies.
Oh, no.
I know, just joking around with you.
But they are, but to be fair to them, they're a very profitable, smart, strategic business that says the news is covered. Like, Gucci's a cover story. What is Gucci? Gucci doesn't mean anything, right? It's just a brand. So they built a brand around What do the right-wingers want to hear? By the way, there's a lot of people on the left now building tiny little brands online of what does my audience want to hear? I'll just give it to them. Who cares what's true or not true? The right wing has industrialized that. Almost every one of their shows does that. Why? There's a profit motive to it. So they're not going to tell you the truth. You have to build a company based on truth to get truth, and you have to deliver to an audience that actually wants the truth.
But
that's what we try to do here, and it is a bold attempt in news because there aren't a lot of us out here.
Yeah, but at the same time, listen, there are limitations to the First Amendment, limitations to freedom of the press. You are not allowed to defame people. You're not allowed to smear people. And in this case, the evidence was strong. It was not difficult to prove actual malice in regard to the defamation claims. And so Fox News knew that it was backed into a corner, and either they could settle for the amount they settled for or go through with this trial where it's likely Fox would have been found guilty anyway. And on top of that, we would have had to, or not had to, I would have loved to hear testimony from people like Rupert Murdoch, from Tucker Carlson, but I'm sure they are elated over the fact that they no longer have to testify in trial over this defamation suit. I got more details. I'll go to you in a second, Cenk. So Jake mentioned how profitable Fox is. They've agreed to this $787.5 million settlement with Dominion Voting Systems. Just how profitable is Fox? Is this a drop in the bucket, or is it a significant chunk of their cash on hand? Well, according to the New York Times, a recent corporate filing showed that the Fox Corporation had about $4.1 billion of cash and cash equivalents on hand at the end of last year. So it is a significant portion of the cash on hand that Fox News has. This isn't just a drop in the bucket, so I want to be fair in that regard. Also, here's the statement from Fox. There isn't an apology here. There is legalese admitting guilt, essentially, when it comes to the defamation claims, but see if you could figure out where it is. They say, quote, "We are pleased to have reached a settlement of our dispute with Dominion Voting Systems. We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false." That's it. That's as far as they go to admitting that they lied. This settlement reflects Fox's continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards. We are hopeful that our decision to resolve this dispute with Dominion amicably, instead of the acrimony of a divisive trial, allows the country to move forward from these issues. I should also note that while they have agreed to settle the Dominion lawsuit, they have another lawsuit coming up, another defamation lawsuit, this time by Smartmatic, which is another company with, voting systems and stuff like that, that, is claiming that Fox News lied about.
Yeah. So look, the number's a giant number, and it is a big chunk of the $4.1 billion they have in cash. At the same time, they can't afford it. Apparently, what they cannot afford, and so this is the very literal calculation that Fox made as a company. So the damages they would have had to pay at the end of the trial probably were much lower, not because they were correct. They would have lost the case almost certainly, and obviously the settlement, especially with the giant number, indicates that. But the amount they would have lost probably would have been a lot less, because it would have been hard to prove that level of damages for Dominion. Okay? But that you take that number and the probability of that number, and then you add PR damage to it, and apparently Fox thought that those two numbers were larger than $787 million. That means they thought if we do this 6-week trial, we're going to have over, because we think the damages would have been at most around $100 million if they went all the way to the end of the trial. That means they thought the PR damage was going to be worth over $700 million. Because Murdoch himself and Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity and all those guys would have to take the stand and go, yeah, I think our audience is a bunch of dupes, idiots, morons that we take advantage by stuffing their faces full of lies. So our texts show you clearly we hate Trump. We don't believe in Trump. We don't believe in anything we're saying on air. We didn't think the election was stolen. We thought that was insane, nuts. These are their literal words, right? But we just didn't want to deal with our audience because they're nuts. They're totally nuts. So, and our product isn't news. Our product is making right-wing
placating them,
yeah.
placating them, and telling them exactly what they want to hear.
So that could have ended them. So I think that at the end of the day, they probably made a smart business decision, but they probably should have made this a lot earlier. They really screwed up by extending it this much, so we found out what they actually think internally. Now, having said all that, the audience isn't going to care at all. They're barely going to see this. They're going to think it's a BS injustice, the right-wing audience. They're not going to think Fox News lied to us. They're not going to think the election wasn't stolen. But I will say this. For the rest of the news, come on, guys. Stop calling Fox News a news organization or journalists. And I know you have some friends who work there. Like, oh my God, I knew Brett Baer from an earlier job. Oh, I worked with McCullum in Cincinnati when we were both coming up as local anchors. Nobody cares. They do propaganda. They just admitted they lie for a goddamn living. So no other journalist should ever take them seriously as a news organization.
To be fair, I mean, based on what I saw from CNN, and Allison Camerata used to work at Fox.
Yeah.
She did not hold back at all. And she was actually not happy that Dominion agreed to the settlement. She felt that it would have been far better for Fox to have to stand trial on this.
That's right.
And I tend to agree with her on that. I would have liked to hear the testimony of the various players. That would have been ideal.
Of course, I would much rather have the truth. What do I care that Dominion got paid, right? So we all wanted the trial. It is what it is. That's why they settled, because this trial was going to be so damaging. And Anna's right. Jake Tapper halfway laughed out loud, as I did when he read journalistic standards on CNN. So the reaction so far has been pretty good. I'm worried, though, that as people think about their next move on cable news, that it's going to soften. And by the way, it still happens to this day. I mean, the White House press room, a Democratic spokesperson is asking Fox News, letting Fox News ask a question every single day. Young Turks now has a White House correspondent. In like 3 months, we've gotten to ask one question. But meanwhile, hey, the liars at Fox News, but they don't say the liars. Fox News reporter, let's have ask your legitimate question. They should get their ass thrown out of there. They're not a legitimate news organization.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat.
I understand where Cenk is coming from there too. They're not a legitimate news organization, especially after all the information that's come out too. But they have a lot of power and they have got a lot of reach. White House has to play nice with them, unfortunately.
I apologize for any inappropriate messages sent over the years. This is from the Daily Beast. Said Ali Alexander, ally of President Trump, and white nationalist Nick Fuentes. He was a big Stop the Steal guy. He has been, some consider one of the most ubiquitous figures in the MAGA movement. Alexander said in a statement issued Friday night that addressed the allegations in broad terms, he said, "This is too gay." He has described himself as bisexual in the past, added that he's battling with same-sex attraction. Apparently, he targeted, 15-year-old kids who were interested in the conservative movement, asked for solicited, pictures of these boys' pay-pays, as it were. I apologize for any inappropriate messages sent over the year, Alexander wrote, adding later, "When I flirted with others or others have flirted with me, I flexed my credentials or dropped my corny pickup lines. Other times I've been careless and should have qualified those coming up to me's identity during flirtatious banter at the start." In other words, he was basically like selling access to Milo Yiannopoulos. Daily Beast writes, rumors about Alexander's alleged sexual behavior toward younger men have circulated in conservative online circles since at least 2015, but they reached a new level last month after Milo Yiannopoulos turned on Alexander after Alexander and Fuentes pushed him out of a potentially lucrative position in Kanye West's nascent presidential campaign, which also fell apart. Very little honor amongst thieves. Do we have the first image that Milo Yiannopoulos? These are screenshots of Snapchat messages The Ollie Files, he calls it. Number 7, Nicholas, 15 years old. Nicholas, and quotes, Nicholas was 15 when Ollie Alexander asked him for sexually explicit photographs in which he referred to as jack-off material. When asked him to lie to his parents so they meet for sex, offered to buy him alcohol and threatened to make his family go W2F if Nicholas ever spoke out. Can you zoom in on those? No, I guess you can't, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if maybe if I zoom in on here, it could be a little.
Yeah, we can't read those, but you can imagine what some of the things. Ollie Alexander received funding from the billionaire conservative donor Robert Mercer, and has faced a lot of questions about how he spent that money. He also approached a 15-year-old boy in Colorado. Ollie says, "Send me a snap." I guess you can actually take screenshots of Snapchats. Is that right?
Yeah.
I could never figure out how Snapchat worked. I tried to follow Milo when she was on it, and I couldn't even like spy on her. I didn't know how to do it. The interesting thing is that Ollie Alexander is a compatriot of Nick Fuentes. And one of the guys that Ollie Alexander was targeting, this guy Duncan, who's now 21 and has become a relatively high-profile member of Fuentes' racist America First movement, going by the name Smiley. They were all on Richard Spencer's podcast. He's the famous white supremacist. Most famous, I think, for getting punched in the face and dropping quite hard. Duncan said he believed Fuentes knew about the rumors about Alexander's alleged solicitation of nude photos. I think Nick is 100% aware, Duncan said on the podcast. I would bet, if I was a betting person, that Nick is 100% aware of Ollie Alexander's sexual orientation and also of his trying to procure pictures of that ilk. Duncan wrote, "When I was 15, I was naive and desperate. I thought I had no choice but to cooperate with inappropriate and humiliating requests if I wanted to make it in politics. I figured that was just the nature of the game. Can't blame a 15-year-old for that." But apparently, this is interesting. Johnston, this is another guy, Lance Johnston, who was 17 years old in the summer of 2019. Alexander started to engage in the same behavior, trying to solicit eggplant emojis.
Because this one here, he says, "Show me your eggplant emoji." He responds, "What's that?" And Ali supposedly goes, "OMG, dick."
Yeah. He blocked Alexander, took a screenshot of the exchange, was fearful of raising the issue on the far right because there's a lot of this stuff that obviously goes on. You don't want to get Matt schlapped. Isn't that what yeah.
Exactly.
Then Johnston's
he's having way too much fun about this, man.
Alexander said, "I can have any conversation I want with someone who's 17." And that's when they all achieved fame. Johnston said that Fuentes asked him to say in a text message to Alexander that the screenshot had been doctored and apologize. Presumably that text message could then itself be screenshotted and used to discredit Johnson. Nick personally asked me to apologize to Ollie for supposedly faking the messages. Fuentes denied Johnson's claim about him in an email to the Daily Beast. "I never offered Lance Johnson a job, nor did I urge him to disavow that screenshot." I think Nick Fuentes is a liar. That's what I think. This is just my opinion. Yiannopoulos wrote in a January text to Fuentes, Alexander wants to come to your events to have sex with underage boys. Snap out of it. Fuentes said he disavowed Alexander's actions and called them gross, but accused Yiannopoulos of sitting on the claims until he could use them to get revenge on his rivals from the West campaign. Fuentes also blamed Duncan and Johnson for flirting with Alexander to advance their careers. It is possible that this 15-year-old and 14-year-old and 17-year-old flirted with a 30-something-odd-year-old man. I don't know if that's the case, but it still seems rather inappropriate for a 30-year-old man to be targeting these people.
To be making the overtures? Yeah, I think
yes.
So too.
Fuentes added that the real victim in this entire saga is me, Fuentes said.
We'll go back to Sam in a second. Hold on. I just need to grab a couple of more of these things, too. You'll be hearing that a lot. Do I have... Yeah, Mix It Up is there too. You're gonna be hearing this a lot, sorry. I'm probably just gonna get rid of that restream chat. That was only useful when I was still streaming on Twitch, but since I'm streaming on Kick and I don't have integration with Stream Elements too, I might as well just use that old school move. And yeah, that's it. All right, back to this.
Self-pitying poster referred to himself as an incel, internet slang for involuntarily celibate. Seems like everybody got what they wanted except me. The incel is now somehow being blamed for things I had nothing to do with. I don't think... Fuentes could be an incel right now. But my understanding is that that's not always been the case. I think Fuentes probably does not want to be identified as being not straight. And so chooses to identify himself as an incel. And he could very well, as Ali Alexander is saying, that he's been trying to stifle same-sex attraction. That could be something that's going on there with Nick Fuentes. So it's conceivable he's an incel right now. That doesn't necessarily mean that he didn't have a relationship with at least one other person who's of the same sex. Now, I... don't take outing people lightly. Although I sort of feel like if you're going to attack people for being gay, which he has, it's broadly said that, homosexuals should also go by the way of Jews. That it's more than hypocritical. If you have identified yourself or been in a same-sex relationship, I would say that would be incredibly hypocritical. But sometimes people hold on to evidence and stuff like that, deploy it like he's claiming Yiannopoulos did when it really benefits them, or when they think that it could do the most damage. Right. And when those opportunities arise, then those people deploy the documents or the evidence that they have. It doesn't necessarily have to be documented evidence. It could be screenshots of letters written to other people and gifs and photographs of people together. I'm just saying, based upon this story, we know that people do that. He's claiming Yiannopoulos did that. He deployed it just when it was advantageous to Yiannopoulos and could do the most damage to Ali Alexander. That could happen to anybody at any time if there's substantial truth to it. So.
But then this also always, we always say this too, but of course it only is another arrow in the quiver of the, who are the groomers really, right? Who are the real groomers?
I'm like this is not necessarily if two people are the same age, it's not grooming.
Well,
with Ali Alexander.
With Ali. Not with Fuentes.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, there's a lot of projection in this.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's pretty. It's almost trite. The idea that some of the biggest homophobes are in fact fighting or are actively gay or something like that, like their own self-loathing they project out.
Yes, right.
And certainly in earlier eras where it was really hard to come out because of parents would disown you, your friends would disown you, that you would get mocked. There was actually a physical danger. A lot of things that, frankly, like transgender people face now, gay people faced in the past.
Yep.
I would imagine for some people, fighting their own personal demons, it's even that much harder. Or if their political career, or whatever their career they perceive their career to be, would be in some way inhibited by the revelation that they were gay, it would be problematic. But what do you think about Nazis? There was also there's been a lot of research suggesting that some of the Nazi leadership was were closeted, at least, and they were one of the ways that you get people off the scent of maybe whatever, and the way you hide from your own sort of feelings that you're somehow doing something wrong or illicit or transgressive is you demonize other people. But who knows? All right, let's do some IMs. People, like I say, they will deploy that stuff when it's really the opportune time. Sometimes that time doesn't come for a while. Based upon what I'm reading about Yiannopoulos in this piece. To his credit, I guess, I don't know how he would avoid this, but Kevin Stitt, the governor of Oklahoma, has already called for an investigation into this. An Oklahoma-based newspaper, the McCurtain Gazette News, somehow obtained audio of multiple local officials discussing their desire to kill journalists. And this isn't just like, God, I wish that guy would die. This guy's talking about, I know a couple of hitmen.
And it's about, and for a little bit more context here, it's also about a specific journalist from this newspaper who was obtained audio after this county commissioners meeting where they were talking about him, because I think he was filing a lawsuit against them for some, I don't exactly know what reason, but they are discussing him being kind of a thorn in their side.
Right. And of course, we should also say that they're also upset about how black people have more rights than white people, because white people can't lynch them anymore. So white right to lynch is being curtailed. Listen to this audio. It's really nuts.
It was back in the day when Alan Marshall take a damn blackjack, whoop their ass, and throw them in the cell. I'd run the fucking chair.
Yeah. Well, it's not like that no more.
I know. Take them down here on Mud Creek and hang them up with the damn rope.
Yeah.
But you can't do that.
Think about it,
They got more rights than we got.
Pause it. All right, did you hear that? It was back in the day, you'd beat the hell out of a black guy, you throw him in the jail. The other guy says you can't do that no more. Yeah, I know it. Used to be you take him back to Mud Creek, you hang him up. Now you can't do that anymore because they got more rights than white people. This is Jim just talking amongst themselves.
If it was back in the day, would they, like when Alan Marshall take a damn blackjack, whoop their ass, and throw them in the cell, I'd run for fucking sheriff.
Yeah. Well, it's not like that no more.
I know. Take them down here on Mud Creek and hang them up with the damn rope.
Yeah.
But you can't do that.
Think about it.
They got more rights than we got.
What they really don't know is they.
And that's the thing about it. 20 years ago, I would have done something like that. I mean, 20 years ago, I wouldn't have flooded you. You know?
They're insignificant in my life.
Yes.
Really, they bring.
The old saying is, you know,
goes around, dude.
It will. I told you it will.
Yeah.
I know we're two big deep holes.
Pause it for one thing, too. I mean, just to contextualize this, now I don't know where McCurtain County is, but in 1921, as we were, this country was going through really the height of the fictionalized version of what the Civil War was about. We've had, by 1921, we had multiple, I feel like every day we hear about another one, you know, because the history is uncovered, or I learn about another one, I should say, of attacks on black people, particularly black people who have amassed wealth or middle class status or political power. South Carolina, Texas, North Carolina. I mean, all across really the South. Over the course of the, 50 some odd, 55 years from the Civil War. By 1921, you've got 6% of the U.S. population card-carrying members of the KKK. And there's a huge attack in Tulsa, Oklahoma, on a black neighborhood that, middle class and, relatively wealthy black people. There's been a lot, I think written about that, at least in the past couple of years. But that was, all right, continue with this, just to give you context of how, I know that the racism is over in America, but hundreds of residents in Oklahoma, in Tulsa were killed, and something like over 1,000 homes, burned down.
Yeah, an entire district of Tulsa just basically razed. Yeah.
Okay.
Significant in my life.
Yes.
They bring
the old saying is,
goes around, dude.
It will. I told you it will.
Yeah.
I know we're two big deep holes.
God damn, it does work. Wow, Botrix.
Yeah, that's better.
These are already pre-dug. Yeah, but the thing of it is,
We actually told the truth.
I've known 2 or 3 hitmen that were very quiet guys.
Yeah.
And would cut no fucking mercy.
Yeah.
In Louisiana, because it was all mafia around.
Yeah. Yeah, but here's the reality. If a hair on his wife's head, her son's head, or any of those people that really were behind all that, if the hair on their head got touched by anybody, who would be the bad guy?
Who's your blame for?
Yeah.
On the work line, we rounded up tenfold to preserve the body and stuff like that, and we got all the body parts and stuff like that. And Kyla was out there too.
All the body part. Oh, she come apart.
Yeah, it's the burnt bodies.
No, I know. I picked up on.
And
They really fall apart when they're burnt?
and yeah,
And you
never had barbecue?
that's another.
Yeah.
Same.
I'm hungry.
So they're just talking about, I guess, the journalist and the family.
Willingham, yeah, and his wife, they're saying.
And they're saying anybody touches a hair on the head, who's going to get blamed for it. Even though they're talking about, like, we go out there and just dig a couple of big ditches, and then some other guy says, I know a couple of 2 or 3 hitmen in Louisiana mobbed up there. They're quiet guys, but they're really, vicious. And then the other guy's talking about, you burn a body,
right?
It all falls apart, and you really
They're
can't,
fucking nuts, dude.
Trace it. They're just, having fun, sitting around, musing. Maybe they're trying to impress each other. I know somebody who can kill the people.
Just lightly musing after a county meeting about.
Turns out there's somebody else in the office who thinks that they're douchebags, which is helpful.
Press record.
Cancel culture. Can't believe these people are being canceled just because of what they said.
By their own governor, their own Republican governor.
Yep. But don't forget, folks, no racism. Racism is over.
Hello Blazers, it is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian. Hi guys, doing today? Welcome to a brand new video, and in today's video guys, we're going to be reacting to perhaps my favorite type of Russian propaganda, when Russia gets a Z-Westerner who lives in Russia to tell the Russian people that Russia is actually the greatest country in the world and is very prosperous and it's doing super well and is actually so much better than the West.
Всем иностранцам очень Россия привлекает, потому что эта страна очень экзотичная, очень отличается от Европы. Можно делать вещи, которые у нас уже нельзя делать. Здесь, в принципе...
Yeah, like torturing people in prison, for example. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do in Russia that you can't do in Europe anymore. That's just great, isn't it?
В принципе, такое ощущение, что страна с огромными возможностями.
Yeah, there's many opportunities to stop living. That's what I would describe it as. But fair enough. David Henderson Stewart knows that money is not the most important thing in life. He learned to raise toast. Okay, so being Russian is essentially being broke and being drunk all the time. Got it? He introduced sanctions against Americans. He doesn't know any foreigner who wouldn't like to live in Russia. Well, guys, I know quite a few foreigners that would not like to live in Russia. In fact, I know quite a few Russians who would not like to live in Russia right now. Yes, guys, this is the video that I'm going to be reacting to today, and essentially I found this video completely randomly. I actually got it recommended to me on YouTube, and it turns out that this right here is actually uploaded on a channel called Vmesте Documentary, and it's part of a project called Vmesте.rf. I did my research, which is, you know, using Google search, and it turns out that Vmesте.rf is actually a project of the Russian parliament, and it is the official sort of TV channel of the Russian Federation Council, which is one of the main parts of the Russian government and parliament. And right here, actually, on this YouTube channel, they have an entire series that is dedicated to Westerners who live in Russia and actually think that Russia is the greatest country in the world and is better than anything else, and you guys should definitely stay in Russia. So this right here is basically Russian propaganda.
So they can send you off to war.
This channel is actually getting taken down these days, so you know, YouTube needs to clean up a little bit. But we're gonna be watching this video right here, an interview with David Henderson Stewart, originally hailing from the New Zealand and UK, who's a guy that's actually been living in Russia for about 20 years now and runs his own watchmaking company in Russia. So essentially, not only this video right here is Russian propaganda that is made to convince Russian people that Russia is better than the West, but also it's a market employed to advertise this guy's watch brand. So propaganda and business intertwining. But let's actually watch this video because I do think I have a lot of great points to make, and also read the comment section, because the comment section in these videos has the most insane amount of Z-copium I've ever seen in my entire life. And guys, this should be needless to say, but disclaimer, please don't go out of your way to harass the people mentioned in this video, the people that I'm reacting to or anything like that. Be respectful, be decent, and let's continue.
Очень часто европейцы говорят, что русские очень очаровательные, очень гостеприимные, очень эмоциональные. И поэтому я не знаю ни одного иностранца, который не любит здесь жить.
Yeah, well, that's not because you live in a community of expats who also have not decided to leave Russia after the start of the special military operation. I wonder why. It's not like your community is a complete echo chamber, but not Florida. Look, I've already watched this, I know what this is going to be. This is going to be an out-of-touch Westerner who never leaves the premises of Moscow or St. Petersburg, which are the cities that are essentially the storefronts of Russia. They are made to look good and are basically upkept to create the impression of Russia being on par with other European nations, etc. Whereas if you go to the regions, that is not the case at all. And we're basically going to listen to 20 minutes of an out-of-touch Westerner telling Russians who live in absolute bumfuck nowhere and earn like $300 per month that Russia is actually the greatest country in the world.
Mets up by one run against the Dodgers. 2-1. Bottom of the sixth.
Какой-то пьяный на меня напал, и мне пришлось с ним драться. Но это больше никогда не повторилось. Я всем друзьям рассказываю, что Москва самый безопасный город на свете, намного больше, чем Лондон, не поверишь. Но, как назло, второй день моего приезда в Москву на на станции метро 1905 года. Вот не пришлось драться на улице.
I would actually agree that Moscow is safer than Paris or London, probably, but you know, a big factor is that in the UK or France right now, they're not mobilizing people, so a bit of a difference in safety there, you know? But I guess he wouldn't care either way, because he's a foreigner who lives completely out of touch with actual Russian reality.
Жизнь в Москве мне очень понравилась.
The ejection by Scherzer in the third. Then Nemo with the go-ahead run.
Yeah, no shit. Moscow is one of the most populated and most lively places in all of Europe. So, like, what would you expect? Yes, Moscow is great to live in. The point is that Moscow is not Russia. Pretty much. If you guys want to learn more about that, watch my video about Russians hating Moscow.
Я был раньше банкиром, и такой страсти и любовь к своей работе нигде не видел до такой степени. Часовщики, они обожают свое дело. Конечно, это работа, конечно, они зарплату получают, но это не только это, и это далеко не только это.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really hate on this because, you know, I actually like watches, and there's nothing inherently bad in itself about doing business in Russia or even running a company in Russia as a foreigner. That's not what I'm trying to say here, by the way. The point is that this guy doesn't only not care or not talk about the current political situation in Russia, which is pretty important, right? But this guy is literally just acting as a useful idiot right now that is just being used by Russian propaganda to promote, you know, the Russia good message.
Выражение «русская душа», the Russian soul, l'âme russe, это существует на всех языках, все про это знают, все читали Достоевский и так далее. А выражение «английская душа» или «французская душа» я просто никогда это не слыхал. Ну, просто русские, и еще раз все иностранцы это будут согласны со мной. Русские намного более эмоциональные, намного больше переживают. Но это факт.
This guy is great, by the way, if you don't know NFKRZ.
I don't actually doubt that this guy has great affinity for Russian people and he has many Russian friends, etc. And like, I actually do appreciate that. And quite obviously, Russians are great people just like any other type of people out there. And I'm sure this guy believes that as well. However, with the way all this is framed, it actually kind of coincides with the Russian narrative right now of essentially Russians having a special mission in the world, you know. But he's basically talking about how Russian people are like more empathetic, more emotional, you know, Russian language is the best language, Russian people are the best people, we're the best guys. So overall, you know, that gives us, you know, the right to do whatever that we want in the world, and you know, anybody who opposes us is in the wrong, and the truth is on our side because s nami Bog. His messaging just coincides too well with that, and to be honest, he's a grown man, and I'm pretty sure he's aware of this. Now guys, prepare for some real cringe because the worst is only coming up.
Здравствуйте, Дэвид. Добрый вечер. Рады вас видеть. Вам слово.
Здравствуйте.
Do I even have to say anything here, guys? Like, really?
Когда я приехал 20 лет тому назад в Россию, Россия была похожа на это. Ну, многие из вас, наверное, это не видели, но это было время, когда русским было очень стыдно быть русскими, когда русские все хотели уехать в Америку, жить за границей, когда русские не хотели не купить ничего русского, когда русские кланялись перед западными брендами. И вот какое время было.
Do you mean 2023, brother? Like, 20 years ago, guys, Russians were ashamed of being Russian, and they worshipped the West and Western products, and all wanted to leave Russia and go to America, etc. Now that's not the case, guys, because, you know, the strong leader Vladimir Putin has поднял страну с колен, and now Russians are super proud to be Russian everywhere, and, you know, people with the Russian passport are respected around the world, and, you know, given free visa access to the entirety of the world. And also, yeah, in the last 20 years, we know Russia has created many great technological products. You know, Russian mobile phones, for example, are actually outselling iPhones right now. As we know, Russian cars are more popular than BMW and Mercedes-Benz, and are more prestigious than Ferraris and Lamborghinis, you know? Oh my god, I mean, look, I was giving this guy the benefit of the doubt before, right? But now he's like at a Z event, literally spreading Russian propaganda about how 20 years ago, you know, being Russian wasn't cool and Russia didn't have shit. But now, in 2023, Russia is a strong bastion that is about to show the rest of the world what it has in store. Oh boy, this is embarrassing.
Когда объявили первые санкции на Россию в 2014 году, мы объявили, что мы уже не будем американцам продавать наши часы.
Yeah, dude, I'm very sure that Jay-Z sitting in his apartment with 20,000 Audemars Piguets and Rolexes was very sad that he now cannot buy the watches by the Russian brand Raketa. I mean, dude, just the fact that in 2014 his response to the annexation of Crimea was to basically support Russia's vision and sanction those Americans for daring to sanction Russia. I mean, that just says a lot right there, to be honest.
Но это был, конечно, больше маркетинговый шаг, потому что в это время мы особенно не продавали наши за границей. Сейчас мы много продаем за границей. границы.
So wait, hold on. So he introduced sanctions against Americans, making Americans unable to buy their watches. Fair enough. That's a big one right there. However, then he actually says that they were barely selling watches abroad at that time, and these sanctions were more of a marketing ploy to, you know, get patriotic Russians to buy his watches because this guy only cares about money. And then he says that now, years later, their company is actually selling watches abroad now. So can you like stick to your guns? You want to sanction America for being a bully against Russia, right? So why are you selling watches abroad now? I think it's time to stop that and only sell watches in Russia because, you know, that fits your worldview. Come on, man, I'm counting on you.
Несмотря на всю ситуацию, и в России, и за границей продажи растут без остановки.
Oh boy, like how is this not on?
So just back to this. All right, I gotta. Okay.
How's it taste, motherfucker?
There we go. Huh. Well, like I set that up. Oh. Broke. What the fuck is a kick? Yeah, these are just like tests. Sorry about that.
Oh my god, like how are people watching this? We're gonna read the comments in a bit, but like how are people watching this and they're like, what a great guy, right? Yeah guys, despite the situation, let's refer that as a situation, because it's not like Russia is getting destroyed as a country right now. No, this is just a little situation that will fade away if we ignore it. The sales are still growing, so this guy's golden. Profit is all he cares about, and after this video, he's getting some more sales for his watch brand from people that are gonna watch this and they're gonna be like, oh my god, this guy's a patriot of Russia. I gotta go buy his watch. Fucking pathetic.
Страна очень изменилась, Москва очень изменилась в эти годы. Конечно, она стала более красивой, более чистой, более порядочной.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I need to explain why I'm laughing here. So, this hits too close to like a meme in Russia. Essentially, around 2017 or 2018 in Russia, there was a huge scandal where a bunch of YouTubers essentially were paid by the government to promote the current mayor of Moscow, Sergei Sobyanin, in the upcoming mayor election. And essentially, these YouTubers were paid to make complimentary videos about Moscow, talking about like parks in Moscow and how in the last few years Moscow actually got so much better and cleaner and is now very orderly and everything. There was even a colloquial meme phrase "Как же похорошела Москва при Собянине," and then it basically turned into "Как же похорошела X при Y." So people basically made memes all the time like City 17 got so much better with Dr. Breen, etc, etc, etc. And essentially these people were exposed later and, you know, it became a huge meme how, you know, Moscow has gotten way better in these last few years. So now this guy's doing the exact same fucking thing. I mean, I'm sorry guys, like this is just poetry.
То есть с любой точки зрения Москва сравнивается с самыми хорошими столицами европейскими, и я лично думаю, еще раз, это все иностранцы, которые...
Oh yeah, you can just like walk out of the job anytime, have a beer and some sausage.
Look, here's the thing, I already said this. Yes, Moscow is a nice and neat and tidy city because it's supposed to be Russia's postcard city, right? The Kremlin is there, the richest people in Russia are there. So Russia is trying to keep the standard of living very high in Moscow and in St. Petersburg as well, because these are some of the most populated areas in Russia where there's the most amount of people, and you cannot piss these people off, essentially. And all we have here is an out-of-touch Westerner who, you know, barely leaves Moscow, I'm very, very sure of that, who is once again telling Russians who earn like $400 a month and live in absolute buttfuck nowhere like Chelyabinsk, my hometown or something, that Russia is actually the greatest country in the world and Moscow is so beautiful. You have absolutely zero idea, you have absolutely zero experience in what being Russian is actually like, and what growing up in rural Russia actually is like. And I don't understand why people are eating this bullshit up, because in Russia everybody fucking hates Moscow. I've been talking about this for years, and we just have some rich fella walking around tidy streets of the center of Moscow talking about, oh look, this city is so cool and beautiful. Like, can you get more out of touch than this? It's just incredible to me.
Европейский менталитет более циничный.
Okay.
Русский менталитет более наивный, добрый.
Yeah, dude, I can tell, because certain people in power and people like you have been using that naivety for decades now, so I'm sure you like the Russian mentality very much. Also, I think this is complete nonsense because I do not know more cynical people than Russians. Maybe I'm just judging by myself, but who knows. Now guys, let's read a couple of comments and get very depressed. I am not ashamed of being Russian, even though I'm Korean, but I'm a Russian Korean. Somebody come get the man's Victor Tsoi in the comments, bro. He's been living here for over 20 years. He's not a foreigner, he's a real Russian patriot. I bow down in front of people like this. This British guy is a bigger patriot than all of our businessmen that made their money only on the remnants of the Soviet factories. Huge respect and good luck to you. Yeah, one day of all these businessmen that, you know, stole the country's resources and the country's potential that existed after the Soviet Union and made billions, I wonder if these people have any relation to the current government. That's just a really curious question, you know. I just wonder if that's the case. But definitely not, guys. Putin is just like Trump, you know. He's against the elites. This Russian British guy is a bigger patriot than some Russians. And I'm also interested in his watches now as well. Genius marketing, what can I say? Guys, please listen to this man and stop crying. We are living in the best, the most beautiful country in the world. Not everything is perfect, not everything is just, but is there any place where this is not the case? I mean, yeah, I can name a few countries where, you know, people don't get with the end of a broomstick in their bum in prison. You know, I can name a few countries like that. I can also name a few countries where people are not being sent to die in airstrikes on a regular basis. Oh my god, what kind of fucking reality do these people live in? Thank you, David. I hope that—
Oh my god. Sorry, there's like one more thing from Restream. Do I have it here? It's here, bro. This is fucking nuts,
dude.
dude.
People that are ashamed of being Russian, although I wouldn't even count them as Russian. I myself am not ashamed to be Russian in the slightest, even though I'm Armenian. Oh my fucking god. This is like propaganda brain. Like, this person has not had a thought of their own in their entire life. I would really love if these Russians that are ashamed of their upbringing would learn from such patriots of Russia, aka Western capitalists that are exploiting the Russian authoritarian regime to make money on propaganda brain Z people by pandering to an ultra-patriotic Russian audience. Now that is a true patriot of Russia if I've ever seen one. And here's my favorite comment by far. Personally, I have never been ashamed of being Russian. I was ashamed of Gorbachev and Yeltsin being Russian. Well, yeah guys, I'm a bit ashamed of Yeltsin being Russian as well. You should watch my video about how he destroyed Russian democracy. But this reply right here is my favorite. Gorbachev is not Russian. His grandmother and grandfather had the last name Gopkalo, and they moved from Ukraine to the Stavropol region in the second half of the 20s after the revolution. They were native Ukrainian speakers, not even speaking a mix of Russian and Ukrainian. And the boy was raised by Ukrainian grandfather and grandmother before the grandfather was sent to the Gulag for Trotskyism at the end of the 30s. So this birthmarked Gopkalo spoke Ukrainian for his entire childhood and didn't even know Russian. He only learned Russian in school. And for his entire life, he spoke Russian with an accent. Just listen to his speeches. So to put it short, it was a family of typical Banderites. This would be funny if this wasn't depressing, because this is fascist. This is fascist shit. I've already talked about this previously on this channel, how a lot of Russians hate Gorbachev for destroying the USSR, quote unquote. And this guy right here has a great theory that Gorbachev actually destroyed the Soviet Union, not because, you know, he was an ineffective leader or whatever. No, Gorbachev did it because he was Ukrainian, and he secretly was brainwashed by his Banderites grandfather and grandmother, and that's the reason why the Soviet Union fell apart. So actually, the Soviet Union falling apart was all a Ukrainian secret plan. What in the fuck? This is fucking insane. And also, like, yeah, this comment carries the
Oh my
underlying
God.
assumption that every Ukrainian somehow, like that the existence of Ukrainians is somehow a threat to Russia in itself. You know what I mean? Like, this is fucking crazy. And these are the people that are consuming this content and enjoying it and talking about how this guy is, you know, a great patriot of Russia that we need more of. Now, this guy David also actually gives interviews to Russian channels talking about his life in Russian stuff, and I found this particular section pretty interesting as well.
Сейчас это намного сложнее, потому что сейчас обострения очень сильные, и очень много моих друзья за границей абсолютно не понимают, почему я здесь остался.
Ты имеешь в виду ситуацию, связанную со спецоперацией?
Да.
It's like this part of the Russian society that lives, you know, outside of politics. You know, they're not too well versed in politics. They live without touching politics. So, you know, the country is going off of a cliff right now. And he's saying, you know, how people in the West don't get that he lives in Russia right now. And she's like, are you talking about the entire special military operation situation going on right now? As if, like, you're fucking confused about what he's talking about right now. As if it's, like, not the main thing going on right now in Russia, right? Again, you can live in Moscow, walking around tidy, nice little European streets and have your fucking matcha latte or whatever, or your smoothie, and you can pretend like, you know, the special military operation is just a little situation, it's just a little inconvenience, but sooner or later you will feel the effects.
Почему ты решил остаться?
Я решил остаться, во-первых, потому что я катался на лыжах во Франции, в горах, в Альпах, когда все это началось. И когда...
Again, guys, that's that one again right there is for relatability, guys. When the special military operation started, when this situation started, I was in Russia. I was seeing Z appearing everywhere in the city in St. Petersburg. I was seeing people running around the city, lining up to ATMs, trying to withdraw dollars, and I did that as well. I was running around the entire city trying to save a little bit of my money. A lot of people were in shock and panic. There were protests, and I was basically so insanely depressed. I was on my phone reading the news 24/7. That was the way this entire situation started for me. This guy, though, he was skiing in the Alps in France when the special military operation started. So again, guys, patriot of Russia and a you know, very much more true of a Russian than all of those leptards, you know, that are, you know, traitors of Russia. Now this guy skiing in the fucking Alps. Now this guy is the possessor of the true Russian soul.
И когда я вернулся из завода, они удивились, завод ракеты удивились, что я вернулся. Я сказал, ну очевидно, я вернулся. Как я могу, моя жизнь связана уже с ракетой. Я не могу вас бросить, и для меня это, я обожаю этот проект. А это главная причина, почему я вернулся. И вторая причина, потому что я уже 17 лет здесь живу, мне очень нравится здесь жить, у меня очень много русских друзей.
Блять, мне тоже нравилось жить, у меня тоже было много русских друзей, пиздец. Как же у меня горит, блять, я просто не могу.
Большая часть моей жизни уже связана с Россией. Я не могу так быстро это бросить.
You literally can. You are a European citizen who can literally enjoy the free world and go anywhere he pleases. I cannot do that. We desperately need a communist revolution, bro. You know, guys, I'm just a moderate sort of, you know, social democrat guy, but when I see people like this that are so out of touch with the regular people in Russia, and they're also bootlicking the Russian government, I'm just like, man, like, we need to fucking, we need like communism. Like that's like how much this video radicalized me. I'm now against personal possessions and personal property. Just because of people like this guy. Anyways, guys, yeah, I guess that is going to be pretty much it for today's video, though. I just wanted to react to these Z-Westerners, you know, promoting Russia, because I've never seen a more out-of-touch video in my entire life. And as always, guys, I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. If you guys did, then please make sure to slap the like on it. As well, guys, if you want to support me additionally, then go over to the link down in the description. You can become a YouTube member. It's basically a way to donate to me monthly. It helps me out a lot. You can also do a super thanks underneath this video. And yeah, guys, that is going to be pretty much it for today's video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Hey everyone, Harry here. New week, lots of new news. I'm here first to talk about Evan Corcoran's apparent recusal from the Mar-a-Lago investigation. Now, Corcoran is a general player on Trump's legal team. They want him, and in fact, they're denying without specifying the reports of his recusal. But of course, that means nothing what the Trump legal team might deny, and it makes a lot lot
This
of
is
sense
hilarious,
that he'd be
dude.
doing it, and it
I can't
spells
even.
trouble with a capital
I can't even tell you.
T,
Oh my
and
god.
that stands
Am
for
I,
Trump.
am I logged in?
So Corcoran, recall the bidding a little bit. He is the lawyer advising Trump when it comes time to actually do the no turning back criminal act of an inaccurate declaration in response to a subpoena that the DOJ finally sends out after they and the archives are just completely jerked around for over a year by Trump and company. Finally, they send a subpoena. And as you have to do with a subpoena, there's an attached declaration saying we've done a diligent search and this is everything.
All right, let's go.
Remember Christina Bobb, the junior lawyer to Evan Corcoran. She's the one who Corcoran turns to and says, here, sign this. It's all fine. And she has the presence of mind to add, according to what I've been told. But so Corcoran is the guy who is communicating with Trump just at this point. Trump thinks it's confidential. It's very plausible that Trump is making it clear that he doesn't want to comply. We now have a whole cache of other evidence contemporaneous to that makes it clear that Trump is going through documents, ignoring advice that you have to comply with a subpoena and the like. So Jack Smith subpoenas Corcoran. Corcoran comes to the grand jury and says, I can't talk about my conversations with Donald Trump. They're attorney-client privilege. Smith goes to court, and the court says, crime fraud exception. It's not the first time that we've heard it, but which might serve to blunt how stunning it is, but it's stunning. Communications between a president and a lawyer, as another court had held vis-a-vis John Eastman, turn out to be not attorney-client privilege because of the crime fraud exception, meaning you listen to these communications and they sound more likely than not in furtherance of a crime, and the crime almost certainly being obstruction in response to this subpoena.
Crime.
So the court says you have to testify, Evan Corcoran, and Evan Corcoran promptly returns to the grand jury a couple weeks ago and testifies. That sets the table for today's announcement, even though, as I say, or reporting, even though, as I say, Trump denies it, which is that Corcoran is recused from participation in the Mar-a-Lago matter. So he hasn't been generally fired because they still want him on everything else. Why would he be recused from the Mar-a-Lago matter? Because you cannot be simultaneously a witness and an attorney in the same cause.
Yep.
And what does that mean? That means he's a witness. He's been notified that his testimony is sought and anticipated in a Mar-a-Lago case. And what does that mean? That means first that they're really zeroing in on how they're putting the case together and that he's a big part of it. So that's another indication in support of the Mar-a-Lago case getting ripe and getting within Smith's charging decisions, or Merrick Garland's and Smith's recommendation. And it means very bad for Trump because the idea would be at trial, Evan Corcoran would take the stand. What did the former president say to you then? And it ain't gonna be good. This is communications we already know by a preponderance of the evidence anyway, seem in furtherance of a crime. So it could be really very bad stuff. Now, it's a little interesting because the recusal rule wouldn't necessarily kick in until it's time for trial. So you could interpret it that it's very close, or it could just be, he's seen it as in an abundance of caution, or the Jack Smith and Department of Justice has said, you know what, you better recuse yourself from this and do it clearly, because there would be a play where he keeps in the room, but then recuses himself when testimony is in the offing. But he has already testified.
Sorry, not to stop that. This is actually very important. But yeah, it wasn't as dark as people thought it was going to be. It was actually a very happy ending, and that very happy ending really I want to say bothered fans. It just surprised people because they were leading to something like pretty dark, and there isn't. Maybe there's something more. Like this is again, it's like spoilers. He was a big part of the ending. He was very big. She was big too. The Darksaber got destroyed, but it was awesome when you got to see it on screen. I guess he's gonna hunt Imperial remnants. She becomes the leader of Mandalore because they retake back the homeworld. So I guess she's gonna have her own show now. Well, they are stronger together. She was, man. Katie Sackhoff as like Bo-Katan, like live action Bo-Katan. She was the voice of Bo-Katan, but having her play the live action Bo-Katan is really great. She finally earned being the leader. The Praetorian Guard's actually like very cool. That's the thing. I just like don't know. That's the only thing. They could have probably done more, but we'll see. She was actually good. Her arc is like essentially complete. They like wrapped up the story. I don't know, man. Why is Sam Darnold fucking trending? Top of the 8. Fuck. Put Batty out there. Having Batty in the lineup, having a young hitter, having two of our best prospects out there. Good stuff. This kid's is star in the making, man. Star in the making. Why is Darnold out there? Giant. Agreed. His life, man. He gets to say.
Guys, there is a lot of things that has changed.
No, finish this up.
It may be coming soon.
I do want to know
so
like what's
it
going on
is
too. I need to get
the right
on
move.
like Destiny
So
2
lots
and start
going
playing
on
that.
here, but the scorching headline: Corcoran to testify in a Mar-a-Lago prosecution, which seems like it's really.
I might just
taking
actually
form,
end
and
it
that
after
testimony
this.
is
It's been going on for like almost like 7.5 hours.
devastating, I would say, for Donald Trump. Okay. There you have it.
We might like a little bit later. I might just start stream up and just play some games and watch some videos on the side.
Maybe are even sooner in the Mar-a-Lago case. So I'll keep back at you. But until then, talk to you later.
Thanks for tuning in. If you enjoy,
Much appreciated. We will go ahead. Move this here. Some more Papa Gut content here. Go ahead, watch this later. Watch later. And of course, we'll go ahead and just end the stream now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed the stream, please hit that subscribe button. If you're on Kick, hit that follow button. I want to get the partner. It's relatively easy on Kick. Every little bit counts. And as always, stay frosty, touch grass, and Godspeed. Loving these morning streams, man. These morning streams are where it's at. All right, folks. I'll see you tomorrow morning.